Prepare your research article, and that is very important, because if you write, you will know more about that particular subject. And on behalf of Indian Pharmacological Society West Bengal chapter, and also our host today, our Department of Clinical and Experimental Pharmacology, School of Tropical Medicine, we welcome you all in this August event. And to compare whole session, we have today with us one of our clinical pharmacologist colleague, Dr. Shreyoshi Dasgupta. I welcome Dr. Dasgupta to please compare the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shambo. Very good morning to all of you. So, okay. So very good morning to all of you. So without much ado, I would like to start the session. So the first topic here is how to write case report or a case series by our very own Professor Dr. Santanu Munshi sir. So I would request sir to please come on to the stage, and to felicitate him, I would request Dr. Samajdar to please come and felicitate him with an Auditorium. Sir, please.
Okay. Good morning. Am I audible at the back? Can you hear me? Okay.
Minimize.
এটা আসছে নেক্সট স্লাইড, ওটা বন্ধ করো।
So Team Clarinet, is it okay? The slides are okay? You can see us?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
So the first session is on case report and case series. And before going into that, let me share something that today, I'm feeling very envious of you guys, especially the young ones who are sitting in front of me, because, you are getting this academic feast on how to write manuscript and how to present it for publication. And it's a unique opportunity, and thanks to our Indian Pharmacological Society West Bengal chapter, along with our Department of Clinical Pharmacology, to present you with this session. And at the end of the session, you'll be able to understand what are the salient features of good manuscript and how to write it, and what are the criteria the journals look for, so that it is easily published and you get credit for that. for us, after completion of our thesis, we had to wait a pretty long time to get our own thesis get published, because we learned it in the trial and error mode. We didn't have this access to various videos, online videos and online materials. We didn't have such sessions on how to write manuscripts. So I'm envious, and I hope you learn from today's session, and it is worthwhile. So case report, that is a basic kind of publication we do on a journal. And case report, we feel that it lies low in the evidence pyramid. We know that the case report and case series lies low in the pyramid of evidence, and but it has it has contributed to our medical literature in a big way. I will share you, and you'll see, because it's the first attempt to report new findings of disease or of treatment or of adverse effects or the progress of disease or diagnostic tools. So case reports are very, very important. And once you master case reports, then only you can proceed to other writings like letter to the editor, original full article, all these things. So you have to master case report in a very well. And there are guidelines nowadays. Earlier, there were not so many guidelines, but now proper guideline has come. And this guideline, we know that it's care guideline. And it's a 13-item guideline. One has to follow those very succinctly. Then only your case report becomes accepted for publication in good, reputed journals. It's not moving. Yes. So I start with this excellent report, early report in 1904, Dr. James Herrick. Dr. James Herrick, and he, evaluated one patient from Granada and who was suffering from anemia with a multi-system disease. And what he saw, he found this freakish elongated red cells that represents a crescent or a sickle. Dr. Herrick concluded the red cells were not artifacts, and because the appearance of the cell was maintained regardless how the smear or the slide was prepared. And he followed that patient, who also received treatment from other physicians until 1907. And the patient was questioned whether syphilis was one of the cause for that change in the RBC or some other parasites from the tropics. Ultimately, in 1910, in a published case report, he concluded that this presentation strongly suggests a previously unrecognized change in the composition of the corpuscle itself. Thus, sickle cell disease became a diagnosis thereafter. So this was the first report of sickle cell disease, and it was presented through a case report to the medical fraternity. And, case reports like this opens up the interest of the doctors or the medical researchers to do more research on this topic. And this is how it advances our knowledge also. So in a case report, we have a detailed report, which consists of the diagnosis, treatment, follow-up of an individual patient. Case report may also contain the demographic informations like the age, gender, ethnic origin. But what are the negatives of the case reports and case series? Because it is an uncontrolled study design. Uncontrolled means in a case report, we are not comparing with any other control arm. So there is one case or one to three cases. So comparison is not there. So treatment for a treatment, you are not getting this. It is an uncontrolled study design. So you cannot predict the efficacy of a treatment, as well as there are selection biases and observer biases. So the risk of biases are high. So with this limitation, however, there are certain advantages of a case report because it's the first attempt to publish the information. And thus it also helps in our knowledge. So as I said, that care guideline is there and it provides 13-item checklist, which can assist researchers to make it a complete publishable, complete, meaningful exposition of medical information, and it will be accepted by reputed journals for publication. So this checklist, what it promotes is explicit presentation of patient information, clinical finding, the timeline, as well as diagnosis and intervention, follow-up, and outcome. All these are included in this care checklist. If we go into past and see what are the important case reports published and how they have influenced our medical practice, we'll find that, there is this describe a new phenotype or genotype of a disease. That is the first report on sickle cell disease. Also, there is this shaking palsy, which was reported by a doctor. And this disease became was named after the doctor who identified this shaking palsy, that is the Parkinson's disease. That was published in a case series. And also we have this, through a case report, you can publish this common manifestation of a rare disease like liver cirrhosis as a result of steatostolemia. And this is nothing but when the sterols of plant sterols are abnormally absorbed and it causes cirrhosis in some patients, not all. Normally, it does not cause the plant sterol does not cause cirrhosis, but in some cases it may cause cirrhosis. And there are also reports where a rare manifestation of a known or a common disease occurs, like secretory diarrhea and hypokalemia in colonic pseudo-obstruction. And also, in case of HIV/AIDS, a new pathogen was reported through a case report, and it was a microvirus. And, it showed that a group of patients, it was a case series rather, a group of patients with a similar sexual orientation, they developed this HIV/AIDS syndrome. Also, the adverse effects of drugs can be described, like the Rey syndrome, which arose out of aspirin in children, and even the thalidomide, which caused copomelia, that was also reported through a case report. And sometimes a novel treatment for an unknown condition is reported. through a case report like colchicine for the treatment of familial Mediterranean fever. And also, sometimes case reports elucidate mechanism of the disease like functional imaging of the brain during auditory hallucinations. So these are the ways the case reports can be designed, and they can capture all these informations, especially to remind or educate case presentations. We know during our PG ship, we have to present cases. So we need to understand how to write case report and present them accordingly. And certain journals also, they they allow these lessons of the week quality improvement publications, which are nothing but case presentations in clinical pathological conferences for postgraduate educations, and try to not make the mistakes which we did in our studentship. Okay. So basically, case reports are descriptive studies, and where we only try to capture the, and it is an uncontrolled thing, and so it's a descriptive work, and it consists of around 1,500 words, not more than that. Some journals also will allow you up to 1,000 or 1,200 words in total. Try to follow the journal guidelines, then only you'll be able to know how much to write in a case report. So basically, what case reports tries to cover is it's a detailed presentation of a single case, up to 3 cases, or up to maximum up to 3 cases. And more than 3 cases, it becomes 4 cases, it becomes case series. And usually it talks about the previously undescribed disease or unexpected link between diseases or unexpected new therapeutic effect and unknown adverse effects. Case series, on the other hand, it's a collection of subjects, more than 4, with a common characteristic used to describe some clinical, pathophysiological, or operational aspect of a disease, treatment, exposure, diagnostic procedure. Like the example is being given of the famous HIV/AIDS case series, which was published in 1981, where previously healthy with a particular sexual preference group of people, they experience pneumocystis carini infection. And this was an unknown disease at that time, and later it was called AIDS. So I would like to share with you one published case report so that you understand the nuances, how to write properly the case report, and the various important parts of it which must be present. So by now, you know what is a case report. Case report is a detailed report of symptoms, signs, diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up of an individual patient. And it should contain demographic profile of a patient, and usually describes an unusual or a novel occurrence. So something which is already happened or occurred and reported, published, should not be again written by you. You try to publish something new, then only it gets accepted. But again, there is some case reports also contain literature review of other reported cases. That is a review. So how to start a case report? First and foremost, even though case reports are usually the case has already happened and you're reporting later on, it's a retrospective study. But when you are going to publish it, they will ask for a consent. Most of the journals, they ask for a consent. So you have to get a consent from the patient. That is very, very important. And you collect the history, case history, and information from the hospital notes, lab reports, etc. Try to find out which journal you have to publish and what are the criteria. Select the journal, and also view sample case reports published in that journal. Follow the instructions for the authors by that particular journal, so that your report is written accordingly in the same line. What are the must-have factors to make a case report very interesting? One is unexpected association between disease and symptom, unexpected event in the course of observing or treating a patient, shed a new light on the possible pathogenesis of a disease or an adverse effect. Also, presentation, diagnosis, management of a new or an emerging disease, that will be also accepted. And a new variation or association in a disease process. So what are the elements in a case report? If you start, you have to have a title, and title should be such, it should be succinct, and it should show the keywords, so that whenever somebody does an online search, your report is presented. So, and you get more citations also that way. And so title is important. Abstract, you have to write a short abstract, an introduction with a background, kind of what study you are doing, the background, medical information. The case, you describe the case, discuss the case, conclude, and you give the references. The references in numbers should not be more than 10. Preferably less than 8. Okay, and the journal will show how much to provide as references. Usually, some journals accept as low as 5 or 4 even. So your title, this is a published report, preserving the brain function in a comatose patient with septic hyperpyrexia, 41.6 degrees centigrade, a case report. So the keywords here are the preserving brain function and septic hyperpyrexia. That these are the keywords. Now, when we go to the background, how it is written, we find that general overview of the issue is provided, like something about the fever and how fever happened, what are the conditions, like infection, traumatic brain injury, thalamic injury, dehydration, tissue destruction, thromboembolism. This can cause fever. And also it defines hyperpyrexia when the body temperature is greater or equal to 41.5 degrees centigrade. It leads to pathological complications like detrimental mental status, changes in the neuronal function, and it leads to nerve injury, cognitive decline, coma, and death. And also the causes of hyperpyrexia has been provided, like neuroleptic malignant syndrome, heat stroke, amphetamine overdose, serotonin syndrome, infection, sepsis. So you have to, in a short manner, you have to give the background information, which should be complete. And within the background information, you are providing your work, that is your new novel idea, that combination of two drugs which can be successfully utilized here. And these two drugs are levetiracetam and amantadine, and these have beneficial effects of neuroprotection in fever regulation via the OVLT, that is the organum vasculosum lamini terminalis. Okay. And when you're going to discuss in details about the case presentation, you give the detailed description about this patient background, that is a demographic profile. You write about any comorbidities like hypertension, hyperlipidemia, or manic depression. The patient was admitted following an attempted suicide, and he was admitted in the ICU, intubated for respiratory distress and hypoxic anoxic brain injury. And these were the secondary complications due to sharp foreign objects in the, and what happened, the patient's was comatose. He was not responding to the stimuli and only mildly responded to very painful stimuli. You have to include the investigation. These are so very important. So investigations like whatever imaging and other tables and things have to mention that. And the pictures should be very clear and sharp and visible. And here it shows very nicely that there is a hypodense area in the CT scan, and in the tables and graphs, you can see after starting this combination of these two drugs, there is improvement in the coma score, this scale, Glasgow coma scale. And so the patient responded, and the temperature also came down after starting the combination drug. In the discussion, you try to mention that the case, that is, the patient had hypoxic ischemic injury of brain, and there was some hypodense area, and the mechanism of action of levetiracetam, it inhibits the glutamate transmission. As a result, what it happens, it reduces neuronal excitation, and also it can lead to improvement and preservation of brain function by decreasing the temperature and improve fever regulations. So you propose that, or hypothesize that, hence we theorize that the inhibition of action potential by utilization of levetiracetam halted the progression of neuronal damage in this patient, and thus preserving the cognitive function despite the temperature in case of hyperpyrexia is the temperature was 41.6, and there was observed neuronal damage. So these are the learning points that you shared, and during the discussion, you give a review of the literature, and you define the different temperature parameters, like hypothermia will be temperatures below 35 degree, normal temperature you mentioned, and fever, normal fever is 37 to 38.3, and in case of hyperpyrexia, it is above 38 degrees up to 41.5. And and you mentioned that neuronal damage occurs when the temperature is in this range of hypothermia, then only neuronal damage occurs. And GCS, the Glasgow Coma Scale, drops from 6 to 3 within hours when the core body temperature is raised like this, and that is due to what happens in hyperpyrexia is there is a endoplasmic reticular stress, denaturing of the proteins and nucleic acids, and damage to the mitochondria. Also, during the publication, you try to mention the limitation of your case report. That is a limitation that this investigation, one investigation you couldn't do, which should have been done, and that is the MRI, due to unavailability of the facility, and that you should mention. And also regarding the conclusion, you have to provide a take-home message for your readers that physicians should be aware of such situations where hyperpyrexia can occur, and it can lead to cognitive changes, including coma, and there is risk of poor recoveries due to brain damage. And when we utilize this levetiracetam along with amantadine, they can provide neuroprotection when given together and neurorestrictive effect. And so you promote and you also invite medical fraternity to do more research on this topic, do a clinical trial to establish this evidence so that it can be go up in the hierarchy in the level of evidence, and it can be come into the guidelines and the treatment algorithms. So these are the recommendations to the researchers and the physicians. And so need for randomized control trial, that is highlighted in your conclusion. And as I mentioned that for references, you have to provide relevant references, and you check the journals. Some journals allow you 8 to 10 references to be quoted. Some can restrict you up to 5. So you give the best references for your report. So I wish that you write good case reports, try to publish, and my best wishes for you. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Any questions?
Sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt. So there is a question from the participating doctor, sir. Shall I read it for you?
I've already got somebody asking me one point. Yeah. Can you give a mic to him so that everybody hears? Usually case reports are retrospective, but prospectives can be done. When you have taken one case like that and you want to take 1 or 2 more, that you can take prospective also can be done. Okay.
Discussions would be presentations on.
It depends on whether you are writing from the past or you are writing from the present, like that. Okay. Any other questions? I think somebody from online.
So when we are writing the case report, generally how old cases should be considered to write a case report?
No, there is nothing like that, but it should be relevant. Whatever the investigation, whatever the topic, you have to search whether that report has been already published or not, whether the novelty element is there or not. If there is not novel, there is chances of publication will go down.
And you said it should be taken the consent.
Consent is important.
Like practitioner of the patient.
Consent of the.
Because we are going to the MRD, we are scoping the record from the MRD for past 3 years, 4 years. So how we create a track of that patient.
Case reports are usually written for one patient, one single patient, and So if you are publishing his or her detail, that you have to track and find out, and retrospective you can take consent also for publication purpose. You can do that.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from online?
Yes, sir.
You just said that the case reports should not be repeated. There should not be any repetition. But if a particular clinician finds that there is a particular twist in a same case that has been reported several times, but he finds a twist in it, so that can be a novelty.
That can be a novelty. Change in the course of that disease, or you are doing some new investigations, or in the investigation procedure, some change is happening. That should be reported as well. That is something you. Correct.
Case report,
Correct.
not the case per se.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any other?
So shall I go ahead with the online question?
Please go ahead. Yeah.
So this question is from Dr. P. Abhishek. He's asking how many minimum and maximum cases are needed to write in a case series?
Case series should be 4. Minimum is 4. Okay. Minimum is 4.
And sir, he is also asking about the maximum number of cases to be written.
Maximum, how much you can calculate? There is a limitation. You cannot go in a case series. That is not a statistical. We are not proving something. There is no significance. So it is redundancy is there. If you take too much of cases, it becomes redundant also sometimes. Unless there is a statistical need, why do I repeatedly take the same data from multiple patients?
Thank you, sir. There is no further question on your topic till now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Munshi sir, for such a detailed deliberation on how to report case reports and case series. So I would take this opportunity to request Professor Avijit Hazra sir to please come and felicitate sir with the memento.
Right, yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please. We have the pleasure of having among us Dr. Khagendranath Mahata, MLA, OP Ballabpur AC, member, Standing Committee Health of Vidhan Sabha, member of the West Bengal Medical Council as well as the West Bengal Medical Council. So I will request Mahata sir to please come onto the stage and share a few words. Also, I request Dr. Shambo Samajdar and Dr. Shobhita Sarkar to felicitate sir with an Auditorium.
One of the biggest epithet, I think, Dada also, Khagendranath Mahato Dada also will agree that we all are a RG Korean, Khalpar. So once a clap for the Khalpar. So now may I also request Professor Avijit Hazra sir and Professor Santanu Munshi sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Khagendranath Mahato.
Good morning. গুড মর্নিং সকলকে। মনে হয় আমি একটু অন টাইমে পৌঁছেছি, প্রোগ্রাম শুরু হয়ে গেছে। তো এখানে উপস্থিত ইন্ডিয়ান ফার্মাকোলজিক্যাল সোসাইটি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল চ্যাপ্টারের সমস্ত যারা মেম্বার আছেন, যাদের উদ্যোগে আজকের এই ম্যানুস্ক্রিপ্ট রাইটিং এর যে আপনাদের প্রোগ্রাম, আমি বেশি কিছু বলবো না। আপনাদের প্রোগ্রাম আছে, তো মাঝে দু একটা কথাই বলতে চাই যে কিছু বিষয় নিয়ে এই সোসাইটির সাথে যুক্ত আমার বন্ধু, আমার কলেজের ভাইরা আমাকে আবদার করেছিল, তাই আমি আসতে হয়তো একটু দেরি হয়ে গেছে, তার জন্য ক্ষমা চাইছি। আপনাদের এই বিভিন্ন বিষয় নিয়ে, ক্লিনিক্যাল ফার্মাকোলজি নিয়ে বিভিন্ন কথা বলেছে, হয়তো চেষ্টা করব সেসব নিয়ে একটু আগামী দিনে যদি কিছু করা যায়। আর আজকে যে বিষয় নিয়ে কথা হচ্ছে, এখানে উপস্থিত সমস্ত স্যারেরা, ফ্যাকাল্টি এবং বিভিন্ন সিনিয়র বন্ধু যারা আছে, তারা সেই সব নিয়ে সারাদিন প্রোগ্রাম করবে। আমি একটা অন্য কাজে আজকে কলকাতায় এসেছিলাম, আমাদের ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কাউন্সিলে। আপনাদের আশীর্বাদে আপনারা আমাদেরকে মেডিকেল কাউন্সিলে পাঠিয়েছেন। তো সেখানে কাজ করতে গিয়ে এই ধরনেরই একটা ছোট্ট কথা বলতে চাই যে আমাদের ডাক্তারদের নিয়ে যখন আমরা কাজ করি, আমাদের একটা কোটি বলা যায়, কোয়াসি জুডিশিয়ারি বডি। তো সেখানে ম্যানুস্ক্রিপ্ট রাইটিং এর মতো আমাদের প্রেসক্রিপশন রাইটিং দেখতে গিয়ে আমাদের সত্যি একটু অসুবিধার মধ্যে পড়তে হয়। হয়তো আমরা তাড়াহুড়োর মধ্যে কিছু কিছু সময় আমরা আমাদের পেশেন্টের সমস্ত ডিটেলস লিখতেই ভুলে যাই, এবং সেটা আমরা খুব এম্বারেসিং পজিশনে পড়ে যাই পেশেন্ট পার্টির কাছে। তাই আমাদের কলিগ, আমাদের সিনিয়র, আমাদের জুনিয়ররা প্রতিনিয়ত সারাদিন হয়তো এখন কাজের চাপের মধ্যে সবাই থাকছে, কিন্তু তবুও আমার অনুরোধ সকলের কাছে যে আমরা সমস্ত কিছু শুনছি, ওনারা বলছেন, কিন্তু যখন ডকুমেন্টের দেখছি কিচ্ছু নেই, জানেন। ম্যাক্সিমাম ক্ষেত্রে দেখা যাচ্ছে পেশেন্টের ভাইটালস টুকু লেখা নেই, এমনকি পেশেন্ট যে প্রেজেন্ট ছিল কি ছিল না এটাও লেখা নেই। পেশেন্ট সাথে এসছে না শুধু পেশেন্ট পার্টি এসছে সেটুকুও লেখা নেই, শুধু একটা মেডিসিনের নাম লেখা আছে। তো সকলের কাছে অনুরোধ, আপনারা যেমন এগুলো করছেন, বিভিন্ন সময় যদি আমাদেরকে সুযোগ দেন, আমরা বিভিন্ন সময় আমরা বিভিন্ন মেডিকেল কলেজে এই ধরনের প্রোগ্রাম করে থাকছি। বিগত প্রায় 1.5-2 মাস ধরে বিভিন্ন মেডিকেল কলেজ, বিভিন্ন অনুষ্ঠানে আমরা এই ধরনের ছোটখাটো প্রোগ্রাম করছি। আপনারা যদি কোনো সময় আমাদের মেডিকেল কাউন্সিলকে জানান, অবশ্যই আমরা চাইবো যে এই ধরনের নিয়ে আমরা ছোটখাটো সেমিনার যদি করতে পারি। সকলকে আবার যথাযোগ্য এখানে সম্মান জানাই ইন্ডিয়ান ফার্মাকোলজিক্যাল সোসাইটি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল চ্যাপ্টারের প্রেসিডেন্ট, ভাইস প্রেসিডেন্ট সহ, সেক্রেটারি সহ সমস্ত মেম্বার, এবং আজকের এখানে উপস্থিত ডিগনিটারিজ এবং আমাদের ডাক্তার ফ্যাটার্নিটির সমস্ত স্যারেরা, সিনিয়রেরা, বন্ধু, জুনিয়র সকলকে অভিনন্দন, শুভেচ্ছা জানিয়ে আমার বক্তব্য।
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking words. So the next session is by the incomparable Professor Avijit Hazra, sir. So he will speak to us on how to draft original research articles. I request sir to please come on to the stage. Presenter more. I request Professor Santanu Munshi, sir, to sir here. So I request Dr. Samajdar to please felicitate Hazra with
ওই যে পেয়েছো
কার্সর কোথায় চলে গেল?
এই তো
তোমার কার্সারটা আসছে না দেখো।
কোনটা? আচ্ছা।
Okay, good morning to all of you. Sorry about that technical delay. So, at the outset, let me thank the School of Tropical Medicine, Department of Experimental and Clinical Pharmacology, and Indian Pharmacological Society West Bengal chapter for giving us this opportunity to be here today and share some of my experience in this topic with you. Now, when we are at the beginning of our research careers, we usually take the first baby steps with case reports and case series reports. But once we mature a little bit, the next obvious step is to do some serious work. It may not be rocket science, but something which we have done and which we need to communicate to a wider scientific audience. And for that, we need to go into writing seriously to produce an original research paper. So over the next half an hour or so, we are going to discuss some of the nitty-gritties of the original research paper. So this would be our agenda for today. We'll look at the anatomy, the structure of the research paper. Then we'll discuss a few points about individual sections. As you can see, it says there, introduction, materials and methods, results, discussion. Then we'll speak about how to make the writing fluent and interesting to the audience in terms of style basics. And we'll close with some of the common errors that we encounter in original research papers and regarding some points regarding good publication practice and guidelines. Now, look at this. Now, this paper resulted in a Nobel Prize. What does it look like? Can someone read out the titles? Anyone? A little bit loudly. Who was the author of this paper? So it says the Surgeon Major Ronald Ross of the Indian Medical Service, with some additional notes by Surgeon Major Smythe, also of the Indian Medical Service. And the title of the paper, on some peculiar pigmented cells found in 2 mosquitoes fed on malarial blood, dated December 18th, 1897, and the British Medical Journal, one of the oldest and most respected medical journals in the world. Now, this was a scientific paper, an original research paper. If you read the beginning of it, it's like an abstract. But the rest of it is written in a narrative style, like an essay. Okay. So, for much of the history of science, writing original research was like this. It was like writing in a diary, or writing a report, or writing a letter. In fact, some journals, even today, accept the original research papers as letters to the editor. Prime example being the journal Nature. Okay. But today, for various reasons, the climate has changed and we do not write original research papers like this. We have a structure to it. So this style is still followed by news stories. What we encounter in newspapers, they try to write a catchy title. So they try to put a story in the title itself. Then they expand the story, try to give evidence for the story. And if it's balanced journalism, they also try to provide some counter views. But scientific article, original research papers, or other types of papers today are all about structure. So this is a quote by Rudyard Kipling, and this quote keeps very much neatly can define the structure of a research paper. Kipling said, I keep 6 honest serving men that taught me all I knew. The names are what and why and when and how and where and who. So all these things comes distilled in the structure of a research paper. which goes by the name of IMRAD, which is an acronym for Introduction, Methods, Results and Analysis, and Discussion. So I think most of us know that. But when we actually get down to writing a research paper, in addition to this major IMRAD section, we also have to contend with other sections in original research paper, all equally important. Abstract and keywords, acknowledgement, references, tables, figures, images, nowadays even moving images, videos. What is missing on this slide? What else we have to take care of? Yes? Couldn't hear you. What important thing is missing from this slide when we write a research paper?
Materials and methods.
No, it's there. Methods. Analysis is part of results. Someone said it begins with a T. Title. Title of a research paper is very, very important. And for biomedical research, if we narrow down the focus to clinical research, then titles have a structure. And they say it's supposed to be what? In short, a title should follow a PICO format or PICOT format or a PECO format. So P stands for population, I stands for intervention, or if it's an observational study, it becomes E. E stands for exposure. C stands for comparator control. O stands for outcome. And T stands for time frame. So those define the title, and they tend to increase the length of the title a bit. But most research papers have their title structured into these sections. And sometimes titles are written like a newspaper title as a query or a catchy slogan-like title. But we'll encounter less of them these days. Mostly the title would also be structured. So when we get down to writing a research paper, we have to follow this format. But it does not mean that when we are writing, we always have to go step by step. Whatever we feel comfortable with, we should start. And obviously, we should start with materials and methods. And then we go back when we have more or less made our first draft, then we can go back to writing the title, the abstract, the keywords, and the introduction. So let us quickly look through what are the elements in these different sections. What are the essential elements? Now, so the title of the slide is it says that introduction. So introduction basically provides the background and rationale for the study. Let it remain, doesn't matter. So background and rationale for the study. And if we are dealing with clinical research, then most likely we will have to structure the introduction into 4 subsections. First, we highlight the magnitude or importance of the problem that we are addressing in this particular study, the lacunae in the current knowledge, the lacunae that we want to address in this particular type of research that we are intending to do. And all these would ultimately be distilled in the last part of the introduction as aims and objectives. So there are 2 terms, aims and objectives. Is there any difference or are they synonymous? What is the difference?
Aim is to is the end point, and the objective is how to reach
the objectives is not how to. Objectives are also endpoints. So sometimes we define broad goals. Okay. So we want to see the effectiveness of antibiotic X in bacterial infections, the broad goal of the study. But if we come down to specific goals, we want to see the effectiveness of antibiotic X administered to patients of this type, suffering from lower respiratory tract infection for at least 7 days by administering for 10 days maybe. So we break down our broad goals, which we are stating as aims, into more specific aims or more specific endpoints, which we know as objectives. And then objectives can also be structured into primary, secondary, exploratory objectives, depending upon the scope and depth of your paper. But don't forget that when reviewers and editors go through the paper, the first thing they go through is the title. The second thing they go through is the abstract. And the next thing they will go through is the introduction. If the introduction satisfies them, then they'll go through the rest of the paper. Otherwise, they may not go through the rest of the paper. So that you have, in your introduction, you have to put a clear signpost that what problem you are addressing and what are the specific areas that you have taken up in that particular research paper. So a problem may have many dimensions, but in the scope of a single study, you may not be able to address all the dimensions. You have to make it very specific and very clear which particular dimensions you are addressing. The next section, and oftentimes a little bit lengthy section, would be the materials and methods section of the paper. So the overall content is to organize in a meaningful way and provide sufficient details, or if you cannot put all details in the paper itself, sufficient references so that interested readers may be able to reproduce the work, replicate the work. So your materials and methods are not sufficiently complete unless you have divulged sufficient details for other investigators to replicate the work. So if you want to do that, you can structure it into subsections. Study design and setting. The ethical safeguards you have followed. Now remember, ethics applies to all kinds of studies these days, clinical research as well as animal research. The participant characteristics, the equipment, procedures, techniques that you have followed, the assessment criteria. This means the outcomes and the endpoints that you are measuring, how you have managed aberrations or deviations from the research plan or the protocol, if any. And finally, usually you'll find in original research papers, the last section of the methods highlights the statistical analysis plan for the study. So I'll not go into details of all these sections, but I'll highlight a few points. Like in ethics, several things, sometimes we even skip this. We don't write anything about ethics, but good journals these days will insist that you give the overall principles that you have followed. And if we are speaking of clinical research, we usually state that our study conforms to the principles enshrined in the Declaration of Helsinki. Whether your study has received specific ethics approval, so it may be the Animal Ethics Committee or the Institutional Clinical Research Committee, which is giving the ethics approval. In clinical studies, what is the kind of consent you have taken? And for most cases, it would be written informed consent with few exceptions. And whether your study has any ethical dilemmas, which you can pronounce or you can state in the methods and then highlight further in the discussion. Now, when it comes to participants, don't forget that you have to mention the subject selection criteria, which you can break down into inclusion and exclusion criteria. Then several things like recruitment, randomization, masking, compensation, etc., and rescue and withdrawal criteria. So oftentimes we mention about inclusion and exclusion criteria, but if you are doing clinical trials, we sometimes don't put these things, recruitment, randomization, compensation, rescue and withdrawal clearly, and which is one of the reasons why reviewers say that some of the elements are incomplete. Now, when it comes to outcomes and endpoints, there are several issues, but we should mention about screening assessments, efficacy or effectiveness assessments, safety assessments, adherence or compliance assessments, and handling of protocol violations. So initially, we are most enthusiastic about how we have measured the effectiveness and efficacy endpoints, and sometimes we write about the safety assessments also, but oftentimes we don't spend much on adherence assessment or handling of protocol deviations and violations, but particularly in clinical research and in clinical trials, whether they are drug trials or device trials, these are important. Now, statistics. If you are doing interventional studies, statistics is very important. You need descriptive statistics, and sorry about my voice, and you need inferential statistics to compare between groups. So what are the things that can be put into the statistical section of the paper? You have to mention about sample size calculation, clear definition of all the variables and the applicable denominators. What are the measures of central tendency you are used? What are the measures of dispersion you have used? What are the measures of precision, if any, you have used? If you have compared between groups or subgroups, what are the inferential statistics? Whether you have drawn inferences in terms of p-values, confidence intervals, correlation, regression, etc. And finally, if you use any summary measures of treatment effects in case of intervention studies, in terms of relative risk, absolute risk reduction, or number needed to treat. So that completes our method. So you understand that the method section is going to be relatively lengthy, and many things are input here. Okay, you can have that. Thank you. Many things in the methods that you only get to write properly after you have actually done your study. Although you have your study protocol where you have described the methods, when you have actually done your data collection, you'll see that in the writing part, there are many issues in the methods which you need to clarify at that stage of your writing. Then you come to the results. Now, results you can put as a narrative text, or it is always preferable that you summarize your quantitative data as much as possible in the form of tables, figures, and images. Now, there are ways, every journal or every groups of journals nowadays, there are ways of how they want their tables to be placed, how they want their figures to be drawn, how they want their images to be drawn, labeled, and scaled. So you have to follow the journal instructions. But the whole idea of results is to provide the study findings with some interpretations and to distribute this information judiciously between narrative text and supporting tables, images, and figures, avoiding duplications. So you should not unnecessarily put the same data as narrative text and as tables. Make a judicious use. Remember that tables and figures always carry more impact than narrative text, but most journals set a limit to the number of tables or the number of figures which can be accommodated in a single paper. So what do you have to summarize in the results? You usually begin with the denominators. So how many cases or how many subjects you have actually studied? You had a sample size, how many you actually achieved. Then you usually put a socio-demographic summary, things like age, gender, ethnicity, etc. Then you, depending on your objectives, you narrate the results. First, you define the results of your primary objectives. Then if you have secondary objectives, go stepwise and narrate the results of your secondary objectives. Then, any associations which you have found in the course of the study, which was not there in the study protocol, you can now put at the end of the result section. Remember, the result section has to be highly concise and supported by data. There should not be any speculative sentences or any speculative utterances in the result section. You may give interpretations, but these would be very brief and succinct interpretations, always supported by the data you are presenting. So, unless you have done a very large study, oftentimes the result section, the narrative part of the result section would be relatively short, and the additional data can be placed in tables and figures. Finally, you come to the last major section of the paper, which is the discussion section. Now, we often find this discussion section difficult to write. Sometimes we think that it's like a storytelling or philosophical, etc. But no, if you follow the structure or you follow the elements which editors want, it is not very difficult to write the discussion. So the idea of the discussion is to interpret the results, compare with past research, if past research is there in the field, and guide the reader on what it means for future research. So past to future, that is the span of your discussion. So you may start with the strengths of your study, any method explanations if needed. For instance, you have followed method A, when there is also a method B or a method C, while you have narrowed down on method A, you may need to explain. Then you give your key findings and the implications. Don't repeat the key findings. Don't state all the figures that are put in the results again in the discussion. Highlight only the more important findings and what it means for the objectives of the study. Then you compare with earlier studies. If your results are in conformity with earlier studies, well and good. But if they contradict or if they're in conflict with the results of the earlier studies, can you give the reasons for these conflicts? Now, these reasons might be a bit speculative because that was not the scope of your study to try to explain the contradictions. But if you're not unable to explain, you can be honest and say that our results are not in conformity with such and such earlier studies, and we are unable to explain these at the moment. Then, a section which we often forget to write is the limitations of a study and the areas which we left unaddressed. We have declared that we will be addressing certain lacunae in this field, but if you have not been able to address all the declared objectives, we own it up to there and try to give an explanation why we were unable to address these areas. And finally, we have to sum up or wrap it by saying where and how to proceed further. So giving a signpost for further research in the field. And usually we put the last paragraph of the discussion as a conclusion. Some journals want a separate conclusion. Some journals say that the last paragraph of your discussion should be the conclusion of your study. And this conclusion should be non-speculative, based only on the hard facts, the hard results of the research that you have done. Any speculative things you can put earlier in the discussion. So I'll not go into the further areas like writing the abstract or writing the references, because I believe that there is a section on referencing later on today. But those are equally important when you are building up a whole paper. Now, a little bit about styles. So editors these days don't want a narrative style of writing. They don't want flowery languages. They don't want superlative words. They want very precise things. So we should get into the habit of writing short words, short sentences, short paragraph, avoid the use of non-standard abbreviations, and avoid the use of jargon as much as possible. There are a few more things which is better to develop a habit when we are writing right from the early part of your careers. We should always try to write in active voice as far as possible rather than passive voice. We should prefer nouns and verbs to adjectives and adverbs. Now, because of the constraints of time, I'm not giving examples of this, but if you look through the internet, you'll find many nice and interesting examples of this writing styles, how to avoid flowery and jargon-laden styles. We'll prefer concrete writing to speculative abstract writing. Avoid idioms and figures of speech as much as possible. Avoid negative words and avoid superlatives. Like, I believe that this is the best study in the field so far. Editors don't like this kind of statement. You can write, I believe that we have done a worthwhile study. Okay. Don't use superlative words. Don't boast in the paper, although you may have really done very great work. Now, first person writing. Some journals don't mind, but some journals say that you avoid words like I did it, we did it, okay, and write in the third person. Notes and footnotes are sometimes important to clarify some elements in the text or tables, etc. But a short table should not have 10 footnotes. We should try to avoid things like that. And when in the discussion, we should not be too chatty and too pleased with our own work, and we can add a dash of color. So far in terms of language, but just a dash of color, we should not overdo the things. Nowadays, with the help of, for instance, most of us would be writing with Microsoft Word. And if you go into the latest versions of Microsoft Word, which comes along with Microsoft 365, you'll find that they do a very good job of correcting not only your spelling. If you take their help, they'll correct your grammar, they'll give you reading ease, and they'll help to make fit your style of writing very clear and concise. So if you are using Microsoft Word, I don't know what other word processors people use, but I believe that most of them have these capabilities built in. In addition to checking spellings, they can check grammar, they can check punctuation, they can give suggestions regarding style. Maybe you need to do a bit of tweaking in the setup, but I personally have found that they help a great deal. And who knows that in the future, you may have ChatGPT or other artificial intelligence platforms which will write out the whole papers for you while you just sit back and relax. Okay, but we are still not at that stage. So before we close, we just should remember that we should not have a very casual approach in manuscript writing. We may have done a very good work, but when we are repeating it to a wider audience, when we are repeating it or trying to communicate to a scientific body, a casual approach to manuscript writing is not taken well by reviewers and editors. They think that you are also casual in your work. You have done sloppy work and the result is this sloppy paper. So remember that usually work is nowadays writing teams. So if you're writing, one or two persons will take the responsibility of making the first draft of the manuscript, and then you can request other members of the team to come together, sit together, and polish the paper so that no sloppiness is reflected. So common errors which we get when we are doing the job of reviewers and editors: spelling errors, word duplications, punctuation errors, case errors, inconsistency in italicization and hyphenation. Nowadays, these should not reach the editor at all. If you just run a simple spell check and grammar check, these things will be taken care of. So it will just take 15 minutes of your time, but all these errors can be removed. Unfortunately, we still get papers with these kind of errors. But these are some of the errors which will not be taken care of by your spell checkers or grammar checkers, but these things are often missed. Time period of the study, when the study was done, ethics approval, sample size calculations, sources and essential specifications of equipment, animal strains, software, etc. We write, we have done this software, but we do not mention the version number of the year, and the editor says that you have to give that. Method of randomization, blinding, compliance assessment, statistical test used, and samples of the questionnaires. So nowadays, since many journals are giving e-publications, they have the opportunity of giving supplementary material to their readers. And remember, if you are saying that you have used a particular questionnaire, the editor may ask you to share a copy of the questionnaire, which will then they will upload as a supplementary material. So these things are oftentimes lacking, but you have to take care of that if you don't want your paper to be rejected. So there are many errors in the statistical part. Maybe we can talk about them sometime else, but these are the top few. When we are trying to provide a measure of dispersion, we are using standard error of mean instead of the standard deviation. We are analyzing skewed data by summarizing skewed data by means and standard deviation. We are not careful about when to apply parametric test vis-a-vis non-parametric test. We are interpreting correlation as causation. We are drawing conclusions, ignoring obvious confounders, and nowadays omitting confidence intervals from key summary measures. So these are the common statistical errors in the results section of original research papers. Okay. And there are many other things where things overlap or things contradict each other. Results mixed with methods, duplication between words and figures, inappropriate rounding of data, misplaced decimal points, etc. So these will not be taken care of your text editors. These will have to be careful while writing and checking and rechecking. So unless we want a very fast track publication, don't rush to submit your paper. Take time to make a good draft of the manuscript. Allow time to your colleagues to read through this manuscript, and maybe allow time to yourself. Store it away, put it in a computer file, put it in a drawer, and after 2 weeks, come back, you'll find that it's got some more errors which you remove, and then finally submit to the journal concerned. So nowadays, there are lots of resources available to facilitate good publication practice. And all of these are free public domain resources which you can download. So there are uniform requirements for manuscripts submitted to biomedical journals. And there are guidelines by Committee on Publication Ethics. So these are the minimum guidelines which we should try to go through, at least their summaries, when we are trying to write up original research papers. And this is a cross-section of some of the checklists that are available to help us in writing original research. For instance, if you're trying to report clinical trials, then we try to follow the consort statement, the consolidated standards for reporting trials. So they have checklists. And if we can apply the checklist to our manuscript before sending to the editor, we'll find that the chance of acceptance goes up. Similarly, when we are reporting meta-analysis of observational studies, we try to follow the MOOS guidelines. When we are trying to quantitative meta-analysis, the quorum statement, reporting of studies in diagnostic tests, STAR statement, etc. And there'll be a session on systematic reviews and meta-analysis, and these things maybe will pop up. So there is a website, a web portal called the Equator Network. So if you go to this Equator Network, you'll find all these guidelines and plus many other resources which will help you to polish your writing skills and come up with really good papers. So these are the hallmarks of a good paper, where you have your focused objectives, clear methodology, sound ethics, sound statistics, presented in style, and meticulously referenced. So referencing is very important, and there is a session separately on these things. So these are the hallmarks of a good paper, but what makes the hallmarks of a great author? Okay. Adequate knowledge, very, very important. You must have the knowledge which would be reflected in your writing. You must be clear about the goals. You must be meticulous in your style. You must pay attention to details. You must be honest to oneself and others. And you must have something which cannot be taught. You must have foresight and insight. Okay. So these are the hallmarks of a good paper and a great author. So although things are being made uniform through structured narratives, it is still possible to write papers which will come way above other papers by providing attention to detail and, of course, by writing. Unless you write, you cannot improve your writing skills. So I'll stop here and I'll be very happy to address any questions that you may have. Okay. So this is the first part, but in subsequent sessions, we'll be learning about other kinds of papers, writing other kinds of papers, referencing, and other aspects of reporting biomedical research.
Any questions from the audience here? Team Learned, are there any questions in the online portal?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, there is a question. Ma'am, there is a question from Dr. Indranil Thakur. He's asking, is ethical approval required for research paper?
Yes, of course. Ethical approval is required for research. Whether you are writing a paper out of it, that's a secondary thing. Research is required for writing papers, but ethics clearance is required for doing research. Okay. Sometimes we can do research or gather data and later on decide that we'll make a paper out of it. For instance, sometimes we may have collected data and we find that we want to make a case series. So this is one example of a situation where we don't take ethics approval beforehand because we have never planned that we'll be reporting it. But then when we try to report it, we should seek approval from the institutional ethics committee.
Thank you.
Sir, one more question is there. This question is from Dr. Noor Hussain. She's asking that do we have to take any special permission from the institution for for having a medical research paper published?
That depends upon your institutional policy. Okay. When you are doing research, you may require different kinds of approval, like ethics approval is one. You may have a scientific review committee in your institution from which you need to take approval. Some institutions require administrative approvals. That means approval from the institute head while doing the research. So there may be an institutional policy that to publish in certain forums, you can require a separate administrative approval. But many institutions also, you don't require separate administrative approvals for publishing academic work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering the questions. We have no further questions as of now. And when the questions come, I will be prompting you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hazra, sir, for the deliberation. I'm sure all the delegates have been greatly enriched by his talk. So I would now take the opportunity to invite Professor T.K. Mondal, sir, and Professor Santanu, Munshi, sir, to present a memento to Professor Hazra.
Team Learned, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
So, is there any issue regarding the online transmission?
Sir,
Some of the
In my-
participants are mentioning me that there is some difficulty.
sir, actually, I'm reconfirming it. Actually, in my system, we have opened everything. Okay, so just give me a few minutes more. I'm just making it confirm that whether it's happening really or not.
So you are properly recording all the events, no?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
that-
Recording mode is absolutely on. Recording
Okay.
issue is not there. Not there.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
I would like to request Professor T.K. Mondal, sir, to come onto the stage, sir, please. And also I would take the opportunity to request Dr. Chiranjib Bagchi, sir, to please come and felicitate Dr. T.K. Mondal. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. So we shall now break for tea, and I would request. Okay, fine. Break for. Okay, so we shall now break for tea, and I would request the delegates to please go to the corridor for the tea, and if possible to come back within maybe 5 minutes so that we can continue with the session without delaying further. Thank you.
So, Rituparna Di,
Yes,
so
sir.
you please tell our online participants
Yes, sir.
that
I'm
now
just
we are off for the
Okay.
tea break, and
Yes, sir.
we'll be back after 5 minutes. And
Sure,
the
sir.
technical session will be started maybe after 15 minutes. Okay, because we have some inauguration program here. So
Okay.
after that inauguration program,
I am just
we'll start.
reconfirming them. Just after 15 minutes, the program will be resuming again, right, sir?
Yes, okay. And you please correct the technical
Just,
glitch.
okay, sir. I have corrected it, and just confirm, sir, the thing that sometimes the problem comes if the participating doctors have low bandwidth, then also they have network issues. And
So you
that's
mention
why-
that. So
Okay,
you please mention in the chat box, so there should not be any confusion regarding that.
Right. Okay, sir. Thank you.
We shall be watering this plant over here, and by this we wish that just like this plant, may we all be enriched by the discussions and by the sessions today, and may the buds of our research grow into luxuriant flowers like the plant. So for the ceremony, I would like to request our director, sir, MSVP Madam, President of IPS, Professor Mondal, sir, and our General Secretary of IPS, Dr. Samajdar, to come onto the stage and join hands in Munshi, Professor Munshi, sir, also, and join hands to water this plant. Thank you so much. So next. So with that, we come to the end of our inauguration ceremony. I request our dignitaries to please sit on the audience. Ready? We shall now proceed with our scientific program. So next in line is a talk on the topic, how to prepare SRMA manuscript, which was scheduled to be delivered by Dr. Saibal Dash, but in his absence, this will be delivered by Dr. Shambo Samajdar. So we shall have the topic submission of manuscript, the final step now. instead of the SRMA manuscript. And this will be delivered by Dr. Shambo Sharma, sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Whatever, certainly will be better.
State Dr. Samajdar, I would like to invite Professor Santanu Tripathi sir to come onto the stage and felicitate Dr. Samajdar with an auditorium. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so Clarnet team, can you see my slides? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Okay, just make it duplicate settings once.
From where?
So from the display settings. Go to the display settings. So the next one, the next option, display settings. Beside show taskbar. No, sir. Up. It's at the top. Middle one, sir. Display settings. Next to show taskbar, you have display settings, sir.
Let me wait, please.
Display setting.
কোথায় রয়েছে
স্যার যেখানে আপনি শো টাস্কবারটা দেখাচ্ছেন তার ঠিক পাশেই ডান দিকে ডান দিকে ডান দিকে
there is mute option. Okay, let me now okay. So
Duplicate.
This
duplicate
one?
slide. Yes, sir. Duplicate slideshow. Perfect, sir. Perfect. You can go ahead.
No, I think here it is problem. Let me just. Duplicate, na? Now is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Is it
Okay. Yes, sir. Visible. Perfectly visible.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. So we will discuss about how to submit a manuscript. Though it was a later presentation, we had a exchange between my good friend Dr. Saibal. He had some other works now, so he will come later and he will deliver his lecture on SRMA preparation. But the thing is that when we are doing research, that means we are doing some farming. We all know that how farming starts, how we prepare our field, and then how we use the seeds properly. And after all, the result is like this vegetables, fruits like that. But we need to prepare these fruits and vegetables into good dishes. And that is what we are going to discuss today, that after doing a very good research, you have to prepare a good food for your viewers. So let's start our presentation. That is, we'll discuss how do I submit my manuscript, what questions will I be asked during submission, and what will happen to my manuscript after submission. So when we are talking about how do I submit my manuscript, one of the most important part is that after selecting a specific journal, we need to understand the informations for authors, or sometimes some journal mention it as submission guidelines, and we need to understand it thoroughly before submitting. And that is available in each good journals you will find. But always be patient. If you lose this patience, we will do the massacre. So that is the most important mantra we need to follow when submission of manuscript. First, we need to ready this following, like we need to prepare our cover letter. The title page is important. Abstract, article, and references. Very critical areas we often forget to nourish, but we need to take care. And of course, the tables and figures. Why these tables and figures are important? Because many good journals require submission of these tables and figures in a separate file. So we need to make sure that our tables and figures are in separate file. And of course, when we writing the text, it is important to refer the specific table and figures, and we need to specify the place. After all, everything is available in the editorial manager, and we need to go through that. What is that editorial manager? This is nothing but a web-based peer review system. And here, when we are going to submit, the first thing we need to apply, that is the article category. Which type of article I am going to submit? It could be original research article, it could be case report, it could be correspondence, it could be letter to editor, like that. Then we need to enter the manuscript title and providing the author information. So before going for the submission, you have to be very sure about these columns, because once you submit, there will be a difficulty in changing. And as our previous speakers had rightly mentioned, the title is something which carries a very important marks. And if your title is not that attractive, you will be rejected by the article, the editor at the very first view. So we need to be cautious. And then we'll have a PDF of our submission that will be generated after that submission. We need to approve that, but before approval, we need to check it thoroughly. Following submission, journal will communicate with us and our co-authors using the email addresses that we have provided. I am sharing my experience. Almost 12 months, we had submitted one paper, but we are just in a question zone that why there is no response coming from the journal side. Ultimately, what happened when we contacted them directly, we found that one of our co-authors' email ID was wrongly placed. So this is very critical. Another issue is that even you place a right email ID, there are some co-authors who will never check mail properly, because co-authors will also get the mail, they will get the link, and they have to click on the link to approve that. Many times they had very less time to check their mails. So that step also sometimes not done. So we need to be assured that at least the link they click, and we should communicate with our co-authors properly. Next, when we are talking about, when we are talking about some important perspective on submission, the most and very ethical thing is that we should not do some duplication during the submission. There is a tendency that I am submitting a same paper in one journal, then another journal too, because we know that whichever journal will have the first approval will go there by their norms. But actually, this is not a correct practice. Even what happened, your peer reviewer maybe the same person, and they will, when they get the two types of this type article with same language, same thing, your chance of rejection will be more. So that is very important issue. Then another journal can only be approached after the review and rejection from the previous journal has been received and properly documented. Before that, we should not approach other journal. To avoid charges of plagiarism, every reference must be cited. When a review paper has led you to a new references, we need to cite both the original and the review paper. And that is, again, very recently we had published one paper, the statements on ARMI in a very good journal, that is PubMed Index journal, JAPI. So while submitting our position statement, we faced repeatedly the plagiarism is very high, 50%, 60%. We were just astonished. What happened? Now, when we go in details, then we found that actually we are referring only the review articles, but we are not referring properly the original research article from where those inferences were taken. So this is again a very critical issue. The manuscript must also have been read and approved in its final form by all authors, by all sources of cited personal communication, as well as by those acknowledged, and also true for resubmissions too. So this is, again, we often forget. We often forget our co-authors after submitting their name and email ID, but it is our duty to go back to our co-authors to recheck those manuscripts again and again. What are the common problems with manuscripts? Whatever. Yeah. So what are the common problems with this manuscript? There are possibility of too wordy, too long, difficult text to follow. This type of problems may happen. Not of interest to readership of a journal. I am submitting some core ethical problems, ethical dilemmas related some case reports or some reviews in a journal which is intended for the physicians. So that is not a correct thing. Copy editor issues. So some grammatical mistakes, spelling mistakes. Generally, this can be edited by a professional editors, but all journals not accept this type of mistakes. So we need to be very cautious regarding our grammar, spellings, and format. And for that, we may use help, or we can take help from some editage services like editorial services too. Sometimes content is incomplete, insufficient, or out of date. Study limitations are not well stated, and we are having some conclusions which is exaggerated conclusions, which is not actually meeting with our study results. So that is again a very important issue. Emotionalism. We, as a researcher, we should not have any emotions while writing a paper, and getting carried away while writing some lines. This drug is fantastic, extraordinary, just like a Harsha Bhogle commentary, while Harsha Bhogle or Tony Gregg commentary, which we often faced during our childhood. That is not correct thing. Properly mention the conflict of interest, ghost authorships, ghost writers. That is a critical ethical challenge. And I think Professor Tripathi sir is there, who will tell us about this in details. authorship not fully stated, or sometimes we use pre-publication of data. So that need to be avoided. Again, a few important requisites. One of the very key thing, we need to open our ORCID ID. What is ORCID? Again, short questions for your MCQs. This is Open Researcher and Contributor ID. So we should have a proper ORCID ID, very easy to create in the, if you just check how it need to be filled. It is very easy. You need to put some of your professional informations. Format as specific as per journal requirement. Again, go back to the author's guideline. Scanned signature of authors. Again, we often miss this, and we need to wait for a long time to get all the co-authors' signatures together. So you should have a properly, in a proper way, the scanned signatures of authors. But most importantly, prepare yourself for criticism. And don't be frustrated if the reviews are praised very directly. You will face, as we all face, this type of phrases, but ignore that. Next part, we'll discuss what questions will I be asked during submission. Again, these are the critical things we need to know. What is authorship? Prior publication, ethics committee approval. If I am doing a trial and reporting that, the trial registration, specifically in India, we all need CTRI registration number, and of course, the conflicts of interest. So when we are talking about authorship, I think this is a very important document which all should go through. That is ICMJE. ICMJE, that is International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, specific requirements regarding the responsibility of authorship. So there are some critical points we need to follow. Just writing down the author's name is not going to help you. So what are the important points here? Substantial contributions to the conception or design of the work, or the acquisition, analysis, or interpretation of the data for the work. So these all issues are important, along with the preparation of the manuscript. So why it is important? In every good journal, they require what is the exact function of each author. So we need to clarify that. And generally, it is required that for one author, at least any two of these works need to be done. And you have to mention that in the manuscript. Drafting the work or revising it critically for important intellectual content. Then final approval of the versions to be published. It could be version 6, version 7, version 8, but you have to properly mention the number. And all of your co-authors should know about the current numbering status. Agreement to be accountable for all aspects of the work in ensuring that questions related to the accuracy or integrity of any part of the work are appropriately investigated and resolved. So this is again an accountability from the author's end. So corresponding author, again, that is a very critical role, and that is why often we face who is actually doing the research, not taking the responsibility of being a corresponding author. But that also helps other guys to have the authorship, to enjoy the authorship. That's okay. But for a corresponding author, they are primarily responsible for communication with the journal during the manuscript submission, peer review, and publication process. So they need to be very much tech savvy. They need to answer the email by the editorial team. So this is again a very important issue, the corresponding authorship. And sometimes it is important, we need to acknowledge non-author contributors. Just giving one example, if I am doing one study with continuous glucose monitoring, and that continuous glucose monitoring device given by some company freely to the patient, it is important to acknowledge them. That gives us in two types of conflicts. One, if that company is marketing some specific molecule and that molecule has any specific role into my research result, so that is an important issue. Secondly, when we are writing CGM and CGM is going to give some benefit to the patient, our study is showing that, and the company who is doing CGM is directly involved in marketing and promoting the CGM activities. So they will show this result later, and they will charge money from the patients later. So that is again a critical issue. So we need to take care of that. And we need to acknowledge them with permission too. A written permission is required. So when we are talking about reporting or writing, there are specific guidelines which help us. We need to know which are the guidelines for which type of study. So for RCT, we have Consort. For observational study, we have Strobe. For SRMA, we have Prisma. For diagnostic accuracy study, we have STARD. And to care the case control and case series, we have CARE guidelines, CARE. The thing is that anyone other than the listed authors had control over the data that need to be mentioned properly when we are talking about data confidentiality. Prior or similar publications, similarity index, similarity check is a critical issue. We need to consider that. And very importantly, while publishing, we should have a proper approval letter from the Institutional Ethics Committee or Independent Review Board. And when we are talking about clinical trial reporting, then we should have a pre-registration number. Sometimes in India, we always, many times we use the CTRI number for our observational research too, because for thesis activities now, I think CTRI registration is mandated. So if you have CTRI number, we need to mention that. Again, when we are talking about writing the title page, that should explain any professional writer assistance or other individuals paid to provide manuscript support. So often we use this type of things like taking the support from some professional manuscript writer. So we should explain that in the title page. Very important issue, very critical issue, conflict of interest. So what is that? When divergence between an individual's private interests, that is the competing interests, and responsibilities to scientific and publishing activities happen. So one arm, we have individuals' private interest, competing interests, and another arm, we have the responsibilities to scientific and publishing activities. So that is the if there is some divergence happen, so that is the conflict of interest. So we need to take care of those issues like financial ties, academic commitments, personal relationship, personal political, religious beliefs. If I am submitting some studies which could be some religious, promoting some religious activities, or some promoting some political agenda, we need to declare our conflict of interest. Declarations means the explicitly state the funding sources and whether the organization that funded the research participated in the collection and analysis of data and the interpretation of reporting the results. There is an important statements by one specific journal, very good journal, NEGM. They had mentioned we need to verify on behalf of all authors the presence or absence of any financial relationship in the past 36 months with entities in the biomedical arena that could be perceived to influence or that give the appearance of potentially influencing what you wrote in the submitted work. I am giving one example. I am doing one paper on good effect of empagliflozin. And I am showing in my paper the empagliflozin works good in preventing cardiovascular mortality. But I had taken some travel grants from the Boehringer to go to IDF in Lisbon, which had been organized in Lisbon and published their data to maybe 12 months back. Now I am going to publish this article on empagliflozin. So it is my duty to address my conflict of interest, and even if I am the corresponding author is okay, I am taking some co-authors who has also similar type of conflict of interest. So that is our duty to mention properly. Here again, I am sorry to take the name of empagliflozin. It is my duty to again tell you the conflicts of why I am telling empagliflozin, not taking other names. This workshop is partly sponsored by empagliflozin. So they are providing us today's lunch. So again, so when I am telling you about empagliflozin, it is my duty to tell why I am telling. Why I'm not taking the other gliflozin's name. So this is very important. You have to be truthful to yourself. So specifically, we will be asked whether any authors or their institutions have received grants, consulting fees, or honoraria, support for meeting travel, fees for participation in review activities, such as it could be data monitoring boards also, or statistical analysis, payment for writing or reviewing the manuscript, and or provision of writing assistance, medicines, equipment, or administrative support. So all positive responses should noted in the title page of the manuscript. So copyright, again, an important issue. We need to transfer the copyright to the journal. Sometimes we need to transfer a publication license, and there is a terminology called as Creative Commons license, specifically when we are having some specific diagrams. So we will be asked on behalf of all authors, we means here the corresponding authors, to transfer all copyright ownership to the professional body behind the journal, and authors reserve all proprietary rights other than the copyright, including patent rights relating to the subject matter. So copyright is for the journal or sometimes the society behind the journal. But all the other rights, including the patent rights and subject matters of the article, right for personal use in lectures, lecture notes, like that. That is the right for the authors, right of the authors. So authors must seek written permission from the parent body and the publisher if they are writing a book on the same topic and using the data. So it is important because the data right, that is the right of the society or the journal. And again, the written consent, that is important. Not only the verbal consent is everything. We should have a proper written consent between the publisher and the author. So the last part, what will happen to my manuscript after submission? Again, what we had started initially, the mantra should be the patience. And prepare ourselves for criticism. Don't be frustrated if the reviews are phrased very directly to you. Feel free to set the email aside to read when we are in a good mood and have time to think through. So I am just coming back from my hospital after a heavy duty and just checking the mail from the journal and become very much frustrated and giving some reply like that. So that is not the ideal thing. So what are the fates possibility? There could be a 4 type of fates which can be happen to our article. So it could be a desk rejection. An editor may simply say, this article is not suitable for the journal. So that's okay, that's very simple. Second is straight away they will accept. So a straight acceptance without revisions is extremely rare. Very recently, we are fortunate to have this acceptance, direct acceptance, but there was a story behind that. As we had mentioned about the desk rejection, the same paper, same thing was rejected by another very good journal, that is the British Journal of Clinical Pharmacology. Desk rejection it was done. So I had just sent that manuscript to my co-author, who is sitting in front of me, my mentor, Professor Tripathi. So he had done something. And then again, I had submitted in the American Journal of Clinical Pharmacology. It was accepted in a straight way. So that is the thing. But this is a very rare event. Or otherwise, rejection, manuscript was sent out for the peer review and reviewers deemed it not suitable for publications. This type of rejection sometimes very helpful. When you get this type of rejection, good journals send the reviewer's report, and that reviewer's report will help your journal modifications and future speedy publication. So most commonly what we found, and that is the good thing, R&R, revise and resubmit. So they will send us some revise reviewer's note, and they will tell resubmit. So what RR? So all RR are not same. First of all, there could be few minor edits to collect new data or rewrite your paper using unfamiliar theories. But what is again important here, before panic, read the note from the editor carefully. You will get many reviewers' note here, but you should go by the editor's comment first, and that is a very critical thing. Include your response to the reviewers, showing that you paid attention to their feedback and addressed each comment very carefully. If you are not agreeing with those comments, you can mention with proper reasoning. So if there is a suggestion we did not act on, explain why we did not follow their advice. Keep our responses relatively professional. Reviewers probably won't insist you take every one of their suggestions, but they will want to know why you did not listen to them. Finally, you have to finalizing and publicizing the article. You have to review a proof of PDF, which would exactly what our article look like. And that is the moment you will feel very good. Each time we saw this type of review, we become very happy. We may be that time very much tired, but this is the time again we need to give more and more concentration. Why? Because a very noted author had mentioned correctly that one of my articles has 2 minor grammatical errors that still haunt me because I read it late at night and not over my morning coffee when I had the most energy. So again, you have to select the timing when you have most of your energy. That time only you read this PDF and give your final submission. After that, there is 2 crucial final steps. Never forget that. The first is the celebration time. So you have to celebrate because we have crossed a milestone. And obviously, you will get a pre-press thing. That time you need to little bit publicizing yourself too. That is a very important art also nowadays. It could be social media, it could be a new website like that. But again, you need to check the journal's policy. But nowadays, believe me, all the journals, maximum of the journals, they also want this type of publicizing. They also tell you in the email, you can put it in your LinkedIn profile, Facebook profile, in your website, in your Twitter, they will tell you. And I saw many editors, they are also submitting this type of articles in their profile, from their profile. So with that, thank you. If you have any question, I think we are running short of time. I will be there, so we can take the questions later too. We have other speakers who had already arrived. We're running short of time, so we'll go. I'm requesting the team Clarinet to collect all those questions, which we can address later. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. I would like to request Professor Munshi sir to please felicitate Dr. Samajdar. The next topic is publication ethics, and to speak on this topic, we have our very own Dr. Shambo, Tripathi sir, who will be sharing his thoughts on publication ethics.
Hello, sir. Sorry to interrupt. Sir, we have got some questions from the online participants. Can I put them across now?
Yeah, I had already told we are running short of time. You can put the questions there. We will address those in later. Okay.
Right, sir. Okay.
Okay.
I also take this opportunity to Professor Munshi sir to felicitate Professor Tripathi sir with an auditorium. Yes, teacher of teachers. It is always an honor to listen to music.
Sir. I would say that it for a date modification. So let me repeat. I am Dr. Santanu Tripathi, going to talk about publication ethics now. I think time provided is 30 minutes. I'll try my best to complete in time. I have a request at the outset that as we go ahead with the presentation, prior to the presentation, we'll be having some questions or statements, and I want all the participants to, by themselves, they try to answer them. Answer means it will be a kind of statement where what you have to say, whether you agree or you disagree. And keep it with you. Your score will keep
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
with you. At the end also, we'll repeat the same thing so that you know. Yes, please.
Hello.
Tell me.
Sir, please kindly face the camera. Your video is not coming. Audio is coming, but you are not visible.
Now
Yes,
I'm visible.
Yes, sir. Please stand in this position. Thank you, sir.
So you want me to be fixed here, not moved?
No, sir.
Just to start with. Okay, fine.
Fine, sir.
All right. All right. So I think you got the message that there will be some statements which will come in slide, and then all the participants, even those who are attending online, you have to just say in your own notes whether the statement is right or wrong. Okay. And towards the end, we'll repeat this. This is just to have an idea whether we have gained some knowledge out of this presentation. Is it clear? Now let's go ahead. This is my first slide. And the very first slide says, at the center, it is ethics, by which we mean publication ethics, of course. And then we have 4 quadrants: authors, reviewers, publisher, and editors. Meaning thereby, all these 4 stakeholders of publication, scientific publication, all of them have their obligation towards ethics. It may appear that primarily it is the authors who are bound by the ethics guidelines and required, but then believe me that even reviewers can indulge in unethical practice, the publisher too, and editors too. So although the burden is primarily on the authors, but the other stakeholders, key stakeholders, they need to also practice ethics. Let's now go ahead. So how to change this? Okay. Okay, so first with this, one should always try to publish as many papers as possible from the postgraduate dissertation work. You have to just write true or false, or agree or disagree. I think it doesn't take more than say 5 seconds for this, if you know. Second, one should never adjust the contrast and color settings on a microscope image in order to make the same more striking or significant when you are publishing. So the photograph or image, you are trying to adjust the contrast and color setting. Okay. You agree or you disagree. Retraction means, retraction relating to publication, retraction means pulling strings in order to get published. 4, availing industry resources or grants in the conduct of clinical research is unethical. Let's move on. 5, you should never reuse photos, flowcharts, or images from some earlier publication of yours without the knowledge of the respective editors or publishers. 6, according to ICMJE, the authorship credit is not granted until each co-author of a multi-authored manuscript agrees to be accountable for all aspects of the work in reference to its accuracy or integrity. Agree or disagree? 7, professional medical writers should not be considered for authorship credit. 8, data falsification refers to the intentional misrepresentation of research results. 9. Salami publication refers to honorary authorship. 10. Principles of publication ethics apply not just to the authors of a scientific publication, but to the other stakeholders like reviewers, the editor, and the publisher also. 11. The research supervisor or guide in a postgraduate or doctoral dissertation work becomes the author of the publication by default. 12. Reuse of one's own already published work for further publications does not constitute publication misconduct. 13. Use of plurals like we and our rather than I and my in a single authored clinical study publication is a good practice and is welcome. 12. Sequencing of authors in a multi-authored publication is the prerogative of the first author. And 15. In India, plagiarism can be punished with imprisonment under violation of the Copyright Act. Agree or disagree? Fine, done. Keep your scores with you. Need not share with others, not with me either. So check it at the end. What becomes your score? Does it change? We all know the importance of publishing. Do we not? Who else than us know the importance of it? We need to disseminate research findings to advance scientific knowledge and improve human health. If you conduct research seriously, it is our obligation to also share that knowledge. Ethical mandate to make results available in a timely manner. So as soon as you have completed your research, at the earliest, you should try to publish it. Maintain public trust in research transparency. So whatever you have done in the research, it's our duty to actually publish that much, not less, not more. And maintaining transparency. Research integrity and transparency should be transitioned to research publication. Enhance visibility of research, demonstrating credibility of the work. It's a measure of success. Publication is a measure of success. Success in research career. And publication would boost further funding and promotion of research. So we all are convinced with the importance of publishing. And as we know in the research cycle, the cycle doesn't complete until and unless we do the publishing. And while this is the job of the author, or rather the researchers who turn to be authors later on when they try to publish, that part, publishing, also involves 3 other stakeholders, that is the reviewers, editors, and publishers. So we said that there are 4 major stakeholders, but do you think we are also not mentioning some other important stakeholders? Who are they? Is it only when you talk of publication stakeholder? These are the key stakeholders: authors, editors, reviewers, and publishers. But then whom are you publishing? Readers. Very important stakeholder we forget about. We feel our job is done. We have published. How many people are reading it? And then even if many people are reading it, so what? Does it make any sense? Is it making any change? If not, then probably your research hypothesis was not really too strong. The very rationale of your research can be questioned if it is not going to change something. Okay. So, truly speaking, the invisible stakeholders are readers, but even more invisible probably the society. Is the society being benefited through your research? So altogether, then we can say at least there are 6 stakeholders: the authors, the editor, the reviewer, the publisher, the readers, and the society at large. Okay, and in between these readers and society could be the scientific community. Okay, who would be taking cue from your research and do further research, or the care providers for our purpose, who will take cue from your research, the evidence that you have generated, and accordingly change practice in care delivery, healthcare delivery. So altogether, publication has that very importance, that much of importance, that what would be its final application, final use. So publication ethics. It refers to the ethical standards, policies, and guidelines set to ensure the integrity, quality, and validity of published research, ensures high quality scientific publications, and that people receive the credit for their ideas. These are the ethical principles in publication. It assures public trust in scientific findings and research integrity and transparency. This public trust is important. That's why we need to be ethical. It applies to all stakeholders. These are some of the stakeholders. So it is everybody's concern, truly speaking. We have discussed. Now, when you talk of this, can I erase this or somehow remove this bar? How can I remove this? This top bar. Is it possible to remove? 3 dot. Oh. Hide. Yeah. Not video but now. Okay. So this was in this journal. Okay. Lancet. And what they say, so this is x-axis, this is y-axis, non-intentional error or omission or commission, and intentional error or omission. Okay. And you see these wrong observations, wrong analysis, these are considered as errors in fact. Undetected conflict of interest, what cannot be seen here? This is error, this is actually misconduct, and this is actually fraud. Okay. So from error, you are going towards fraud. So these are considered as errors. And you see, these are non-intentional. While as you go this side, as you come to this side, okay, from here to here, here to here. So from non-intentional, it is becoming intentional. And as you go this way, from here to here, error, misconduct, and fraud. So our aim should be staying over here. There might be mistakes, there might be errors. It may be unintentional. Then we can correct it. Because we are human beings, we can commit errors. So we'll be correcting it. So wrong observation, wrong analysis, undeclared conflict of interest. Now you declare. If you have missed out, publication bias. Now gradually we are coming from the domain of errors to misconduct. So publication bias, okay, it becomes misconduct. Undeserved authorship. I didn't really contribute. I become an author. Undeserved authorship. Misconduct, gradually going to the zone of fraud. Suppressing data. Plagiarism. Falsification, data falsification, data fabrication, gross fraud, fraudulent activity, fraudulent behavior. Okay. So this is what is in a bird's eye view, what is publication misconduct. Okay. Research and publication misconduct refer to fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism. Remember, it becomes difficult to consider publication ethics only with publication. Because after all, what are you publishing? You are publishing your research findings, research observation. Okay. So if you have indulged in unethical practice during your research and you are going to publish exactly the same, then also there is ethical issues. You are violating ethics. Okay. So, but then sometimes we have done research, but at the time of when I'm contemplating publication, then I try to manipulate it. So then it becomes more towards the publication fraud or publication misconduct. So one is research misconduct, the other is publication misconduct. In fact, they are inseparable, and that's why we call it scientific misconduct in the area of research and publication. Fine. How to change? So, so this is how they have separated research misconduct. They say fabrication, falsification, and unethical research, and publication misconduct. Heading the list is plagiarism, biased or selective reporting, authorship abuse, redundant publication, undeclared conflict of interest, reviewer misconduct, and abuse of position. Okay, this is from the Committee on Publication Ethics. Now, this Committee on Publication Ethics is an international body which actually guides the editors and the publishers for ethical publishing and what kind of step they should take, what kind of, how they can address when they suspect there is some kind of unethical practice, okay, by the authors, and before publication they can try to address them, and sometimes even after publication they had to take some steps. So the guidelines, it is actually providing, this society is actually providing guidelines for the editors and the publishers, but many of these guidelines can also be used effectively by the authors. Okay. Now we need to remember this FFP. FFP is fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. And this is how it is defined. And these three mainly that define the research misconduct or research and publication misconduct. Fabrication is when you are creating new data when data doesn't exist. Okay, these are very wrong things to really share. But then if we want to be ethical, we need to know what is unethical. Then only we should guard ourselves. The creation of non-existent data and results and the act of recording and reporting them. There was no data. So sitting in the armchair, you have created those. Okay. You have to be very brilliant to do that. Next, falsification. The manipulation of research material. You have done the whole research, then you find it is not being statistically significant. So we make a little bit, okay. So in lay language, you say data are being put. So one is there was no data, and the other is there is data. Now you are manipulating it. Okay. That is falsification. You are falsifying the data. The manipulation of research materials, equipment, or processes, or omitting data and results. Some of the data you throw away. No. If I take this into analysis, it is coming differently. My hypothesis is not being proven. Omitting data and results so that the research is not accurately represented in the research record. And plagiarism is appropriation of another person's ideas and processes and results or words without giving appropriate credit. So basically, when you are publishing, you have to remember that if somebody has put a lot of effort, so much of effort in doing his research and he is publishing, he should get properly credited. And somebody who has not done that should not be credited. And when you are referring to somebody else's work, you should always recognize and you should always give the reference. Okay. Otherwise, what can happen? People may think this is your work. So you are not allowed to do that. So you give due recognition to when you are mentioning other people's work. So always give reference. Appropriate credit has to be given. So Dr. Shambo has made my job easier. The previous thing that qualifying for authorship, who can become an author? So according to this ICMJE guidelines, they list 4 conditions for authorship credit. Okay. But according to this is much more strong kind of guideline, stringent. But I remember what Dr. Shambo said, that in order to be a co-author, at least 2 of these you can follow. But as far as the ICMJE, it is not 2 of these. It is they expect all 4 of these. And. But sometimes we, for our purpose, and some of the journalists, they also accept. All right, he was not from the beginning of running, but then he joined at midway through. And he has contributed in analysis and also writing the paper. But so long as you mention that transparently, it is up to the editor whether they will accept. And in some of the journals, they also mention when they are publishing that author so and so he has done this much contribution, author so and so he has done this much contribution. But this is what, according to their international society, what they have asked for, that who has done what. who has done research, who has drafted the article, who has finally approved, etc. But then, according to them, all authors have to do all this, and all authors have to do all accountability for any wrongdoing. You cannot say, no, I didn't know this. It was the corresponding author who is to be blamed. No, everybody is responsible for every wrong things. Misconduct, author misconduct. Gift authorship, also known as guest authorship, also known as honorary authorship. The very name suggests that somebody has gifted authorship. Most of us teachers, we always enjoy gift authorship. We feel it's our privilege, it's our right almost. And we are not very happy if we are not given gifted. We are not gifted with new authorship. Honorary authorship, guest authorship refers to inclusion of someone as a co-author whose contribution to the research publication is minimal or none, but who supposedly is a recognized expert in the field of study and who is included because of his or her respect or influence in the hope that this would increase the likelihood of publication and or impact of the paper once published. Everything everybody knows, don't they? So they have said everything.
You need to explain it.
No need to explain anything. No, we are actually accused of all this. We do this and we feel that yes, so what? These are all very accepted norms, but no.
Final.
Okay. No, this also brings us to another difficult area, particularly in our dissertation work. Can you say many of you might be young people, I find, young faces. You must be doing your dissertation work right now. Now, when you are doing your dissertation, whether it is MD or doctoral or whatever, who is the principal investigator? Okay, so your guide is the principal investigator. Because guide remains accountable. Because dissertation is your part of your training. Through the dissertation, you are given an opportunity to step into the area of research. So you are very new. You are getting introduced to the field of research. Okay. Anything goes wrong in your research, you won't be hanged. Your guide will be. Okay. Your guide is responsible. So guide is the principal investigator. Right. Up to this, so much so good. But then when you are publishing, who should be the first author? With all regard to some of the guides, if they are there, who expects always the guide should be the first author.
Yes.
It's you. The student should be the first author. Although the PI is the guide. Okay. That is the universally acknowledged and expected norm. Okay. That should be done. But then we deviate from that. Okay, to the best of our interests. So that's about this. Okay, let's go further. Authorship misconduct, there is another one, ghost authorship. Until now, guest is fine, but then ghost authorship and refers to non-inclusion of someone as a co-author, despite the fact that he or she has contributed considerably, often drafting, editing the manuscript, and or analyzing data and applying statistics, and even okay, on behalf of the author, submitting it. Okay. So taking, of course, the password is with the author, the host author. So only thing is the host author finally becomes the real author. And the person who has done all this, he remains host. Host cannot be seen, so he is not seen. Who has done all the job, he remains host, unseen. Okay. And because he has agreed to remain unseen, he is also okay, otherwise appropriately satisfied by whatever way, financially or otherwise. So ghost authorship is also not very uncommon in our setting. But these all come under misconduct. What the authors do before submission, Dr. Shambo has mentioned already. Reading the journal instructions for the first time. Just put your hand on your heart and tell us how many times we do that. We always expect that we will be publishing in the best of the journal, but we don't take the trouble of at least going through the instructions to the author of that journal. How many of us has really done that ever? In India, not do this very common. It has to be done. Okay. The journal in which you are going to publish, read the instructions for authors. Follow the followed instruction that you have read you have followed the instructions regarding data integrity and transparency. Follow the journal's policy of publication ethics. It will not be much different from what we are discussing now. Decided authorship based on the stated authorship criteria of that journal. Every journal has its authorship criteria. Go by that. Named all authors on paper and online submission form. It will not be different. Okay. Referenced all materials in the text clearly and thoroughly. Checked data and included supplemental data as required by the journal. That supplemental data will not be really published until it is asked for. Okay. Declared any relevant competing interest, conflict of interest to be declared. Remember, declaration of conflict of interest usually not go against you. If you declare the conflict of interest that I received this grant from so and so company in order to conduct this trial, don't think that the quality of your research goes down, but then you are becoming transparent. If you have done the work well and written it well, then not necessarily because you received grant from a publication house or a pharmaceutical company that in any way reduce the quality of your work. Okay. And nobody is going to reject your article for that. You are becoming transparent. Okay. So you have to declare that and obtain permission to reuse figures, tables, and data sets. If you want to reuse even your own this thing, because earlier the one that you have published, you are going to use your own published articles data and maybe figures, diagrams. Then you have to seek permission of that publisher because you have signed the copyright of that you have given to the publisher. The copyright is not with you. So we have to seek permission of that publisher that give us the permission to publish it in another journal. If they give, submit the paper to only one journal at a time. Okay. It's a crowded slide, but it's a checklist particularly. I'm not going into each detail. Approval and consent. Approval of the regulatory authority, ethics committee, registration of clinical trial, informed consent documentation. Like that, it goes data accuracy and falsification, fabrication, plagiarism and self-plagiarism. Plagiarism can be checked by particular software. Some of them are paid, some are unpaid. But then every institution should have an opportunity to have the plagiarism checked. Okay. There are newer challenges. We'll come to that. Submission fraud. Is there simultaneous submission to two journals? Have you published the entire work or part of it? That is salami slicing already. Ethics of authorship and conflicts of interest. Okay. Retraction. Retraction means it is withdrawn. It is already published, but then it is found there are some serious ethics violence, and so it is getting retracted. Who can retract? One, the publisher, editor, and two, sometimes the author. Author is also given the freedom, that chance that you retract it. The author accepts all the charges and retracts it. So retraction. So this is, you see, bioscience and bioelectronics. This is a retracted article. The retraction of an article is the removal of an already published article from a journal. The decision may be made by the journal's editor and or by the editorial board. Retraction do not happen because of small editorial errors. Okay. It is not going to happen unless it can impact on the results and the further follow. Okay. This is an example, very interesting. We all know during the COVID time, the rate at which the papers were published. Okay. And this is one article, example of one article, which was later on retracted, article on COVID-19, and 652 confirmed citations of that retracted article. 652 citations. And 10%, almost 11% of the citations, okay, of the 11% were published the month before the retraction. Okay. So other people have published and cited this particular article, which after a month is going to be retracted. Okay. But then interestingly, almost 35% were published within the first 2 months. 35% of other articles published 2 months after the retraction. And they are actually acknowledging this article, which has been retracted 2 months back. 55% were published 3 months or more after the retraction. And 28% were published 6 months or later. That means, even if it has been retracted, but you cannot really retract it for all practical purposes from the internet or from the electronic platform. Okay. So many people will actually vouch on the acceptability of an article which might have been retracted actually. So this is a problem. We do not have a ready solution to this, but we need to remember, and that's the reason why we should take all care in order to ensure that my article is not going to be. And secondly, there is no norm that in your CV you will be asked to mention that how many of your articles have been retracted. Would you mention that yourself? Or you will never. Can we think of a mechanism by which it is done? It can be done. Okay, in today's time. Maybe tomorrow only somebody will come up with a technology whereby you have submitted your CV, you have mentioned that you have published 39 articles, and each of these 39 articles will be filtered. Okay, whether any of them have been later on retracted or not. You are still mentioning, I had participated in, I have published that. This journal, this article was retracted. If the authors keep on mentioning this article in his CV, possible. Okay? That is also fraud. Attribution is also a term often will be used. Attribution means it involves identifying authorship of source material by citing the article, paraphrasing, quoting, and adhering to the guidelines of a citation style, all of which protect against plagiarism. So attribution means you are actually recognizing. If I have taken this part, if I have taken this thing, you are it. So citation is only an example of attribution. There are other ways of attributing also. And attribution is a tool for improving critical thinking and writing. Okay. Salami, you know what is salami? Salami is actually, it's a type of cured sausage that is very common in sandwiches. And in publication, salami publication or slicing publication is used within academia to refer to the needless separation of a single research study, attached data sets and argument that should form a single publication into two or several separate publications for submission in different journals. I remember when I did my MB, okay, for the next almost 10 years, I used to take pride that from my thesis, there were 4 publications. Now I feel ashamed because these are all salary publications. With all my regard to my supervisor, he is no more. I have all the respect. I have learned many things from him. But the salami concept was not that that time. I did my MD Pharmacology in 84. So we are actually encouraged by our teachers that get as many publications as possible from your thesis. Okay. So this is not a good practice. This is no longer a good practice. And then duplicate publication. It's a form of redundant publication. Duplicate publication is a form of redundant publication where the same article is published more than once without acknowledging the first publication. So your number increases, okay, on the same this thing. Acknowledgement. Many journals they have a format that there is a section on acknowledgement. Acknowledgement section can be used to thank anyone important in the publication of the work, but then for their contribution, but the contribution is not enough to give him authorship. But then you are acknowledging the support that you have received. Who does not qualify for authorship and to declare relevant funding information. Funding information should be rather acknowledged. Okay. The acknowledgement section should not be used to list contributors who meet our criteria for authorship as outlined here. So if he is eligible to be author, make him an author. Acknowledgement is not any. Okay. And this is the policy of nature. Plagiarism. We all know what plagiarism is, and we have discussed also. Now, punishment in plagiarism. Okay, we should be cautious. Plagiarism is considered a crime in India. In certain things, India has advanced. So, and only solace is, and yes, in India there are many acts, but we are happy that acts are not implemented. Okay, not enforced. We are happy that most of our acts and rules are not enforced. Okay, so I'm not going to put behind the bars. But then what the act says that Indian Copyright Act, it offers the author protection against any unauthorized use of his work, including plagiarism. Section 63 of the Act considers copyright infringement as a criminal offense. The punishment may include imprisonment for 6 months to 3 years. So you need to take care. Okay. Plagiarism, and there are plagiarism checks also. The different softwares are available. I'm not going into that detail. You people might be knowing more than me. And this is the COPE's core practices. Again, Committee on Publication Ethics. It assists the editors of scholarly journals and publishers, as well as other parties such as institutions, in their work to preserve and promote the integrity of the scholarly record through policies and practices. COPE describes 10 core practices. The core practices should be considered alongside specific national and international codes of conduct of research. These are the practices. Again, time will not permit to discuss all these practices. Just to name the practices, these are the allegation of misconduct. Okay. And remember, if you are indulging in misconduct, some of your very close associates, maybe your colleague, your student, will be the whistleblower. Okay. So be cautious. So the first letter to be edited will be sent by your colleague or your student, maybe. Okay. To the conflict of interest, and then authorship and contributorship, complaints and appeals, conflicts of interest, data and reproducibility, ethical oversight, intellectual property, journal management, peer review process, and the post-publication discussions and corrections. So these are some of the 10 principles. Actually, it is meant for the editors and publishers. Okay. But then they also have the policy based on these themes, how they are going to guard against possible violation of publication ethics. Now, these are some of the examples during this 10-year period, what COPE had actually encountered research and publication misconduct, like carelessly or deliberately permitting basic faults in study design, performance or documentation of which prejudice the findings, failure to follow accepted ethical procedures when involving live subjects, animals as well as humans, such as conducting experiments on human subjects without proper informed consent or on animals without regard to national regulations, etc. That means it is going to the extent of how you have conducted research ethically. That also is being considered here. Breaches of patient confidentiality, failure to obtain informed consent to take part in research, inadequate or partial disclosure of how data were obtained and analyzed with explanation for any exclusions, electronic manipulations of images in such a way as to significantly change how they are interpreted. Okay. Improper award, all these are misconduct. Improper award of authorship, failure to declare any competing interest, especially financial, which might bias a study's conclusions and lead reader to doubt the conclusions. Attempts at redundant or duplicate publication, breach of copyright and plagiarism. All these have been identified. In these 10 years period, COPE had done a research to find out violation of publication ethics, research and publication ethics. Fine. And here is a time when we need to be also be conscious and cautious against this predatory journalism. One simple thumb rule, that if you are receiving email inviting you to send an article to a journal, okay, be 100% sure it is going to be a predatory journal. No journal of good standing will ask you for sending an article. Okay? So immediately go to the exhaustive list of the predatory journals and check. Because publication in predatory journal is really not going to give you equal credit. It may be very easily published. Actively seeks what they do, predatory journals. This is the researcher and this is the publisher. And this is how the researcher and the predatory journals, but then the researcher can be actually harmed by the predatory journals. Okay. Predatory journals actively seeks for manuscripts. There is no proper peer review system, and hence there is haste. Very quickly it can be published. It can be published overnight. Okay. I have the interview for selection of associate professorship next month. I need an article. So go for a predatory journal. It will be published in a week, in a week's time. No true editorial board. There are some big names, but when we catch hold of them, they say, somebody had sent an article, sent an email I never responded to that, but they have put my name there. Okay. No true editorial board, publish poor quality paper, and huge publication charges. You have to pay to your nose. And what is this? ICMR policy on research integrity and publication ethics. They call it ICMR right. So be ICMR right. Okay, read this document. You click this ICMR right, Google, and you will get this document PDF version and read that. More or less what we have discussed, it is mentioned there. Okay, and go by that. So we have a separate guideline in India. ICMR has created that for publication ethics. Fine. Now, check. Again, forget about the other scoring, previous scoring. Now do it again. One should always try to publish as many papers as possible from the postgraduate dissertation work. I agree or I disagree. One should never adjust the contrast and color settings on a microscopy image in order to make the same more striking or significant. Agree. So what is red, disagree, what is blue is agree. Go by that rule and make your own choice. Okay. These are both are wrong. Okay, you can check with your previous this thing also. Okay, and make up your score. How much did you score? Both of them are correct statement. You have to agree to them. Scientific publications you should never reuse photos, flowcharts from earlier publication of yours without knowledge of the respective editors or publishers. According to the ICMJE, the authorship credit is not granted until each co-author of a multi-authored manuscript agrees to be accountable for all aspects of work, etc. Professional medical writers should not be considered for authorship credit. You all agree? And data falsification refers to the intentional misrepresentation of research results. This is wrong. This is actually data fabrication. Okay. Salami publication refers to honorary authorship. No. Okay. Principles of publication ethics apply not just to authors of a scientific publication, but to other stakeholders like reviewers, editors, publishers also. Yes. Research supervisor or guide in a postgraduate doctoral dissertation work becomes the author of the publication by default. No, he cannot be by default. It all depends on whether he has, apart from supervision, that is his employment condition, whether he has actually contributed. And there are a lot of conflict in reference to this. Yes, yes.
Journals actually asking that supervisor must be an author. Like I can name him.
If that is the policy, go by that. But you can defend yourself. If you really feel that your supervisor actually has not supervised, it's your choice. I won't go any further. All right. Which one? This
11 that supervisor must not be included.
Okay, I'll provide that. I think you'll get that in the ICJME guideline and the COPE guideline. And we'll see. What has been said is supervisor. At least you remember supervisor, what they have said by default. Nobody is saying that he cannot be. He has to be. Because it is expected most of the time supervisor contributes. You are very new. How much do you know? It is the supervisor who is guiding you. But there might be some, okay, rare case. But in the rare cases are to be dealt with in a rare way. Okay. So this is about that. Reuse of one's own already published work for further publication does not constitute publication misconduct. No, it represents publication misconduct. Use of plurals is always welcome. Okay, even if you are the single author, it is a good practice to say we and our. Sequencing of authors in a multi-author publication is the prerogative of the first author. Never. It is not the prerogative of the first author. In India, plagiarism can be punished. Yes, can be punished. So, amidst the scholarly realm, a sacred vow, publication ethics guiding scholars' pains, the noble sonnet, let us humbly bow to principles that uphold truth, my friends. With honesty, the cornerstone, it stands. No falsehoods taint the words upon the page. Originality, where brilliance expands, unveiling wisdom for each passing age. Peer review, a discerning gate it keeps to ensure rigor, fair judgment bestowed, no biases, no partiality sits. In knowledge's pursuit, a steadfast code. Oh, publication ethics, virtuous guide. In sonnet's verse, your virtues shall abide. Okay? Dr. Santanu Tripathi. No. Who has written this? ChatGPT. Just half an hour back, I got hold of my son that get me a verse. I have a lecture. I'm not good with handling ChatGPT. He obliged. He gave me in just 5 minutes a sonnet written with ChatGPT. And if I publish this, what should I do? I want to publish this. What should I do? Can I write? It is 2 authors, Santanu Tripathi and ChatGPT. What do you think? After all, it is written by ChatGPT. So authorship should be given to ChatGPT. Yes or no? Ethics. Is there any guideline how to handle this? Is it needed? Think over. Mine is a short story. Short story doesn't end so easily. Artificial intelligence and publication ethics, a new chapter altogether. And it is challenging us in the last 7-8 months, one year. It was not there earlier. People have already started thinking. The whole scientific community is really, okay, doesn't know what to do with ChatGPT and AI. The bare minimum what we can do, we can acknowledge that this help we have taken from this software or that software. But then, truly speaking, there is no guidelines framed. Maybe 3 months from now, guidelines will come. Okay. So that's it. Now, just to give you a few more. I'll just give you a couple of examples of how ChatGPT is impacting on the current day this thing. What is GPT? Full form of GPT? GPT is generative pre-trained transformer. Generative pre-trained transformer. The latest one is GPT-4. The latest version, GPT-4. It is a multimodal large language model created by Open Artificial Intelligence. And the fourth in its numbered GPT-10, GPT-N, GPT-N series of GPT foundation models. Okay. ChatGPT is making universities rethink plagiarism. So this is also a very ready tool available to indulge in plagiarism. But remember that GPT, how GPT acts, GPT actually tries to get materials from already published articles that is available in the net. And it is tremendously intelligent. Within a few minutes, it will do that, or within a few seconds, it will do that. Okay, ChatGPT is listed as now, the surprise. ChatGPT has been really listed as author on research papers already, early this year, February, March. Okay. Many scientists have disapproved that. At least 4 articles credit the artificial intelligence tool as a co-author, but publishers scramble to regulate its use. The AI chatbot ChatGPT that has taken the world by storm has made its formal debut in the scientific literature, racking up at least 4 authorship credits on published papers and preprints. And in 4 articles, it has been already recognized, ChatGPT as author. Okay, the author said, okay, he should be considered as a co-author. So the ChatGPT has been considered at least in 4 articles. But then the scientific committee is sitting back and started heated discussion. In Lancet, there is an article in last, I think, March, generating scholarly content with ChatGPT, ethical challenges. It has already been discussed. Okay. There is another article that was in November 2022. ChatGPT and AI written research papers. Artificial intelligence has already started writing research papers, and the ethical challenges are being now discussed. The another one, since its inception, ChatGPT has buzzed the internet, drawing attention to the increasingly sophisticated capabilities of AI writing tools. AI tools can provide valuable assistance in the research, and not only in research, in writing processes. Their use in research is accepted, AI. But use of AI in writing. However, a burning question is whether or not they can replace humans as authors. ChatGPT is an app. GPT is the brain behind that app. So it's an app basically, and GPT is the brain. ChatGPT is a web app designed. You can access it in your browser. It is designed specifically for chatbot applications and optimized for dialogue. It relies on GPT to produce texts like explaining code or writing poems. I have written one, not me. GPT, on the other hand, is a language model, not an app. Okay, please, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions?
Such a in this dissertation very long, there is much scientific data that needs to be traced to the community. But according to the guideline, he or she can publish only one publication from that university. So what is the way to disseminate the much information beyond that is included in only one publication?
Usually a research is considered to answer one research question, at best two research questions. Okay. That maybe your research activity may be huge, but in order to answer that research question, you have, that is the skill of writing it in one this thing. There are possibilities that you need to also have. You cannot publish all the data. There are supplemental data, and that's why it is kept. It is not published, but supplemental data, if any reader wants that, they can write to the editor, they will get access to the supplemental data. So that much. Okay.
So we should not be taking any more questions because of want of time. Sir will be here, so you can directly ask your questions to sir and get your answers. Same for the people attending us online. You can just post your questions on your chat option. So we will be providing you with the answers. So,
and if you don't find me, get the answers from ChatGPT.
And get them cross-checked by you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I would like to request Dr. Chiranjib sir to kindly come onto the stage and present the memento to the visiting participants.
Sir,
with that, we shall break for lunch now, and please be back by 2 p.m. because we'll be starting at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Again, there is one change that Dr. Bikash Medhi sir will take the lecture from 2. Online. Yeah, from online from 2 p.m. So I'm requesting Professor Bagchi sir to please exchange. Yeah, so Team Clarinet, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah, so we are now off for lunch, and post lunch from 2 p.m. we'll start, and you please check Dr. Bikash Medhi. He will join. He will give the online lecture. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so
Okay, sir.
please
Sir.
let him know. Let him make that co-host or like that, so that he can share his own screen and talk.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, actually for sharing screen, there is no requirement for making the co-host, but I will make the necessary arrangements. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. So please make an announcement for all the participants.
Okay,
the online participants, we are missing you. All you can take your lunch at your place. We are now have to take our lunch here. So it will be great if we get all our online participants here who can join us during the lunch time. It will be great for us, but Unfortunately, that not had been done. So, okay. Okay,
Okay,
off for
sir.
the lunch. We will be back at
Okay.
2.
2 p.m. Right. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay, sir. So do you have any slide presentation?
Yeah, I'll upload my slide.
Okay, so then
Sir, good afternoon. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I
So
could not
thank
be
you.
here because there's an issue and we have to discuss.
Yes, yes, yes.
So,
We miss your presence, sir, but thank you, sir, for giving us your time. So, sir, we had just finished the lunch and here. So we will start, sir.
okay.
So good afternoon. Welcome back after your lunch. So we are really privileged to have with us today Professor Bikash Medhi. Sir needs no introduction. He is the renowned figure in India and also he is an international figure. Sir is currently the professor and head at Department of Pharmacology at PGI Chandigarh, and also Sir is the chief editor of one of the very prestigious journal in India and internationally too in the field of pharmacology and therapeutics, that is Indian Journal of Pharmacology. So it is our real privilege to welcome you, sir, in this event. And now the stage is yours. Please give your lecture, sir.
Thank you. And before I start, can you tell me how much time it's allotted to me?
Sir, 30 minutes, sir. 20 minutes plus 10 minutes, sir. 20-minute presentation and 10 minutes, sir.
Okay. Because I actually prepared, because I thought of coming physically, so I thought of a lot of examples so that I interact. But online there is a setback. So anyway, for the next time, I'll just upload my slide.
Yes, sir.
So can you allow to share the slide? It is not allowed.
Yes, I think you can share the screen, sir. I am requesting the team Clarinet to please.
Yeah, so you have to allow me because it is not allowed till.
Sir, you can share your screen, sir.
It is coming. It is not showing the share button.
You have your share screen option
Okay,
in Zoom?
I got it. I got it. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Zoom has changed a little formatting.
Yes, sir. It has come.
It has
Your
come.
screen is visible. Yes, sir.
Okay, and it is moving also.
Yes, sir. Size are changing.
Okay, so I thought of taking this, lecture because so if you look at some of the point, how exactly you can say that this paper quality is good and other paper quality is not up to the mark. So I'll just highlight what are the guidelines and what are the, you mark it as a level of evidence. So that is why I wanted to take this topic as critical appraisal of, scientific literacy. Now, before I begin, the objective is very, very simple. I just wanted to make sure that we understand the principle of critical appraisal. It's not a criticism or it's not a kind of a negative that your paper is, it's not the kind of people should read. It's not the negative. It is the positive mode how you can improve looking at the critical point. So basic purpose is to appraise the publication of the research. How do you judge the reliability and also the relevance? Because as you can say, COVID, you might have seen that every day we are looking at 800 papers per day, at the end of 11:30 or 11:45 in the end of the day. So all of the people who are working, and some of the study, you can say that how critically, if you look at that, antibiotic use in, COVID, it was published from Paris, and if you look at the criticism, and there's a huge criticism about the quality. So this is a positive one that you can just look at the data. It's not even some of the study Lancet and New England Journal, it had to be withdrawn because of the criticism itself. So if you look at critically, we are thinking of critical, like if you look at that some of the statement by great leaders, and it is all communication, how you promptly communicate and different style, because some of the leaders, we really like it because we style they, present it. So this is a simple idea that purpose is that, if you look at a golden triangle, you need to look at it, why, how, what, that's how we have to see that. And that is why that at the point it need to be looked at that start with why and what output it is going. And any publication, if you say that now earlier professor, when you talk to them, they publish in Paris, but now you say that you also patent, then later you publish. So because we wanted a translational value which can be implicated in a society, so that it will incorporate it in a standard treatment guideline. Now, if you look at that, as I said, COVID, we are getting almost 800 to 900 articles, but usually in a common day, more than 1200 articles said that in a Medline. And that there is a huge number of journals, as you say, big publication house like Elsevier's, Springer's. There are so many. So we need to understand that, greater understanding, that better advocacy, that whatever we do, it's not a personal communication. This is good, this is bad. This is based on an evidence base. So that is why that increased literacy, so that if you look at a clinical topic, can you narrow down the gap? That means whatever you do today, you say you do it in a lab, and you also practice, it should be implemented in a clinic. So that is why potential and limitation, everything you look at, and based on the clinical decision, that can this paper change some of the trial, they change the standard treatment guideline, okay, landmark trial, and that is what we have to look at. So when you talk about critical appraisal, basically, this is a process for careful and systematic examination of any of the research data, and you judge about that quality of the data based on that whatever interpretation they have made, is it relevant, or can you understand, or it can be implemented. That's how you go in. So you need to make a balance about the strength of the research against the weakness. Every study have a limitation. Like many of the clinical study, when you look at, and they say that this study has been done, but how about larger studies should be done? Then what is the use of it? At least in a COVID time, you have seen that we have done a multi-site study, pan-India study, collaborative study. This is actually giving that landmark that if you take an example of hydroxychloroquine, later huge number of studies was done. Then it was said that, okay, we will not go for hydroxychloroquine. Similarly, ivermectin, when it was decided, then said that we do not have Indian data. We had a data from Bangladesh, Iraq, and Argentina. So then we did the studies. Then we said, what about Indian population or South Asian or population? And that is what the qualitative and quantitative aspect of the research is very, very important. And all the health professionals, especially investigators, you need to know that how decision can be taken based on the evidence. But as I say, that it is not kind of a negative approach. It is a kind of that how critically you can do it, and you can step by step, so that your quality data is going to improve, and in future, whatever you are going to do, it definitely it is. So all together, if you look at the statistical analysis or any of the critical point, also that need to be look at the evidence. Of course, we have a challenges. It is going to take a lot of time, and that is why you said every day, maybe around 20 paper it comes, but we do not have a time to critically look at it. So that is why that time consuming it, you have to have a dedicated time, and then only you can say that can you critically look at all this methodology and everything you look at, and then only you can say that this is paper can be accepted, or maybe immediately should be published. So step by step, when you go for, you read an article, like you read a title, there is a conclusive title or there is a bottom. So based on that, you can say that let's have a conclusive title. How do introduction is written? Did they highlighted their hypothesis? What about methodology? Okay, result. I'll go in little detail and discussion part. So generally, if you say that abstract is written structured, unstructured, but it is a critical one that every point you highlighted. So people who read the title and abstract say, maybe I wanted to read the whole paper, and that's how we go. So when you read a introduction, normally introduction you say that you say prevalence and incidence, you define a disease, what about pathology, pathophysiology, or new concept, any changes there. So that's how you incorporate. Then you highlight your hypothesis. Then that is why you are doing the study and what is output of the study, and all the study design is appropriate. And if you go in methodology, I just remember one of the meeting in aspect, I was there. So somebody had presented that whatever study has been done so far, it is not reproducible. So the NIH director was sitting there. Then they said, if it is not reproducible, what is the use? If you cannot reconstruct the whole study, all the raw data, so that means there is a flaws in the methodology. Okay, so if the methodology, if I plan for an experimental study, that if I do not keep a control, fecal control, or positive and negative control, then how you're going to interpret? Basically, you wanted to do the study that what is going to be happen, that is it better than existing treatment? And even if you go for a clinical trial study, you said a golden one is a randomized control, double-blind study. So that is why that then they said that we are going to divert the money for full training to a student about research methodology. So that is why it is very important when you plan for a protocol, we call it protocol and science. Look at the design. Is it acceptable? Okay, precise description of all inclusion and exclusion criteria. Thoroughly describe the data collected, how we are going to collect the data. Okay, and sample size. Many times what I said in clinical study, you said that larger studies should be done. Then why you haven't done the studies? It is a pilot study. Maybe you can put it like that. So this is very important to look at that adequate sample size should be calculated. Similarly, when you look at the result, it should be clear, objective, and presentation, because you need to believe that this is your own result. Okay, how you are going to interpret correlating with the statistics. So that is why any inferential statistic and variable interest should be there, table and figure. Many times when you look at the paper, whatever written in the text, it is not tell you that table and figure. So that actually created doubt, and then the paper get rejected. And that is why it is important that whatever. So we said that when you prepare the paper, read it in the morning, read it in the evening also. You can see itself that there are a lot of mistakes there. Correlate with the raw data. How do you interpret the result? Then coming to discussion quickly, that this is what you are going to take a lot of time compared to the findings, and then you say that what result you get, what other people getting a result, is there any correlation, is there any difference? If there is a difference, how we are going to put it that logically the result, and that is why you have to see that and future direction should be put in. So some of the common design, if you say that acceptable design, quality improvement, or process and performance of evaluation. So if you say control pre-comparison, control post-comparison, quality experience, cost effectiveness, even if you go for a clinical study, if you say set up for a new knowledge, okay, then you did a RCTs or any other experimental study, case control cohort. So these are level how acceptability is there. Of course, we say that more you go RCT double blind, it is more acceptable. Some of the flaws in a statistical analysis, that is why when you plan for a protocol, it should be very, very clear that what kind of result you are getting, what kind of appropriate statistical test should be there. Many times paper get rejected because whatever statistical test you are going to get analyzed, it is not acceptable. And that is why it is very important. If you not experienced, can you talk to the statistician and put an appropriate test. Now coming to level of evidence, what we talk about. Now you have been given a paper, you wanted to say that, how, evidence can be looked at level 1, level 2, and level 3. I just wanted to give an example of John Hopkins, how they say that. They said that this paper is high quality. How do you make it a high quality? That you have a level 1 experimental study, which is RCTs, randomized control study. And as you go on systematic review and meta-analysis, definitely level of highs. So there you look at that high quality is basically consistent generalizable result and sufficient sample size. What I say that inadequate sample size, doing a study, making a conclusion, not acceptable. Yeah, what about the study design? Adequate control. Okay, so you do a study in psychiatry and you get an 80% efficacy, and moment you put a control, efficacy come down to 30%. That is why it is very important. Is it a controlled clinical trial? Definitive conclusions should be there. So that's how we can recommend it. Similar level 2, you could say quasi-experimental study, systematic review. So good quality, reasonably consistent, sufficient sample size with study design, same control, definitive conclusive. So that's how. Then what about low quality? So if you say that it is an open, non-experimental study, so that's how that level of quality, and all these journals will be appreciating when you generate a high quality data or a good quality data. So you can do an exercise making a summary table that what about this article, author date, evidence type, what about the sample size, what are the study finding helping the answer evidence-based question, what are the limitations? Every study has a limitation. So as an author or as an investigator, if you highlight, these are the limitations, but you can overcome the limitation, and this is acceptable maybe, evidence level and quality, then you can do an exercise like that. Now, as per this, if you look at the stroke, okay, so you go critically for evaluate. Like suppose you take an article and you take it, what is the title? Like I said, conclusive, descriptive, okay? Then you look at an abstract, structure, non-structure, or maybe graphical abstract. Then you look at the introduction. Did they mention about background and rationale? So basically you wanted to see that author has explained the scientific background or rationale of investigation being reported. Then what about objective? Because you may say you have a set of aim, like you have an aim, how you're going to achieve the aim by doing following objective. So state specific objective, including the prospective hypothesis. So whatever hypothesis, like that is why you say that is your hypothesis is novel, because your priority will come when you get a novel idea. So everybody will appreciate it. I'll just give you one example. One of the paper has sent to IGMR, okay, and paper got rejected. Same data was sent to Lancet, and they only said that, are you going to allow us to write the English properly? And the author said yes. It was from Maharashtra on scorpion bite, and this was published in Lancet. So that is why it is very important to look at that objective and methodology. If you look at the methodology, as I said, design should be adequate. So that when present key element of study design in early paper, how about setting? Like you describe the setting, location, relevant date, including period of recruitment, exposure, follow-up, everything is clear. Like I do study, I follow GCP, I say GCP, Indian GCP, everything is followed. Participant, what about cohort, case control, or cross-sectional, everything is clear. What about eligibility? Similarly, and can you identify the variable? Okay, so you have a clear define of all aspect exposure of predictor or potential co-founder or modifying, and give it a diagnostic. What about the data sources measurement? What about the bias? You already highlighted bias. Then you calculate the adequate sample size, quantitative variable, and you have an appropriate statistical method. Then you know how to analyze the result. So as I say that you need to believe this is your own data. Nobody has done it. Okay, original data. Now the question is coming is how you're going to interpret the data. So report number of individual stage studies, number potentially eligible, give the result for non-participation in every stage, then consider use a flow diagram. So all the descriptive data you give in detail, whether it is cohort study and other studies. Similarly, when you discuss the main result, you adjust the estimate of if applicable co-founder of the persons, and the co-founder adjusted with Y. Then you have a report category of boundaries and the relevant one, the other analysis. Then you write a discussion. Take more time when you read this discussion. Even as a reviewer, also you should take ample of time, because you have to search the literature till today what information is available. So when you highlighted key results, summary of the key result, reference with the study objective, of course it depends on the journals, then limitation you highlight, how they interpret it, because many times their interpretation is wrong, that it is good, it is excellent. It is not acceptable. It should be a scientific basis that as a statistical reason, is it acceptable, and how do you interpret and make a generalizability of this discussion, generalizability, external validity of the study result, and that's how. So when you look at a critical appraisal, like you go systematically about considering validity, relevance of the result, and is it acceptable? How about other studies? If it is similar study have been done. So basically you wanted to see that is there any bias? There could be bias, but is it acceptable? What about the quality? Is it acceptable? Good quality, high quality, poor quality? You are not going to accept, you are going to reject it. Now, let it be more detailed about a particular paper. So if I go and essential good research of the paper, as I already mentioned that we go for a background about scientific credibility. Okay, we always adopt or we always accept or invite or appreciate if it is original one and which is written clearly and gives a relevance to the particular, today if you write a paper on COVID, of course the importance will, little less, but if you go back in 20s and 90s, anything you highlight a new information, so definitely about COVID, it's a relevance to that. So there could be quick review or you go for a detailed assessment. So here if you see that you read the paper, and while reading the paper, you are going to ask several questions. Why the study was done? Who has actually studied? How the study was done? And what intervention were involved? What an outcome measure has been used? And how many subjects, if it is clinical or if it is experimental according to the guideline, or is there any significance of the study? So these are the questions you are going to ask before you read the paper. Now you go for a detailed review. This actually process, you look at the quality of study design, quality of the result, and applicability of the result in the clinical practice or translational value. So you can have a checklist. So if you look at that introduction, it is well written. Some people like you, we have a lot of organizations who write the paper, but at least you say that you need to highlight, is it scientifically credible? Okay, are the aims stated clearly? Like that means you have an aim and how you're going to fulfill the aim by following objective. Is there any novel element? and worthwhile. So definitely you are going to take a decision on novelty. I said the critical point is novelty. So that's how we do it. So critical question, you can put it. Does the study pose scientifically interesting question? Okay. That is why I said that when you read the paper and you also put a future direction, how it is going to implement. And the statement of numerical data is supported by literature citation. Is that a topic of study is medically relevant? Is a study is innovative? This is very important point, innovative and critical innovation. Does a study investigated predefined study goal? Or is the study design address aim and hypothesis? Did the practical difficulties can be like recruitment, follow-up, lead to measure component? Why the number is missing value? How they actually present the missing value for meaningful analysis? Was the number causes small? The statistical power of the study is too low, which cannot be acceptable? Was the course of the study is poorly inadequately monitored? Do the data support author conclusion? Do the author sponsor study have in it is not relevant or financially? So you always declare a conflict of interest. So when you look at the base study of epidemiological, if you take an example, suppose you wanted to investigate a rare disease. Okay, what type? Case control study. You wanted to investigate the exposure of rare environmental factor like industrial chemicals. So you go for a cohort. Like we have an example, pyroglutamate causes urogenital cancer. We did not have data. So what we did is we planned for a cohort. Investigation exposure to multiple agents, joint effect, oral contraceptive. You have a post-case control. So these are the example investigation of multi-point, then definitely cohort, or exclusively for cohort study for estimation of incidence of exposure population. So preferably cohort or interventional study if you go for investigation cause and effect. So these are the type need to be adopted. Similarly, you can have a checklist for scientific formula. How about design? So when you critically evaluate, is the aim of the study clearly defined, or where the patient allocation? So like the dissecting. So if you go for a design or if you go for a study inception or implementation. So for example, you can ask the question, are the treatment control group matched with the regard of measure relevant characteristics like age, sex, smoking habit? Okay, are the dropout analysis difference between treatment and control group? So like that, you can say different section, you can say, what about analysis and evaluation? You can have the correct statistical parameter is done. Is it satisfactory? Like statistical analysis is clearly defined, looking at the data. So that's how you can do it. So ultimately, you make a conclusion, look at the references. It all depends on how you look at like references as per instruction to the author, but as less. But 90% of the cases we follow the Vancouver system. Acknowledgement if you get a funding or you declare a conflict of interest. So basically, all the authors you look at, is there any conflict of interest? You got a funding. Okay, you have an academic conflict of interest, political conflict of interest. As you can say, Lancet had published 2 editorial. This is a political conflict of interest. And then you talk about, financial one or a personal one. There are several, conflict of interest in it. And you also highlighted what is your contribution as an author. So it is very important that please look at this slide that there's an equator network where it talk about detail. If you plan for RCTs consort, you plan for observation and stroke, you plan for systematic review, PRISMA guideline, study protocols, split. So these all you go for case report, critical practice for guideline, agree. So these are this website which it will give you the detail about any study you plan it, and definitely these are the guidelines you have to follow. So please follow the equator network. Now, as you can see, the RCTs, we always follow the consort website. So you can just have a checklist. So you can improve the protocol while analyzing data, you can do it. So what about study design, participant, intervention, outcome, sample size, randomization? What kind of randomization is there? So blinding, statistical method, everything in detail, participation, flow, then recruitment, baseline data, number. So you are not going to miss any point, and every point is counted. And even the discussion that what is the limitation, you need to highlight general ability, interpretation. Okay, other information like the protocol, all the supporting document you put it. So when you go to the concept extension of the document also, it will talk about the cluster randomization of the trial, non-infirmity, equivalence style, everything you'll get it detail. Then what about systematic review? I think normally we conduct a public development skill program and systematic reviews. Those who are interested, you can join. We follow the PRISMA guideline. So you can go for that, how you are going to register, okay? Hospital registration. So everything checklist is there, title, abstract, introduction, nationality, objective. So protocol, registration, eligibility criteria, information, SARS, study design, Okay, so these all checklists, you can go through it so that you are not going to miss any point. And similarly, animal studies of course, in India, we follow CPC-SCA. Now, you do not call it CPC-SCA. So otherwise, internationally, we have a ARRIVE guideline. So you can go to the website of ARRIVE guideline. So these are the points for an experimental study, title, abstract, introduction, background, objective statement for a ethical statement, study design, experimental procedure, experimental animal, housing. Because many times when you attend, you might have realized that they are putting that in case of a regulatory trial, 5 animal, in case of academic, 6 animal. So because of statistical, so you can justify with number of animal if you have a sub parameter with an ARRIVE guideline. Sample size, what I said, it experimental outcome, statistical analysis, baseline data, then number needed to be look at the analysis outcome, and any adverse event is there. So interpretation, how we are going to interpret general ability, and if you get a funding. So these are the data is there. Now, in case of in vitro data, we do not have a specific guideline. However, you can say that guideline for reporting preclinical in vitro study of dental material. So same guideline can be used. So here, if you see the concept and modified one, that it started abstract, introduction, background, objective, method. Under this, the intervention, outcome, sample size, randomization, every point has been given. Blinding, statistical method, result, how we are going to analyze the result, discussion, other interpretation. So basically, when you look at that, we said appropriate statistical test, looking at the sample size. Sometimes, you also interpret the statistical significance and clinical significance. So now, because the time is short, so I just quickly go through it, because you look at the internal validity and external validity. So this is very important. So I actually kept a lot of example of paper we publish because of the quality. Then we can do it, like with BMC, we publish a paper as a letter to editor. So the problem was that critically, when you look at the duration of antibiotic therapy, fixed duration, so this paper has been published. You can look at even BJCP also, we criticized one paper, of course, healthy criticism, we could publish in BJCP. Similarly, other paper also we publish. So you identify bias, and if there is wrong in interpretation, then equally for any clinical studies also, so you can look at the point. So when you look at this is paper we published, pharmacology preventing, this has been also as a letter to editor. So you can look at the what are bias. Okay, so you can put it like random sequence, allocation, concealment, all the point you can say that if the bias is more, so definitely that you can do the sensitivity analysis. So this is one paper I wanted to discuss, but because of time constraints, so we can go through it, that these are the primary on point, and critically when you look at this paper, all the statistical points, you can say that these are the bias, these are the wrong interpretation, and that is why the conclusion may not be appropriate, whatever conclusion they have made, the authors. So this is a paper, actually, I wanted to keep it for the discussion because of this. But ultimately, that what I say that any plan for a paper or any plan for a study, please go to Equator. This is a simple one. Any study with a clinical, experimental, observational, systematic review, and even you are writing a study protocol, this is going to help you to do that. So basically, I wanted to summarize that understanding what I say, that make it as a positive one, not a negative and criticism. And I said that if you wanted to improve a paper, give it to your enemy in the department. Let them criticize as much as it can. So it is going to give an input. So basically, appraising scientific literature is crucial for any evidence. So you need to learn how design, analysis, or interpretation of the data. So this is a good way to do it. Critical thinking is very, very important. Then only you can do that. Now, I wanted to highlight this point that though we're very proud that we are a more populous country, so we have more than 700 medical colleges, 22 AIMS. But if you look at this positive point only, so our contribution in publication is only 4%. Now, if I compare with any European countries, Switzerland, very small. You take a car cross, within half an hour you enter in France, but still they are contributing almost 40%. Now, you can also look at, like we say publication, we say patent, what about global innovation index? So this is also we can critical how so I actually appreciate that we have been doing publication development skill program, systematic review, because you wanted that many people you do the study, you write it also, you never get published. So once it is 1-2 years is gone, that means it get outdated. So this is also very important. What about our status of a global index in 2022? So with this, I like to thank you, and sorry I could not be there physically. Discuss a lot of practical point. So next time definitely I'll be there. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. For any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this wonderful deliberation. So may I ask from our audience if you have any one or two questions, quick questions. Please come forward if you have any questions.
The audience are
Please.
PG student.
Please come, please come. Yes, sir. PG students and also some many faculties are also there, sir.
Okay.
So please come here so that sir can see you also. Come here. You can.
Sir, good afternoon. I'm
Good
a
afternoon.
faculty of pharmacology. Sir, you say we have to check the credibility and the vitality of the paper, scientific vitality of the paper. So, in which indexes we see the credibility, authenticity, or vitality of the scientific vitality of the paper?
Okay. When you talk about authenticity, it is a different aspect. So that is also justified if it is a regulatory clinical trial. Regulator actually justify about authenticity. Okay. Otherwise, institute should have a policy about the looking at the raw data. But when you talk about quality, like when you make, like I've given an example of John Hopkins, how they actually critically analyze high quality, good quality, low quality. So there's a point like checklist is there. How do you make it a good quality looking at the evidence? So these checklists can be also implemented in the institute. Okay, for a PG student. Like I said that for authenticity, like was asked to investigate some of the PhD thesis. Then I implement, though institute do not have a policy, but at least you start with a logbook. If somebody put a question, like suppose you do a clinical study, I can go to the CRF, I can go to HIS system to verify that person is come or not. Is it authenticated? Like that, for a regulatory study, internal audit or external audit is there. Similarly, for other studies also, we can have an internal audit. Okay, so that actually give a credibility of internal data, that is accurately reflecting data.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Professor Tripathi sir is there to make one comment.
Oh,
Sir,
yes.
please. Please come over.
Thank you, Dr. Bikash.
मैं तो पटना गया था आपको मिलने के लिए.
Okay, we'll meet again.
Yeah.
Regarding the credibility issue, I think recently, not very recently, couple of years back, ICMR also have come out with a document where they have emphasized on having a separate department or unit in the institute itself, and they call it Research Integrity Officer, RIO.
Yeah.
We have our RIO here, Regional
Yeah.
Ophthalmology Institute, Regional Institute of Ophthalmology. But here it is, this RIO is Research Integrity Office. So every academic institute, every medical colleges, okay, or research institute, they should have a separate unit of research integrity. They will actually continuously look for research integrity, all the people who are conducting research. And there are guidelines also in the ICMR document. That's, I thought that let me share.
Yeah. Actually, I was part of this.
You are a part of that.
Yeah, actually, it was actually now they're saying that all ICMR institutes should have a research integrity. So they did not put it to other institute. So other institute can they adopt and they can create it. Of course, we have a policy for plagiarism, policy for other research misconduct.
Right.
So that can be incorporated. That should be
right. They are trying to get it mandatory for the ICMR institutes, but that does not stop us non-ICMR institutes to adopt that principle and to have that concept integrated into our activities, okay, in our institutes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us your precious time. So we are now moving forward towards the next session. So we'll meet you once you come to Kolkata. Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
fine, definitely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, please.
Next, we have the topic, how to select journal for your manuscript, to be delivered by Dr. Chiranjib Bagchi sir. And I would like to request Professor Santanu Tripathi sir to please come and felicitate sir.
Certificates. No, conduct certificate. I can only do.
Yeah, Team Clarinet, can you please ensure that whether you can see our slides?
Yes, sir. Slides are visible and in full screen mode only.
Okay, so it's fine, huh?
Yes, sir. Fine.
So
Screen touch click
They were changed. In our own site, after the pointer. So, good afternoon, everybody. And at the outset, I express my sincere thanks to the Indian Pharmacological Society and Dr. Shambo Samajdar, who is the current General Secretary of the Society, for organizing this nice CME in collaboration with our department and giving me this opportunity to present before these August gathering. And of course, I am delighted and privileged to share my stage with my teacher, my head of the department when I did my DM clinical pharmacology here, Professor Tripathi, and of course being felicitated by him. So it's a nice, memorable experience for me, sir. Thank you, sir. And so my topic now today is that how to select a journal for your manuscript. So why do we need to know about that? Because the recent past, actually we have been habituated to follow the traditional system of submission. During our student days, actually, when I can remember still after passing my MD in pharmacology, the first paper I have sent through, formal mail. Not email, formal mail. Naturally, we have come across a long way whenever most of the journals are now being published through online mode. And we can see that it has been estimated in 2019 data, there is more than 80,000 journals in English are now being published worldwide. But still we, whenever we want to submit a paper to a journal, we are in a dilemma which one should we select. But particularly, actually, this is also applicable to me. At this stage of my mid-level career, I also think twice or thrice, or even I take 1 month to select a journal to which I should send for the paper, the manuscript. So journal selection is a complex issue. It's not a simple affair. So why this? Why is it so complex? Because through this journal, you can reach your intended audience. If the journal is visible, and if it covers most of the well-known database, like you see this PubMed, Embase, Scopus, so naturally it will increase your visibility. And each one of us who are engaged in research, we, of course, the fruit of the research is that your visibility, how your paper and the study will be seen and acknowledged by your peers. So naturally, it matters. And it is being said that the publishing in journals that are not in reputable journals, actually, that can diminish the credibility of your research. And of course, that can limit your career. So that's why it matters, really matters. Now, the next point is that which journal should I select? There are so many options. If you, in these days, you can go through the Google and you can type it, how should I select the journal? There are so many guidelines. Some says that you should go through the aims and scope of that intended journal. You should select according to the indexing status. And it's quite important as because former MCI and now NMC has published some of the recommended database. You all know that as a faculty, as well as an aspiring faculty, as a student, you have to publish in some journals that will cover all those recommended database. So naturally, indexing matters while selection of during selection of a journal. Whether the journal follows the peer review process, whether journal has got a formidable impact factor or highly rated journal, prestigious journal, and whether it follows the open access policy. Naturally, you all know that if it follows the open access policy, that will increase your visibility. And last but not the least, the time to first decision. So you can select, you can send your paper to Lancet, but definitely there is a fair chance of rejection. And of course, the time to publish it in this prestigious journal. If you are in a hurry, especially in the days of this promotion, as Professor Tripathi has said earlier. So there is naturally, whenever you are in a hurry to get a promotion, naturally there is a different option to select a journal which we publish it very fast, within days. So don't fall prey into these predatory journals, this network of predatory journals, but at least you have to select some journals which has a less turnaround time. So there are different types of publications. The journals are in field, that is predatory, starting from the predatory journals. And how do you select this, find these predatory journals? There are some websites, and there is a very good website. It's maintained by a good pupil of standing, that is Think, Check and Submit website. You can just Google it. You will find they have made some checklist. You can find out, you can select a journal following this checklist. If you find that this follows all these checklists are being followed in this particular journal, you can select this journal. This is a very good policy. And there are some websites. This BL's website I have shown you. I will show you. That is, they maintain that some predatory journal lists, and that is being updated not very frequently, but maybe once in 5 to 6 years. Okay, so last updated, they updated it in 2021. 2016, they have published the first list, and 2021, they have updated the list. And you can get some good number of predatory journals. So they have identified those journals following this kind of checklists. So at least there are some sources through which applying and following those websites, you can have some idea about this status of the journals. Next is the trusted journals, but not indexed in Scopus, PubMed, or like that. These are not highly rated journals, but they are trusted journals. The journals are good standings. There are many journals like this, and in fact, we mostly send our articles to these journals.
So these journals often publish take less time than these highly rated journals. And of course, this publication in these journals, they follow the NMC rules. That is, they are incorporated some or other databases which are recommended by these NMC, and they are paid, either paid publications or they offer free publications. So free publications, the journals which offer free publications, they are mostly maintained by the university journals. They are mostly university or educational trusts maintained by the educational trusts, or they are maintained by some society journals. But the society journals are maintained by some international societies. Another group of journals are these highly rated journals. They are indexed in PubMed, Scopus, Clarivate, and they are, to be frank, they are beyond our reach usually. We can think, we can aspire, we can that we once in a life. So if I have a publication in this journal, but still they are not very frequently accessible because of the fact the quality of the work. If you have a very good quality of work, you can send the journal, a manuscript to these journals, but it depends upon the novelty, the accuracy, the impact of this your work. So these kind of journals, they are of also two types: closed access, open access. And in case of the closed access, you need to subscribe this. They are not freely available. Open access, they need to pay freely available, but they are highly, they charge highly for your publication. So now recently in 2020, the PLOS one, you know, this is a very good online group of journals. They have made a survey among the authors. So what information, what source of information they use before selecting a journal. So they have found that more than 75%, almost in the tune of 80%, the most of the authors utilize the journal or publisher's website, what we do mostly. But there is one fallacy, that is you can fall prey to the predatory journals often because of their over advertisement. Often we see that many of our prospective faculties or current faculties, they have published in some journals because of unknowingly they have submitted their journal, manuscripts to these journals. Maybe you have a good quality paper. I have seen many good quality papers have been submitted to these predatory journals because of the want of time, but ultimately they didn't get this kind of credit for publication in these journals. So don't fall prey into these advertisement published in the journal's website always. You should check it through your peers, maybe through your other databases like DOAS maintains very good database. You can check its status there. Embase maintains very good database. They publish it yearly. You can check the journal standing there in this published database. Scopus maintains this. NLM is the master in this class. You can check through the NLM directory whether it is indexed in there or not. So please check through this, particularly going to this database before sending a paper to this. And how to identify predatory journals, I've mentioned that is there are many ways, but the first is that you should check it personally. So these journals, you can, if you find some, there is no DOI, so don't go for it. If you have some ISSN numbers, check it, Google it, Google the title there. And actually these predatory journals are very less online presence. So you will never find a published article. If you Google it, you will never find these journals in online. There's very less online presence is there, as because they are not truly indexed in these databases. So they are mostly fake journals. They claim that is their PubMed index and these things. So you should cross-check by going through this particular indexing database. And if you don't find this journal into this database, incorporated in the database, don't submit your paper there. Because ICMJE is also very serious in this regard. They have published some statements like this. There is authors have a responsibility to evaluate the integrity, history, practices, and reputation of the journals to which they submit the manuscripts, because they are aware of this fact. But some problem is that in spite of this recognition of this predatory journal, there is no current body of there is Sarah said there's if you do plagiarism, there's a you can be convicted, you can be penalized, but there is no current body of legal provision to penalize this kind of journals. They are freely available, freely advertising in this field. So please don't fall prey into this kind of predatory journals. So this is the BL's list, which I have already mentioned. So you can search for it. You will get a comprehensive list of the predatory journals there, but is not very frequently updated. But last it has been updated in 2021. And so now the potential journals. How can you select your potential journal? So now there are 3 ways, like online search. You can select. You can if your topic you have been decided, we have done your work. You can search by typing your topic in the Google and search for the similar articles published in the last 1 to 2 years. And we'll find that similar type of articles and published in some journals of good standing. You can find that journals, you can have an idea of the journals which publish this kind of articles, who are interested to publish this kind of articles. Then another option is that you can Google call for paper and then subject area. Okay, so if you write, yes, I personally tried it. I have learned a lot in preparing this slide. So I swear. So you can type this call for paper and then type the subject area, and then you will find. I have found recently that the BMJ I have worked in some areas, and I was searching for the journal for last 1 to 2 months. But surprisingly, now I have got this information that 3 months ago, BMJ was searching for this kind of articles. I didn't have that information. While preparing this slide, I have got this information that this is one way to search for this call for paper options, and you will find Google can search for you. That's which journals are actually calling for paper. This particular area of interest. So these are the ways, and the word of mouth, like from your colleagues, from your lab mates, mentors, and collaborators, you can got this information about this kind of journal which is rising. You can have this idea and information and submit it. And journal finding tools are there. This is a very unique tool. I have tested it recently. Edange is a very good software, and Springer is also a very good service provider. I have checked it here in the Springer, but the fallacy of Springer is that you have to prepare your abstract. Without preparing your abstract, you have to paste your manuscript, at least your abstract, at least your manuscript title and subject area there to find out your journal. But Edange is a very good software. Edange doesn't need any abstract or manuscript. You just have to type there the keywords, proposed keywords. If you type in Edange the proposed keywords, you will find the suggested journals, and you can prepare your manuscript according to their author's guideline. Okay, so Edange is a better tool for this. But Springer is also available. It also allows the selection of the journal. So now this selection of the journal points to consider what are the scope of the journal. You will find through the journal's web page. Who serves on the editorial board? That's very important. If the persons of good standing or reputation in your field are there, you know the quality of work they did in your field. They are well recognized persons. So naturally, you can have a faith on this journal. So if the journal is indexed in the recommended database, as I mentioned already, and the journal, if the journal upholds the highest rate of integrity, how do you check for this integrity? Integrity, that means that you have to check the number of articles published, quality of the articles published in the recent years. Okay, does it follow the very good peer review process if it is disclosed? And of course, the editorial board members who holds the positions and what is their CV, you all know if they are well recognized in your field of work. So this, by this way, you can have some idea about the journal's integrity and this value in publication. So whether the journal, charge the article processing charge is there, how much is it, and whether this journal offers the publication of this particular type of publication like meta-analysis and this thing, you have to check for that. Next is that I'm just further elaboration of these points like aims and scope. You have to go through the aims and scope, and whether the journal offers is a multidisciplinary journal or is a very subdisciplinary or unidisciplinary journal, or if you have to match your article with these proposed topics and that is being published by this journal. You have to check for it. And if it matches, then you can submit it. Otherwise, it is the most common reason for the rejection of this article from this journal. Often the journal said, no, this article doesn't fit our publication policy. Please try in another journal. They often suggest, but that actually wastes your time and also your motivation. So, and the next you can see this Indian Journal of Pharmacology. The scope one, the scope there's very well. It is very well mentioned that article concerning all aspects of pharmacology. So you can send the experimental pharmacology work, the clinical pharmacology work, the analytical pharmacology work into the IJP. But you can see that therapeutic drug monitoring, whereas this is a very highly rated journal, you can see this is also a peer-reviewed multidisciplinary journal, but it publishes mostly, you can see that here it is being written, the journal presents studies dealing with various factors that affect the rate and extent of drugs are absorbed, metabolized, and excreted. So it mostly concerning about the pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics, or toxicokinetics and toxicodynamic relationship. So you have to choose your journal according to your study. So what is the readership? You should check what is the readership and target audience. That's most important, because you need to publicize your study. You will enjoy if it is being studied by so many peers. It will be very well accepted article. So naturally, you have to check for this. If it is a multidisciplinary journal, so if it is a hospital infection control study, involves a hospital infection control policy or empirical antibiotic use. So you can select a journal, a broad-based journal of medical and public health journal. Okay, you can select that type of journal. But if your topic is that versatility or rationality or usefulness of free rotating flap in head neck oncosurgery, so would you select this kind of journal? No, it better. I think it's a specialty, super specialty journal of head neck oncosurgery would best suited for this purpose, because it will need a specific target audience. So according to your study, you have to select your journal of intent, like multidisciplinary broad-based journal or super specialty journal. Like as author from the East Asian region, if you select a journal which mostly publish the articles from the US region, so it's better to avoid that journal. You should select a journal which has a diverse authorship. How could you know? You have to search for that. There's recent publications in the last 1 to 2 years of that particular journal. If you see that journal publishes that articles which have the broad-based authorship value, so naturally you can select the journal. But if the journal publishes only the articles which are submitted from the US only, so there is no chance actually for you to get it published, whatever be the standing of the journal is. So please avoid that journal. So next is the author's guideline. You all know that every journal publishes the author's guideline. You have to before preparing your manuscript, you have to go through this author's guideline and diligently should follow the guideline and before finalizing and sending it. Visibility of the journal is a very important issue, and so that's why you have to check the journal through your keyword search, whether it is incorporated in the recognized databases. So incorporation in all these databases will naturally increase your visibility, and whether it is available online, that will increase your visibility. Only print journals, there is limited visibility. So journal search database. Okay, this is NLM is a very well-known journal search database. You can search through this, but this Web of Science is also maintains also another journal search database. I have mentioned the Indian Journal of Pharmacology there. You can write any journal there. If it is incorporated into that database, the database is that Science Citation Index Expanded. Well, it is a recognized database by this NMC. So this IJP is incorporated in the Science Citation Index Expanded. IJP also incorporated in the NLM, but I have checked through this Web of Science. Okay. So this is the way you can check it. NLM also maintains this kind of database, so you can type your journal's name and you will find that whether it is incorporated in NLM or not. So journal impact factor and indexing status is also very important. What is impact factor? You all know this is average citation of the articles that is being received by the journal in the last 2 to 5 years. So this citation impact factor, there is one important point I need to mention, that in this predatory journal and new journals, you will often find this that BR's also impact factor of maybe 13, 14, 45, 128. This kind of impact factor has been there. So you can see that yes, so high impact factor, I should publish it in this journal. But this is fake. Remember it. Because these impact factor, they don't follow the catalog of the citations. There are some catalogs are maintained by the citations, and then you can find out there are many good softwares by which you can find out whether it is true impact factor or not. One very good software is a BioX B, BioX Bio, BIOX BIO. It's a very good software. You can Google it, BioX Bio, and you can write the journal name there. You will find whether it is this impact factor truly lies or not. Okay. The Thomson Reuters also maintains a very good database of this impact factor, and you will find in ResearchGate, they publish it. So you can type your, you can download it from ResearchGate, and you can type your journal's name, and then you will find there whether it is there in the Thomson Reuters database. So to check it, whenever there is an advertisement like this, you can check this impact factor whether it truly stands or not. Okay. Again, this impact factor, it has been mentioned in the indexing information also there in about this index, Indian Journal of Pharmacology. I have mentioned it. And acceptance rate, that is also an important issue before publishing, before selecting a journal. Actually, top journals like you see, that is Lancet, NEJM, and this kind of journals have 90% rejection rate. It happens. But other journals which I've mentioned, that is the maybe trusted journals, but not that much of highly rated journals, the rejection rate is around 50%. So you should select for these journals for our average quality of studies. And how can you get this information? So if there is this not a very easy way to get this information about the acceptance rate, you have to study. And you can directly write this mail to the editor. Often he responds, he or she responds, or often he or she doesn't respond. Or you should study through Google. You should search extensively about this. Somewhere or where you will find that acceptance rate. Some people has mentioned it. So about some colleagues have mentioned this about their experience. So what does the correct CV value of the publications? That is very important. So I have selected this journal. What is the CV value of publication in this journal? How prestigious the journal is? So you can find there are several ways. You can find out that the list of the editorial board members. So many editorial board members, you know, that is whether they are a very good standing in your specialty. So that is one reflection whether this journal has got this prestige, very good prestige or CV value. And whether the journal is sponsored by the prestigious society. As I mentioned, the IJP is sponsored by the Indian Journal of Pharmacology, is sponsored by the Indian Pharmacological Society. So it's a journal of good standing. Okay, what is the impact factor? And you can consult with your co-authors, you can colleagues and mentors. So this is the editorial board of IJP. The persons are of very good standing. Now, time to publish. What is the turnaround time? That is very important. So you should, there are so many persons who wait for more than 1 year after submitting an article to a journal. It's very common. So that should be considered when your promotion is pending within 6 months. So naturally, you should not select that journal when you are in a hurry to publish it. So what is the peer review process? You need to check it. What is the model of peer review? That is single blind or double blind, closed or collaborative. Now some journals offer the collaborative peer review. So there is very open in this regard. They directly disclose that these are the reviewer, they are the reviewers, you are the author. Please exchange your version between these. They allow them to chat between them, and ultimately their motto is very clear. You have to publish a very good product. Okay. So, and the speed of peer review. What is whether they offer the fast track peer review or the pre-submission inquiry is there. You can have this information from the journal website or writing to the editor also. So journals turnaround time, whatever I have mentioned, that is peer review period, publication delay, if there is any publication delay. So in that case, you can select these options. This is very pertinent for us, for the young faculties or this. Some journals offer the online first option. Okay. Personally, I have selected that option for few of my publications because this online first option offers you to get it published very fast. But the print version comes maybe 1 year after. But with that online first option, you will have the DOI number, and that is PDF is available in the online format. So we can submit it while when you are appearing before the interview board. So it's a very good option. So you can select the journal on the basis of this availability of the online first option. Now, how to choose a journal for submitting a paper? There are so many checklists. I have mentioned this available in the websites. You can check it before submitting the journal, whether I have all those points which I have already mentioned are there. Now, this open access versus closed access, I have mentioned that is open access often offers very high rechargeable journals, but they offer this high increased visibility. So there are some advantages of open access journals. Closed access, you will not be allowed to see all these full text. Only the abstracts will be available. Even you cannot post some of these articles in the ResearchGate. This is the fallacy of this closed access and traditional way of publication. And it has been seen that is a way, that is journal with having this open access, following this open access policy, there the papers are mostly download, 89% higher rate of download in this group of journals. PDF downloaded were 42% higher, and visitors were 23% higher in these open access journals. So open access journal offers increased visibility, drives innovations, because some sponsors, some funders, they actually enforce you to publish in some open access journals because of the increased visibility. Okay, everybody wants that study and their product is visible to most of the people. So naturally it drives innovation. It offers more public access, more people will be able to access it, increase citation rate, and it has got a huge global impact. You know, this PLOS one has come up in a big way in recent years, PLOS journals. So how this is the open access journals, very is well visible, high accessibility, and compliance. I have mentioned the compliance with this funders policy. So don't fall prey to this one. We have some journals have big mouths, they blow like this, but don't fall prey into this kind of advertisement. I have so many references like that, but I cannot publish it openly with their advertisement. That's why I have posted this blurred picture. But you all have this experience. I know. So don't fall prey into this, because ultimately that will not achieve your goal target. Personally, I have also faced this problem in 1 or 2 articles for me. So I have been misguided by some other colleagues. Ultimately, I have published it in those journals, but that is not accepted. There's good quality manuscript. I have lost those manuscripts. Only one occasion I did it. So do's and don'ts of the journal selection. Do's, take the time to investigate options that may be new to you. That is very important. You have to take your time. Don't rush into these affairs. Take your time and choose your first and second choice of journals with very carefully. Watch out for potential predatory journals and reject those journals altogether. Discuss your need and priorities with your co-authors and achieve consensus decisions, right, with your co-authors and your collaborator, your guide, your mentor. And don't submit the same study to more than one journal. That should not be done. There is a crime. Submit to journal that don't publish your type of study or article. That is also one important notion. And don't just submit to the most prestigious journal in order. So I have submitted the journal to Lancet. Well, you are blowing your mouth to everywhere. So, but what's the result? You will achieve rejection if your quality of article is very poor. So naturally, don't do that. if your work is very novel, and definitely you can select that type of journal. But otherwise, you select a journal of good standing, but may not be that much of highly impactful journals. So conclusion is that careful selection of the journal is a priority. You have to go through the author's guideline. You have to go through this, check it with the indexing database, and you can talk to your guides. You can talk to your collaborators. Okay, and definitely check the integrity and the value of publication in that journal. That is very important. And before submitting your manuscript. So one day you can be one part of this fraternity, because it has been estimated that thousands of articles are being getting published in 5 days. Now it is a present statistics. So you can be one of them, but you should select it judiciously. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, that's I've searched for many times. Problem is that expanded embase is that actually this is nothing but only embase. That is actually problem. The fact is that embase earlier they have incorporated some journals, but recently in 1 or 2 years back they have expanded their versions. So then incorporated many journals into this embase. This is truly an embase, but it's an expanded version. So naturally, if you go for the earlier version of embase, that journal might not be incorporated in the embase. So that's why NMC has published that expanded embase. That means that is expanded embase, that is much bigger database that they have incorporated many journals into it. Okay.
Another question is, can you please let us understand what is the difference between Medline, NLM, and PubMed?
No, actually Medline is maintained by NLM, okay, and otherwise it is being stated as PubMed. But the problem is that many journals are said that they are PubMed index, but it's not true, because there is another cataloging is there that is not actually this indexing database. So they are falsely, they represent this we are PubMed index, but please check it with this NLM database to get it clarified whether it's truly indexed in the NLM database. By PubMed, it has been mentioned that you should be Medline index. But this is very common mistake, and most of the predatory journals say that we are PubMed index. That is not true. This is not the true, database index. This separate cataloging is there. That is not the indexing database. So in order to check for this PubMed index, you should check for this, check the NLM database, whether it is Medline indexed or not. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
There is unethical or part of the journals which has proper fees for publication. The second one question is, do these journals return the publication fees if they do not publish?
Just I didn't get your first question, please.
First one, isn't it unethical on part of the journals to charge the author for publication? Isn't it a conflict of interest? The second is, do these journals return the fees if they do not publish the paper?
First is that is not unethical, because publication article processing fee or charge is a recognized affair. And even many journals of good standing, they offer this because they have to maintain it. Okay, so they need some money to maintain their standings, and so this not.
In case of especially international, they have to use when it comes in terms of dollar terms. And when we start paying it, it becomes even.
No, actually, there are if you go through this journal web page, you will find there some waiver policy. Okay, for these underdeveloped or developing countries, they offer some waiver policy. We have experienced the same. We have published one. Sir also was a co-author of that article. We have published one article in the drug safety. Okay, and that is the charge is huge there. We have applied for this waiver of this, and they have allowed that waiver. Plus, because of we are hailing from this. Please.
Do you return the fee rejected?
Actually, it doesn't. Yeah, please.
There are two aspects. Some journal will charge you for even submission of an article. For example, Thyroid, the Journal of American Thyroid Association. That's about $90. They will charge you irrespective of whether your article gets accepted or rejected. So that they will not return if you submit it. But the other that sir is talking about is publication for an accepted article.
Right.
So it will be accepted, and there are again 3 or 4 processes. One, it could be a flat rate. For example, Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism will charge you $900 straight. Other journals will charge you for page of printed article. There again, there might be 2 or 3 different rates. If you are a member, for example, of that society, you might get a discounted rate. If you are an early career member, a student or something like that, you might get a discounted rate. Coming to your first question, whether it's ethical or unethical, it's a big debate. Essentially, to some extent, it is ethical in the sense that, to print a journal, to run a journal, to run the journal office, there is costs. But if you look at some of the recent news that has been published, Elsevier, for example, is a family-owned business in Netherlands. And they are thriving on the fact that you and I are publishing. You are getting funds or arranging for funds to do the research. Then you are writing up the manuscript. We as reviewers are doing it for free for most of the journals. And then they are printing it, and then they are minting money. So in one of the journals recently, the entire editorial board resigned, saying that this is business. This is not science. So I guess it should be a balance between the two. Number one, there should be some charge, but not for the sake of making huge profits. Some profits, yes. I believe there should be given importance to the peer review process. Right now, as peer reviewers, except some journals, you're not paid. It's entirely philanthropy. And again, I tend to reject all reviews. In the sense, I said I don't have enough time. Why would I spend money to review somebody else's paper and waste my time when I can do research during that same period of time? Secondly, no one gives you any credit for the fact that you are reviewing papers. I can't go out and write on my CV that I'm a reviewer of NEJM or Lancet, which I actually am, but I can't do that. So there has to be, just like you guys are publishing because you want credit for your promotion, there has to be some kind of credit for the peer review process. So I guess at some point of time, we'll strike a balance.
Right, right.
Last point that we have mentioned regarding the review, even if not in monetary terms, we are getting some credit being a reviewer, right? In some of the forms, maybe not in monetary terms. So being a reviewer and agreeing for reviewing even without money, this is also a good practice.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. And some journals will actually tell you that if you're a reviewer for that journal, if you are now submitting an article, you get a 50% waiver of the fees. There I'm happy.
Mentioned here regarding this review, right? As right in the morning, WhatsApp number was there, right? So even you can accumulate your credit of reviewing so many articles on your account. Right. Some journals have this policy also. If you review a paper, your reviews, your comments may be available online publicly with your name, without your name. So it also goes in your credit also. Right? It's not not based on your contribution in the science, right? So I think there are other sides, both sides.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The one thing is about that. I think they are mentioning about processing fees, not publication. It's not publication charge rather. It's not you are paying money, so they are publishing. So these days, particularly the open access journals, they are asking for processing fees because they are probably not getting other kind of revenue earning. So that requires money, whatever they are doing. So where from they would get that money? So that's why they are asking for processing fee. So from that angle, why should it be unethical? The question is whether we are not being able to afford it. That's another issue. And that's why they are also keeping that some mechanism of waiving, etc., wherever it is possible. That's the ethical part. Regarding the ethical and ethics of asking for money. The question is, on the other hand, if you think of the predatory journal, they are asking huge funds as compared to the some of the legitimate open access journal who are asking for the processing fees. So you have to make that distinction between whether the money they are asking for, whether it is otherwise can be justified, whether it is rational. The question of whether we are able to afford it or not, that's a different aspect.
Just one more point.
Hmm.
Can I add?
Yeah.
This cost factor, fee factor is really interesting in journal. Right, as sir said, it starts with public submission fee. For many of the journals, you have to pay something for submission only. Second stage is processing fee, as sir was saying, article processing fee. So during the process, it has not yet been decided whether your article will be accepted or rejected.
So there is no question of refund.
So no question of refund anyway. Now, during the process, if it is accepted, then comes the question of publication fee. There are also differences. If you agree with open access, some sort of high fee. If you don't allow your article to be openly accessed, then cost is there, but cost is less. Another cost is every journal has some limitation about the number of pages, number of diagrams, etc., etc. If it exceeds the recommended guideline of the journal, then you have to pay extra. So the costs are so many different types.
If I am not incorrect, that most of the open access are electronic versions of it. They do not publish the physical this thing. And many of them, they don't get advertisements. But many of the big journals, they also have advertisements. They also get insertions and get money out of that revenue. And but open access, they are making it open. You can access that article free of cost. While the traditional journals, there you cannot. You have to possibly again subscribe. Otherwise, you cannot get access unless you again request, and then in occasional cases they may allow free. But open access journals, after all, they have to run also. Where from they will get money? So that's why they are asking you that if you can provide. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we request Professor Dilip sir to kindly felicitate Speaker Dr. Chiranjib Bagchi. So now we have a.
No, this was very well done, very well researched.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So now we have a very small tea break. So after that, we will have our most interesting panel discussion session. So please come by another maybe 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah.
5 minutes.
এই স্যারদেরকে এখানে দিয়ে দাও, স্যারদের কেন বাইরে যায়?
চা নিয়ে আসেন, এখানে বসে
স্যারদেরকে এখানে দিয়ে
So, Team Clarinet, can you hear us? Hello, Team Clarinet.
Yes, sir, we are there, hearing you.
So we have 5-10 minutes tea break now.
Yes, sir.
Please.
After 10 minutes, we will be resuming, right?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
The panel discussion now.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, I got it.
Clarinet, can you hear us? Hello, Clarinet, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Yes, sir.
so after the tea break, we will start the panel discussion session and the most important session of today's. So that is on the expectations of the editors. So now it is our real pleasure to invite Professor Amit Chakraborty, who is the scientist F and office in charge at ICMR Center of Aging and Mental Health. He is also the deputy director, senior deputy director of that division of non-communicable diseases. Welcome you, sir. So he will be the moderator of this panel discussion. Also, it is our real privilege to invite Professor Dilip Kumar Das, sir, who was associated with multiple esteemed journals related to community medicine and also public health in India. He is a renowned figure in this field. So may I invite Professor Dilip Das, sir, in the dais. We have Professor Shujoy Ghosh, sir, also who needs no introduction, is a doyen in the field of endocrinology. He was past editor of Endocrinology Journal in India and also Journal of Indian Medical Association. So welcome, sir. We also have with us Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam, who is a senior professor in the Department of General Medicine at SSKM Hospital and IPGMER. He is also the current editor of Journal of Indian Medical Association and also Bengal Physician Journal. So again, madam, we are really privileged to have you. So now may I request Professor Santanu Munshi, sir, to felicitate our moderator, Professor Amit Chakraborty. Please felicitate, sir, please felicitate Professor. Please felicitate Dilip Kumar Das, sir. Now, may I request Professor Munshi, sir, to please felicitate Professor Shujoy Ghosh, sir. Thank you. Sir, please felicitate Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam. Now may I request Professor Amit Chakraborty, sir, to take over this session.
প্রথমে ধন্যবাদ জানাই উদ্যোক্তাদের আমাকে এই অনুষ্ঠানে ডাকার জন্য। প্রফেসর ত্রিপাঠী এখানে আছেন, প্রফেসর শান্তনু এখানে আছেন, এরা আমাকে বহুদিন ধরে জানেন। যদিও আমি জেনারিক্যালি ফার্মাকোলজিস্ট, কিন্তু কর্ম এখন অন্যদিকে চলে গেছে। সেই উৎপত্তিটা তো বলা মুশকিল, সেই জন্য এরা মাঝে মাঝে ডাকে, আমি অস্বস্তি সত্ত্বেও চলে আসি। মানে সত্যিকারের এখন বিলং করি কিনা এখানে, সেটা আমার ভাবতে অস্বস্তি হয় আর কি।
The theme of the workshop is there is no boundary, in fact, no conditional boundary.
So, thank you once again. So the topic of today's the discussion is what editors expect. What editors expect. So I was thinking about it because I write papers and I also evaluate papers. And by now I have a reasonable idea of what kind of papers get published and what kind of papers get rejected. And when Dr. Shambo gave me this proposal, I started going through my old notes when I was a student in Banaras University. We used to do a workshop at, frequently we used to do workshop at Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences. And they had a very active group on medical communication led by Professor Sumiran Nandi, who was the head of gastroenterology GI surgery in AIMS.
Later on, became the editor of
National Medical Journal. National Medical Journal by that time was a very famed journal, and consequently, I again looked into National Medical Journal day before yesterday, and I was surprised its impact factor is less than 1. Because it's less than 1. So it was rather shocking to me, and Somiran Nandi was the person who first raised the issue of editorship. And from him, I first heard the name of Professor Stephen Locke, who was a famous editor of BMJ. And so, till now, the business of editorship, which Stephen Locke famously coined as journalology. So, yes, Stephen Locke coined that term, journalology. And so I was trying to go back again and look through his writings. And anyhow, that is beyond the scope of today's discussion. But anyhow, it is very exciting to again go back to those days. And the first thing, if I am editor, I would first like to know whether the paper really belongs to this journal, or whether it matches with the theme of this journal or not. Okay, so I hope Professor Das, would you like to elaborate on this?
So first of all, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, the organizers, inviting me. Being a member of this panel today, as sir has elaborated the expectations of the editors. So before I respond to sir's specific query regarding a submission, whether it fits into the area of the journal or scope of the journal or not, if you permit, sir.
You are more experienced editor.
I would like to I would like to expand the area of this panel discussion today. And as the topic is expectations of the editors. Personally, I believe, being involved in journal for quite a long time as an editor, if you ask me what are the expectations, my expectations are not to the submitters, authors only. As an editor, my expectations, as sir has said in the morning, to so many stakeholders. Editors' expectations, no doubt, primarily to the authors who submit the article. As an editor, I do have some expectations for reviewers also. I do have some expectations to the readers also, those who read the articles. I do have some expectations to our sponsors also. So that's how I look into the issue, the expectations of an editor, of any journal. So expectations are directed to so many areas. Now, coming to the issue, as sir has pointed out, when an author submits an article to a journal, here specific expectations of an editor regarding the submitted article. First criteria, as no doubt about it. Right from the beginning of today's workshop, I was listening here silently. Right? All these issues are very well described. No doubt, as an editor, first expectation would be the article submitted to any journal should fit into the defined, described, specified scope of the article. So how to ensure that? And these means are also well described. Right? So as a researcher, as an author, I must go into the details of the decided journal in which I am going to submit my article. So the research is already over. At this stage, I am preparing, I have prepared my manuscript. So certainly, while deciding the journal, we need to check, we need to match our area of research into the scope of the journal. If it does not fit into the scope of the journal, automatically, even if I decide, even if I submit as probably he was mentioning, desk rejection. I mean, immediately it gets rejected. Immediately it gets rejected. So if I do expand this decision of very quick rejection, does it relate to other expectations of the editor? I do think so. I don't expect as an editor too many articles to get rejected. So I expect a submission of a good quality and appropriate article to my journal. So this is my another expectation regarding the submission. You submit to my journal. I welcome you to submit my journal article in my journal. But before that, you look into that so that it fits into the area or theme of the journal, and it is appropriate to submit to this journal, and it is of good quality, so that the decision comes maybe in favor of you, maybe in against of you, but let us give a chance to review it. Yes. So that is the first point I'd like to mention.
Sir, would you also look care for whether the paper will increase the readability of the journal, or in other words, increase the impact factor of the journal, number of citations? Do you look into that possibility that this is the paper which is going to increase the impact factor of the journal?
So this aspect, once again, very good question, rather. This is also related to 2-3 aspects of our expectations, right? So any editor of any scientific journal will like to have a high impact factor. Certainly, as an editor, I will always try my best. Our team will try our best to have a high impact factor. And by this time, we know what is impact factor. So besides other factors, one of the factors which determines, or in other way, we can say related to high impact factor is quality article, good quality article, and fitting into the theme. Then only the readers, other researchers, other authors will read it. Then only there is a scope of citing this article while preparing or submitting his other articles. And that will obviously increase the impact factor of the journal. And any editor will be proud to have a high impact factor, to be of value. So that is how it is related to it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And going ahead, the next thing that I have personally experienced, the most serious, once it goes past the desk review, once the editor agrees, okay.
Prior to that, can I just ask
Sure.
related to the question that you have put, that whether any editorial board has in its agenda any strategy or mechanism by which they will decide. One is, of course, they will be sending it to reviewers. But then whether the editorial board of a given journal will also think of possible probability of high citation, and that will decide the final acceptance. What do you think? How many editors will consider this factor, that if I allow this, if I accept this article, then the probability of citation will be high, which indirectly will also elevate the image of the journal? I personally feel it doesn't happen.
If I could respond, it all depends on which journal are you editor of. Absolutely. For example, most of the journals, I think people sitting here are editors of various associations. Now, that has huge limitations in the sense, I have been editor of Indian Journal of Endocrinology Metabolism. I've been editor of JIMA. I've been editor of the Indian Thyroid Journal. Now, all three of them have been of a very different kind of level.
And what kind of freedom do I have to make changes? Let us accept that reality of life. For example, Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism during my tenure, acceptance rate was 8%. The reason is, I know this is a journal to which people will be submitting articles, at least endocrinologists in India. I will not have dearth of good quality of submissions. And it is only then that I can be that rigid in terms of my setting my point of expectations. Whereas the thyroid journal was not yet indexed at the point when I took over. So my job was to just streamline things so that I can get that journal to a point of being indexed. So the expectation of the editor depends upon the level of the journal that I'm working with at that point of time. And who are the people who, because you don't become NEJM or Lancet overnight. It can't happen that. It's baby steps that you take. And it's great to say that, this is going to become very high impact factor, highly cited journal. But we've got to look at it from a point of view, say, maybe this is a 10-year journey. This is a 15-year journal. I can't expect people from UK to submit to GMA. Let us be realistic about it.
Now, there is another aspect to it, that the nature of the journal, which area does it cover, rather the scope of the journal. There could be highly super specialized journal.
Yes.
And their number of readers are also few. As compared to, if you think of a new test of protein estimation, like do you know the Lawrence, I think, Lawrence protein estimation papers?
Yes.
Okay. That is probably up till now one of the highest cited paper in medicine. Okay. Because that is otherwise required for any kind of biochemical people are using. So it all depends on what is the subject matter, what is the type of journal, based on that your readership also varies. And for probability of higher citation or many citations also. So yes, as simple as that, there is a given formula.
And I was just making a comment a little while earlier that one of the papers that are worst of mine are the most highly cited articles. That's the reality of it. The worst papers are most cited because you have people at that level who are working with that kind of work.
Right.
Whereas my best publications in the best of journals in the niche areas, there's only maybe 25 people working on that worldwide.
Absolutely.
So therefore, please don't get disheartened if you are obsessed. My article is not cited.
Yes.
Some of my PhD students say, sir, আমারটা তো একটাই পেপারে cited হলো। আমি বললাম that got cited in any day. So you'll be happy that whoever is working on that has actually cited that paper of yours.
Yes.
So there is both sides of your article being cited greatly and otherwise. In terms of the other thing that we probably missed out in the discussion is not every journal has the luxury of having an in-house people who will actually screen your paper before it comes to me as an editor. So all of those things, was the style of the journal followed, or the references in the style that I wanted. At least with the online submission, now the word counts are relatively better looked at. So was all the formatting done properly? Double spacing, double line number. You see, the first thing that happens after you submit an article is it gets unsubmitted within the first 2 days.
Right.
Because someone sitting there in the editorial office has actually looked at those basic clerical things.
Desk rejection.
So I wouldn't call it rejection, but at least unsubmitted to resubmitted in the right format.
Absolutely.
So that is something that we don't have the luxury of, at least the journals that we have. And some of the journals will also use Authenticate for plagiarism checking even before the article comes to the editor. So those are also issues that a journal officer. Here, I think when we say what the editor wants in the wish list, I think it's what the journal team wants in terms of the wish list. So these are things also that you've got to actually look at, that you follow things. And however strange or however weird it might seem, having 4 words next to each other, Authenticate picks it up. So type 2 diabetes in India will be something that will be picked up. So when you find that your article has a 24% plagiarism risk, look at the report and actually see how much of that is actually modified.
Right. And one of the things that the expectation of the editor is, I think, a very prompt reviewer. which is something
Which is a
Yes, that was one thing that I wanted to point out. I don't want every paper to go to review because my number of reviewers is limited. So I want to ensure that whatever I actually screen out, at least there's a 50% acceptance of the ones that are getting reviewed. That's my kind of ballpark figure. So if I look at 100 articles being submitted, desk rejection or the editorial level rejection should be somewhere around 50%. And if you then send the rest of the 50%, if it's a 50% acceptance, it will come to about 25%. But where you fix that benchmark depends on your journal. You know, obviously.
And it depends, of course, whether the journal is indexed or not, because I have been given the opportunity of being an editor of JIMA as well as Bengal Physician Journal, and I am in a fix because for Bengal Physician Journal, which is not indexed, I have to sort of look for articles. So there, what he was saying, Shujoy, there I cannot have a high benchmark for acceptance of articles. I do not know how to run this journal. Whereas in JIMA, we cannot sort of bring enough articles into each issue. So the expectation of the editor will vary according to the journal.
But you also have the challenge of being the editor of a non-indexed journal because everybody would expect you will make it indexed. So how to go about that?
Nobody thinks that far.
Right.
If you don't give articles, this will never be indexed. No. So, sir.
Okay, so these are really exciting points, and I'll put a couple of anecdotes. I know a very leading psychiatrist of India. His most cited paper is a non-psychiatric paper. When he was sort of maybe an MD student, and that paper is entirely a non-psychiatric paper. That is his most highly cited paper. One. And two, the question of impact factor. The most fascinating story of impact factor we have seen in Indian Journal of Medical Research. Post COVID-19, there's been a quantum jump in the impact factor of IJF because of the COVID-related publications. So these are all very, say, subjective and situational issues.
Lancet jumped from 79 to 202 because of COVID.
So
now it is settling down.
Sir, can I come in, sir?
Yes.
So can I come in?
Another editor there. Yes, please.
Yes,
yeah,
please.
actually, I just wanted to highlight that.
First, introduce yourself as the editor.
No, I'm Professor Bikash Medhi.
I know.
So I just wanted to highlight that there is a discussion from the government side how to improve the journal, Indian journal quality. Because the reason for discussion, because many of these journals, they do not have a financial support. So basically they run without a finance. Like, so some society are very rich, some are very poor. So that is why the government wanted to take an initiative. Those journals, they wanted to make the quality, they need a financial support. Maybe grant can be given to improve the quality. Second point is, we do not have any regulation of predatory journal. Like a lot of, students get a misleading information. They get a mail that you submit a paper, it will be published in 3 days without a review. And some journal, they also claim that we are 5 impact factor, and journal has been started only recently, last year only. So we need to also take a step for how to stop the predatory journal and how people can be diverted. Because many of the interview when you go, they claim that we publish 10 paper, but in all predatory journal that give a negative impact, person do not get a selection. I think these 2 aspects I wanted to highlight in order to establish the quality. And second, we wanted to have some regulatory steps so that we can, have some action should be taken about the predatory journal. Of course, different organizations like NMC, UGC, they're working, but there is no concrete step has been taken to stop the predatory journal. That is what. Thank you.
Can I add something? This is complete blasphemy. What I'm going to say right now is that the best way I think would be to not make publication a requirement for promotion. If we do that, only then people who are truly interested in research will actually do research and publish. Half of the journals will disappear, and we will have truly good quality publication and research. I think forcing people to love research and publication is actually destroying Indian science. We are publishing things which are wrong. We are publishing things which are actually of wrong value, in the sense, when you're doing a literature search, you're finding somebody's paper, you don't even know anything about the credibility of that article or the journals. And in terms of, some of you would have seen the omics group of journals from Hyderabad being banned. You're talking about medical journals. The other journals are even worse. The UGC journals, most of them are now from Gujarat. Not that I'm trying to make any political comment, but the fact is, it has become like a cottage industry. People have started running journals because they thrive on the money from people who are being forced to publish because they need promotion. This is the first step that should be done. Do not make publication mandatory for promotion. And I think that's the first point.
And this requirement, so this requirement is indirectly pressurizing the journals to lessen their quality.
Exactly.
So as sir was mentioning, rejection rate 92%, because 8% was your acceptance rate. For us also, for quite long time, rejection rate was more than 90%. I was the editor for Indian Journal of Public Health for 2 terms, right? So now the rejection rate is coming down because we are having some pressure from our member
Friends and colleagues and
within 5 minutes of reading the paper before you actually think whether I'm going to seriously review this. So the first thing that I do is I try to read the paper in a reverse manner. The first thing I read is the conclusion. Is this new information which is adding to medical literature? Yes or no? If it is no, if it is yes, do the results actually support the conclusions? Because half the time people write conclusions which has got nothing to do with the results. Once you've got the results, look at the methodology through which those results were generated. Now, is the methodology sound? If the methodology is not sound, the paper straight away gets rejected. Now, if you come up to this stage that the conclusions were novel, the results were good or goodish, and the methodology was solid, then read what is there in the discussion and the introduction and give the opportunity to revise the paper. That's how I do it.
Yes, and another area which is of critical importance is the statistical analysis. Because
it's contesting this. It's not really contesting, but then some alternate I can say. Yes, this could be a very good strategy going from the reverse direction. But then, why put it this way that I look at the abstract and then I try to go at the objectives of this study. And what is the, at all, whether there is any necessity of this study. Does the study that has been proposed is going to add any value?
That's the conclusion.
That's the conclusion. Right. But whether they, at the beginning, when he is writing paper, whether he has mentioned about it in the introduction itself, study rationale has been mentioned or not. Starting from there, objectives written, whether the objectives have been written properly, and then the methods, trying to see the methods, whether the methods can actually help could actually help the researchers to realize the objectives if you follow these methods. The proper methods are being used. So many times I go this way and then I find that I cannot link the methods that they have said and the objectives that they have said. They don't really.
So there is still a possibility that you can allow the author to actually revise the introduction and the discussion. If the methodology is bad, whatever the conclusion of the paper is out. Whatever the conclusions of the paper is out.
If wrong methods have been used in order to try to find the answers of the right question, even if they have identified the right research question, but the wrong method has been used, then the whole process is gone.
And the juniors, I think you write the methodology in the most casual manner. Right? You believe, আমি তো করেছি, হাইটটা দেখেছি, ওয়েটটা মেপেছি. But that is important. What have you done in terms of methodology? Somebody reading that paper, can that other individual actually replicate that methodology and understand exactly what you have done in the methodology? And it is always a good idea to break it up into paragraphs in terms of what did you take in the history, what did you take in the examination, how did you examine, was it a standard method, what test did you do, what was the coefficient of it? All of that needs to be written very, very well.
Yeah, please. One thing is that it is one thing to do the research, but it is another thing to present it in the form of an article. Because sometimes we get across papers where somebody has written 3 pages of that is not desirable. There is a word limit. Our journal has a page count. I cannot accept a paper where each and every so one has to take help of the guidelines. It is an important practice because we are not used to consulting the guidelines for publishing, which everybody has discussed. It is definitely like there are the scope guidelines for the observational studies and the consult guidelines for trials. So you make it a habit, this is for the juniors, of taking the help of various very systematic guidelines where they have categorically told you what to write and how to write it. And it should be concise because this article is going to be published. Of course, we will look into the accuracy and the validity of the methodology, but we will also look into the writing style.
Yes, and in fact, any good paper should not have more than one line of message. One small message is good enough if you've done good research. And for a good paper, it is very difficult to cross word limits. Because and make sure that it's not flowery language. I think the results are dramatically significant. Nobody wants to do that. Please write words of science and not literature.
Absolutely. And another thing I would like to, because nowadays the statistical treatment of papers is going to undergo a huge change because statistics have advanced a lot. And for example, as for myself, my knowledge ends at logistic regression and linear regression. So now it's a very when we learned these things, we thought we got the treat of statistics. But nowadays, the kind of statistical treatment the paper undergoes as a health researcher. So does it improve a paper? A. Does it fool the reviewer? Okay. B. C. Does it make wrong conclusions? So what does it do? How, as an editor, how will you allow statistical treatment influencing?
Should I respond, sir?
Because I am confused about that.
Okay. So thank you for these wonderful questions. But in fact, these are not isolated. The earlier one and this one. All this comes under the overall materials and methods methodology of the research article, right? Right from the beginning of the day, you are undergoing through these exercises only, right? How to write an article, right? Nothing theoretically new to add. Rather, I think their interest for our responsibility also, when such an article complying all the requirements is submitted to a journal, so it comes to us as an editor. And receiving the article, how the journal process or what the journal does with this article, right? How this is being reviewed. So as I was mentioning initially, if I'm allowed 2-3 minutes. So the first part is technical editing. Technical editing. It is not really done by the reviewers, not by the peer reviewers, not by the editors also, right? It's a technical review. That means whether the submitted article is complying with the requirements of the submission, whether it is being at par with the guidelines of the instruction to authors. So at this stage, if not followed, then it is being rejected or it is being returned so that technically it is complied and submitted again. Fulfilling these things, then it comes to us whether is it worthy of review by the peer reviewers, then it's send it to the reviewers of importance, I mean experts, depending on the nature of the article, to which reviewers it should go. Now, as both of them were mentioning, I mean, how they review, how I review, how Madam review, this is our personal decision. But beyond that, I would like to mention here the objectivity. Objectivity. This is a personal thing. I can start with conclusion, sir can start with the abstract. Madam, this is of our skill, right? Of our own skill as a reviewer. But what journal follows, what is being followed in every journal, ideally, right? Ideally, an article is being reviewed. I mean, at least it is expected. Once again, my expectations. Expectation as an editor, the journal article should be reviewed objectively, not subjectively by the reviewers. What does it mean? I mean, a submitted article should be reviewed against a checklist also. Every journal, I do believe, every good journal do have a checklist for the reviewers also. I mean, how the reviewers should review the article. And each and every component of the article are being reviewed, right from the title to the conclusion. As in the morning, somebody was mentioning, I was sharing with Sir, it never happens with any good journal that looking at the article title only the journal article is being rejected. Never. My experience is never, depending on the title of the article, an article is rejected. It does not happen.
But that is the first thing that draws.
That is the first thing that draws your attention. Might be the title is not attractive. Maybe the title is not comprehensive. Maybe the title is something wrong. It can be changed anytime. Ultimately, it depends on what you have done. The prime thing is methodology, right? No doubt. If the methodology is wrong, there is no internal external validity, right? And in this methodology aspect, as Sir was mentioning the statistics part, right? Right in the morning, somebody was saying before, I mean, while doing or planning your research, you should consult a statistician, right? Regarding statistical aspects. Now, while preparing the manuscript, as I was mentioning, while reviewing an article, whether by the reviewers or by the editors, finally for deciding the article, 3 things are important. What statistical methods, approaches you have adopted, the detailed description is there or not. Whether the choice of these methods are appropriate or not for the objectives and the design that you have adopted. And finally, after the tests are applied or statistical procedures are applied, the outcome of these statistical tests, the interpretation, whether you have done it rightly or wrongly. And in addition, as Sir was mentioning, for some of the statistical tests and procedures, we need details of that. For example, we are fond of using these models, right? Regression models, maybe linear regression, maybe logistic regression, maybe so many tests. So every test, every model has some limitations, advantages. And at the same time, how do we interpret? The interpretation depends on the fitness of those models. So what wrong things are being done by many of the, authors? They have done the model rightly, but they have not mentioned the model statistics. For example, if you use a logistic regression model, right? So you have used the model to identify the predictors for the outcome variables. Fine. We have mentioned adequately. Our outcome variable is this, and these are the final predictor variables based on our logistic regression model. But what about your model fitness? Is the model fit for this analysis? You have not mentioned. So this model fitness statistics required to be mentioned essentially. What are those? There are certain things to mention about the logistic regression model. See, in this way, every statistical procedure, as early in the morning was mentioning, depending on your data set, its distribution. Okay, you have rightly mentioned. You are thinking, okay, I have mentioned that test. What test? Okay, I have applied the t-test. I have calculated mean. I have calculated standard deviation. I have calculated standard error of mean, and I have applied the parametric test. But going back, your scale of measurement was not ratio scale, not interval scale. It was an ordinal scale. And in ordinal scale, the most commonly encountered wrong thing is ordinal scale, we cannot apply this test. But you have applied the scale, ordinal scale, you have calculated mean. You cannot calculate mean. At best, you can calculate the median there. And median and IQR. In that case, you cannot apply this test. So based on your understanding, you have done right thing, but it is the duty of us. So that's why we do depend on the reviewers, experts, right? Here lies the importance of appropriate review. Whether the test is applicable or not, if not, there is no question of accepting that.
While selecting the reviewer, whether you give it a consideration whether the reviewer is also have sufficient understanding about statistics.
Wonderful question. Yes. That we do, that it should be, and that it should be. And if we do select wrong reviewers, in that case, the wrong thing comes.
No, I read somewhere.
Just a minute, sir. And from my experience, I can say, and even when we receive article from reputed journals, very recently I have received an article from PLOS ONE. They have categorically mentioned, as these objective guidelines are there. Now coming to this statistical analysis point, I have to respond whether the statistical analysis is appropriate, wrong, or you can't say.
Absolutely.
Or you can't say. That means it depends on my integrity. Coming to that, sir was mentioning the ethics of reviewers. So I don't know that statistical test, but I don't want to expose my limitations. So I have said appropriate. And in fact, I don't know that one. So I must disclose that this statistical analysis, it is beyond my capacity. Nothing harm in it. Be honest. Everybody here, we are teaching you, be honest as a researcher. But you can also put a finger, sir, as a reviewer, you should also be honest. So I must be honest that I don't know this statistical analysis. If I don't disclose it, the wrong thing will be selected. So that's how so many things are imported in this statistical analysis. Thank you.
Can I be honest? Yes. 3 comments. So the three things that I thought of was the best of journals will have a separate statistical reviewer. For example, NEJM has a statistical reviewer, Lancet has a statistical, number 1. Number 2, they will ask for your SPSS output or your Excel. So don't try to fudge data because you will get caught up. This will definitely happen. The third thing is, which software did you use? Now we are all using cracked versions of various softwares, right? Onto SPSS page likhte jo na, because SPSS will send you an email to say that you have used this, can you please provide us the license? At least in the big journals and the good journals. So this is a warning for all of you. The other thing that I thought, in terms of reviewers, you as an author, for the good journals, you have the option of suggesting reviewers and also opposing reviewers. The reason why I'm saying opposing reviewers is a very important tool that I have learned the hard way. For example, the higher you go up, you realize in this field there are 5 people or 6 people or 7 people. And I have had identical reviews of the same article from different level of journal, knowing fully well that it is going to that person. And you know, in spite of the ethics that sir was talking about, there are huge challenges. I am trying to develop a non-invasive, blood-based, liquid biopsy-based test for thyroid cancer. So I know the guy who's now the biggest shot. He's an Ukrainian guy now in US, earns million. And now you are trying to prove that your test kit costs only 40 rupees and is equally as good as that guy's model. He is going to continuously reject you.
Competing interests.
Yes. And we are actually, as reviewers, supposed to actually declare whether I have competing interests or not, which a lot of people will not do. So if you are publishing very bad papers, your chances of acceptance is very low. Middle grade papers, chances of acceptance is very high. Again, you start going up the ladder, your chances of acceptance goes down. So depending on your career progression, you will face people like this who will actually try to be on it.
So thank you everybody for their excellent comments. Now, another critical issue that we face as authors and when submitting a journal, submitting a paper to a journal, and the editors also face is the issue of authorship. Who gets the authorship? So that's the burning issue, and there is always an in-house and out-house contention that who would be the authorship. As for myself, I believe that intellectual labor is same as physical labor. So people who write papers, people who actually produce the data are no inferior to people who write the paper. So we try to give the equal weightage to our laboratory staff as well as our project staff. So there are many ways of addressing authorship, and nowadays we know that all journals want an account of the authorship. Which author has contributed to which part of the paper. And along with this, there is another critical issue, that is acknowledging some others' contribution to the paper, including the funding agency, which is mentioned at the end of each paper. So I request ma'am to comment on these two issues. And following that, we'll go into ethics.
Yes, thank you, sir. So authorship is a very important aspect of the article, and it has basically two issues. One is that to give credit for the work done, and another very important aspect is that the author is accountable or responsible for whatever is being published. So since there is a lot of clamor for authorship now, because of all these career progression issues, it becomes important to know who is the author. An author is someone who has contributed. I won't go into the details because it was actually taught in the morning, but who has contributed substantially in the study as well as during preparation of the manuscript, and who is accountable at the end. Now, what happens is that in real life, we have all faced this, that we include some other people as authors. So those people may not have actually contributed, so to say, substantially, but we include them. What can be done is that these persons who are associated with the project may not be author, but contributors. Their names could be put in another section, which is called acknowledgement. So those people who are in the periphery of this project of research and also in the action of writing, like proof editing, language editing, or maybe somebody has helped in some other way. So they have to be acknowledged. This is one thing. And the other thing, which is actually called guest authorship or gifted authorship, it will go on. I do not think that we can overcome this. One or two guest or gift authors will be there, but journals are becoming stricter by the day. And even our Indian journals, who may not be having such high impact factor, even they are insisting that you categorically mention that which author has contributed to which aspect of the article and the research. This is one. Another question that sir asked was about disclosures. This aspect is also very, very important, is that at the end of an article in all journals, there is something called disclosure. It can be written as disclosure. When you are submitting, you may have to fill up a form where you will mention whether your research has been funded by some pharmaceutical company, or you are an employee of some organization which has had to do with this research. It is always good to disclose rather than being later have to retract your pay. So on the point of editors also, it is very important for us to find out whether there is any relationship of the researchers with the particular work that is being done, because it will hamper otherwise the credibility of our team.
Can I come in?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Actually, I wanted to discuss some of the practical point. So if I look at that, how many Indian journal has a, acceptable impact factor? So we can count the number. And second point is, most of the people who would like to publish, it is not coming automatically. It is like if you take an example of PhD guy. So because university put a guideline that unless they publish the paper or accept, so they'll not be acceptable. So that is why they try to publish it. I think it should be spontaneous. Second thing is, I just wanted to ask that how many of us, we do not have a collaborative issue? Like COVID has actually taught us that we should go for a collaboration. I remember one of the journals, Lancet editor had come to IIT Bombay, and somebody had asked a question that why can't we publish in Lancet or New England? So his answer was that we do not have a collaboration. But if I look at last couple of years, that people actually submit a paper that when they feel that their thesis is not accepted or something like that. And most of the good studies also in a rural area, it is go unnoticed. They do not publish it. I think we need to, that is why I started a publication development skill program across India, including SAARC countries, so that we can motivate the PG student that they should publish. Unless they publish at least preferably original study, because many times it is a wrong trend. Somebody, an MPharm student called me that she submitted a review article on diabetic, neuropathy. When I asked that what is diabetic neuropathy, she is not able to answer it. So this is also a wrong trend to make a review article because they do not have expertise on that field. I think my idea is that we should encourage the student to publish the original article and on time. It's not that you do a studies and after 3 years they're going to submit a paper for publication. Data become outdated. So that is the reason that and we do not have a collaboration in a terms of that. If you discuss about American, they actually prefer to have an American or European. So like if I give you an example, a student come for a presentation from Indian journal, usually faculty member will say that why don't you take a other journal? Why you are taking an Indian journal? We must encourage ourselves in order to have a quality, good quality and a global standard. And that is why I put the slide. If you remember that slide, our contribution is only 4%, lesser than 4%. Looking at the country's size, 1400 university, and medical college, 22 AIMS, our contribution is only 4% in terms of publication. So that way other countries with a smaller one also, they're contributing 30 to 40%. So that is my plea that you should encourage the people to publish. Thank you.
Sir, I agree with you. But I think, rather than the volume of publication, I think we should concentrate on the quality of publication. And it's not necessarily
that should be the priority. That should be the priority. Quality should be the priority. Yeah.
That is not happening, sir, right now. That's the unfortunate thing. Watson and Crick published only one column article. Whether you look at insulin, it was just another one column article. Banting and Best, all through their lives, published that one paper. They did not have any other publication. So let's try and concentrate on good things. I'll just share a news. I was just showing Nandini that someone from St. Petersburg Cancer Division has emailed me yesterday wanting to collaborate. So if you're doing good work, people will reach out to you. So that is the basic thing. Don't do 20 publications, 40 researches. Do one thing, do that something which is of international quality. People will come and seek you out.
But one thing Dr. Medhi has said, at least he has also touched upon another important area, thought provoking, about review articles.
Yes.
I think journal has to also have good policy on publishing review. When you talk of review, now narrative review and systematic review. Narrative review is very, very subjective. Okay, it all depends on who is writing the review, which area, what kind of literature review he has done, or the quality of the review process, etc. So it becomes very subjective, very one-sided. Okay. So I think every journal should now have a very clear policy about what he has hinted actually, unless you are an expert in that area,
you
possibly your review article
exactly.
cannot be accepted, something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think there is time that the journal editor should also keep an eye on that.
And the other thing is the seniors and the juniors. There is this tendency, anything gets published, it goes on to WhatsApp. Please stop that. You're basically destroying careers of the juniors. They start believing that this is great science. Facebook post holo, 5 like holo. Stop doing it. Only if you read something which you actually from your heart believe is good science, only then appreciate it.
Okay, so there's another harm also. I mean, the science behind this, looking into evidence, there are also science. I mean, there are scientific approach for searching for the correct literature. So doing this thing, everything putting in the social media, so that is lacking. They are not going for searching literature appropriately. Rather, they are in the WhatsApp and so that's the other way of this thing.
Okay, so I thanks respected panelists. It's been a great discussion, and Dr. Shambo has just informed me that we have reached our page limit. So.
Yes.
This
is again the expression of the editor. Limited within the so many things, right?
As you come to an end of this discussion, emphasize again and again on methodology.
Yes.
Exactly. How many times you as editors have seen retrospective clinical trials, cross-sectional trials? Okay. So all these sort of things. Okay, there is of course a limited scope for that ambispective studies, meaning combining the prospective and retrospective. But that's a very rare situation, and one has to be really very good to understand that design. But then in your dissertation work, how many times you have seen the guide or the supervisor is trying to defend? Some data I'll get from the my database, and some data will be prospective this thing. And that's how okay. So I think again and again we have to emphasize again and again on methodology.
And here comes the question that when you're starting a research, spend time then in terms of your methodology, case record form, statistics, power calculation, all of that should be sorted out then. যেটা বেশিরভাগ ক্ষেত্রে হয় কাজ হয়ে গেছে, একটা এক্সেল শিট নিয়ে এসে বলা হচ্ছে এবার এটা দেখে স্যার একটু অ্যানালিসিস করে দিন, আর এটা থেকে না স্যার একটা পেপার লিখতে চাই। ওইভাবে রিসার্চ হয় না। আর the other thing is, if whoever the guide is has to actually at interval do a check. What is happening? Can at all any corrective measures be taken at that point of time? নাহলে যেটা হয় যেগুলোতে বিশেষ করে কোগাইড অন্য ডিপার্টমেন্টে 3 বার দেখা হয়, একবার গোড়ায় এসেছিল সইটা করাতে, লাস্টে আসে একবার হচ্ছে যে আবার সইটা করাতে যে লেখাটা হয়ে গেছে, আর তারপর জমা দিতে যাচ্ছে।
আরেকটা শুনতে খারাপ লাগবে, আজকে যে পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট স্টুডেন্ট কালকে সে গাইড হতে যাচ্ছে।
But ultimately, we have trust and faith on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Man lives on hope.
Thank you.
So we have an expectation from you also. But, sometimes possible, but I think during postgraduate days and now those who are doing their postgraduate, we have a tremendous lot of knowledge regarding biostatistics, which test applicable for which parameters, and this. Can it be possible to from this platform to arrange such workshop? How I am keeping you organized.
মানে in spite of all workshops that I have attended, you learn on the job. You know, that is also something that we have to, even I'm learning today. I know maybe 5% of what is needed to learn, but you have to have that open mind. যে আমি এটাতে করলাম, আমি এই প্রশ্নটা জিজ্ঞেস করছি, এটাতে কি স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্যাল টেস্ট আমার অ্যাপ্লাই করা উচিত সেটা জানা দরকার। And remember, now on YouTube we have huge resources. Somebody who, like me, who was never taught how to do meta-analysis, you go and watch Michael Borenstein's lecture, you will know how to do meta-analysis.
But the private system will definitely.
Of course, I agree. I agree.
No doubt. And it should be in every institution.
Yes.
Should be in every institution.
So thank you, sir.
Is it inappropriate to publish a paper in more than one journal? Because some journals obviously have limitations. Some are state level journals. If I want my wider audience, I will.
No, you can't do that.
So
you can't do that.
Why
That is disconsidering the ethics now.
Because obviously the author will obviously want wider opinion.
So why did you not submit it to the wider journal to start with?
At the onset, you obviously do not have a higher chances of getting published.
No, you can't do that. Ethically, you can't do that.
You have listened to Sanda, the ethics Sir has mentioned about, right?
Okay, so we finish. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Very good.
Sidelines.
I am from the pharma company and from the medical and patient affairs team. So I have one question, that when a pharma company sponsors for a trial and then when particular research goes to the review, so is there any biasness works behind the review or the means as there is a sponsor from the pharma company?
I don't think there is any bias.
There is no bias as long as there is a disclosure that this was funded by pharma. There should not be any bias. The major bias is in the trial design of pharma company. If you come to me, I will design a trial which will show that your insulin is better than somebody else's insulin. That is where we as reviewers will say that in the methodology of the design of the study there is bias, because there's an inherent possibility that the pharma trial might be biased. But on the basis of evaluation, there should not be any bias as to who has done that. For example, I have done investigator-initiated study, which had no input from pharma, but which involved drugs. So it will depend on the merit of the study and not who is sponsoring what.
I would also mention that even an investigator-initiated study can be supported by industry also.
Exactly.
And you be transparent.
Exactly.
Yes, I got
transparent
support from this
I
company.
agree it's different, but when I am talking about some new molecules or like that, because if you see the data, there are some sort of, before giving an example, because I am handling two molecules like AC and ARBs, right? So there are several data on the ACs is better and there are several data on ARBs.
That's a problem with the individual studies perhaps. But if you ask me as a reviewer, I will review every paper on its merit without getting biased.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, the moderator, panelists and moderator. This is time for us. This is a wonderful panel discussion. I think lots of doubt have been cleared. So now may I request Professor Santanu Munshi sir, would you please Professor Avijit Chakraborty.
So,
corrected for that.
now may I request Mr. Santanu Munshi sir to please felicitate Professor Sujoy Ghosh. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
To listen to you.
May I request Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam, to please come. To please felicitate, requesting Munshi sir to please felicitate. Also, may I request Professor Dilip Das sir to please come. Thank you, sir. Really thankful to all our respected faculties. So now we are moving to the next session, and that is again that is also very important, I think, systematic review and meta-analysis. How to publish systematic review and meta-analysis. So we have with us today our SRMA expert, that is Dr. Saibal Das, who is the scientist D at ICMR AM. So now the stage is yours, Dr. Das. চলো ভাই কোথায় ছিল ঠিক ওটা আমি করে দেবো তুমি আগে তোমারটা করো বুঝছো তো কোথায় বুঝছেন চলে আসছে প্লেন ড্রাইভ আসেনি তো পেন ড্রাইভ লাইভ চলছে অন্য কোনো পোর্ট চালাবে এদিকের পোর্টে ওইদিকের পোর্টটা কাজ করছে এর মধ্যে তোমার কোনোটা আছে না শৈবাল দাস বাংলা আরেকটা পোর্ট আছে Thank you, Professor Bikash Medhi sir. So actually, Professor Tapon Mondal sir will meet you in the EC meeting of IPS. So
yes.
Hopefully, our small memento will reach via Professor Tapon Mondal sir. We are really thankful to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Team Clarinet, can you see our screen? Hello? Hello, can you see our screen? Team Clarinet? Hello?
The question. Only your screen can be.
screen is visible?
Hello, yes, sir. Yes,
The-
sir.
It is okay? Can you see
Yes,
us?
sir. The screen is visible. Sorry
Okay,
for the
great.
delay, sir. Sorry.
Okay. So we are starting, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You can start.
A very good evening to one and all. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers, sir, Dr. Shambo, Tripathi sir, Chiranjib sir, and everyone for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present this topic in front of all of you. So, in the earlier panel discussion, there was a point which was raised about the reporting of a narrative review and how the journals can place themselves in evaluating review article and whether they do have a policy in place or not. So in continuation with that particular discussion of writing a review article in a journal, now we will be investing like 15-20 minutes time on how to report a systematic review and meta-analysis in a journal. Now, since this particular discussion is only primarily based on the reporting guidelines and reporting related matters, I won't go into the details of how to conduct a systematic review and meta-analysis. I will just skip those things in a few slides and then focus more on the reporting guidelines of a systematic review and meta-analysis. So we will just briefly browse through what is a systematic review and meta-analysis, what are the key steps involved, and how to report and systematic review and meta-analysis, and of course, how to appraise the quality of a systematic review and meta-analysis. These are some of the important things which I'm going to discuss. So post-COVID days especially, there has been a mushrooming in the number of systematic review and meta-analysis published wide across the literature and mostly from China. And in each and every article in journal, you will find that there's a flush of materials pertaining to SRMAs. And whenever you think of some topics in which you can explore, whether you can take it up to a SRMA, you will find that someone has registered it for an SRMA or has been already published. And in 9 out of the 10 cases, it's usually from the Chinese authors. Nevertheless, there is still scope of doing and reporting a good SRMA. So we know that SRMAs are the pinnacle of evidence-based medicine, and the evidence which is generated from an SRMA is placed at the highest level of evidence pyramid. And hence it is extremely important to report it in a systematic way and following the appropriate style and to ensure the quality. So we all know about the difference between a narrative and systematic review. We were just discussing in the previous discussion that how much bias can play its role and alter the findings and the direction of a narrative review. To avoid that, to have a systematic approach in synthesizing and harnessing literature, we do undertake systematic reviews. So narrative reviews are often have an overarching particular topic and can be useful for understanding newer concepts. But since the process itself has certain limitations and they are often not comprehensive, and there often it intakes a lot of quality issues in the studies involved. So reporting bias in medical research in narrative review, there are so many kind of bias which can come when a narrative review is reported. Like Professor Medhi was explaining that even junior level faculties publishing, junior level students publishing narrative reviews on articles in which they also do not have much ideas. So on the other hand, systematic reviews is more explicit, pre-specific, and it takes into account a specified and systematic scientific approach, and also often includes a quantitative approach to synthesize and the results and give a pooled estimate of the different findings which are available across the literature, which we also call in other words a meta-analysis. There are different studies have reported different outcomes. Is there any way to summarize these outcomes together? And is there any statistical way to combine the results and give one final estimate by using certain statistical tools? And there comes the role of a meta-analysis. And the importance of systematic review is increasingly appreciated because many policy level guidelines do include the findings of an SRMA into before their policy decision. And essentially it is also important to appraise the quality, because systematic review and meta-analysis is a secondary research, and it depends on the articles which are already available in the public domain, or the data which you have got from the authors or from certain other source. Now, if the original studies have certain biases or methodological issues in their quality, however robust methodology is followed in your particular SRMA, there is always a quality error because of the deficit in the original article, which is impossible to overcome. So it is very important to address those issues and to report those. And there are certain steps to do so, which is there in the guidelines for reporting of an SRMA. So SRMAs actually focus on well-defined research questions and clearly state the title objectives and have a comprehensive strategy to synthesize the evidence and to critically appraise it and to give a final results. So Cochrane is one of the leading organizations, leading bodies for conducting systematic reviews, and it is conducted by the Cochrane collaboration, and it was established by Sir Archie Cochrane way back in 1993, and it's a very well acclaimed international database who do unbiased and claim to do unbiased systematic reviews of certain interventions. And all Cochrane reviews are published in the Cochrane library, and they are also freely available and published by the Wiley Blackwell Publishing Group. And methodology of a Cochrane review is often very robust, and not that everyone can do a Cochrane review. It is often an invited one, or the team member has to have a certain person in their group who has a prior experience in doing a Cochrane review or is a member of a Cochrane editorial group. So that is also important. So just to give a quick overview about the key steps of an SRMA before we go to the reporting, because both are actually interlinked. So first and foremost is to design a protocol of an SRMA like we do for any particular studies, like for a clinical trial or an observational study. An SRMA also needs a particular protocol to be designed, and that has to be registered. And the registration database or the registry is called a Prospero, where everyone can actually browse and see if similar topics are being researched by any other groups, or what is the stage of the review at present of same research questions. And then after making the protocol comes, protocol is very comprehensive and takes into consideration all the important steps. And please note here, the unit of the study is the individual unit of this entire exercise is the individual studies, because we don't have an individual patient level data. Like if we do an observational study or a clinical trial, we actually deal with the individual patients or the biological samples. But here we are dealing with a published article, and where the unit of our analysis is each published article and its summary measures, which is an aggregate measure. Yes, there are ways of taking individual patients' data into the meta-analysis called IPD meta-analysis, but that is a very specialized approach. Otherwise, we all deal with the aggregate summary data, which has been already published and reported, and that we take into consideration. It is very important to assess the risk of bias in a particular systematic review and meta-analysis, because as I mentioned, that if you take articles which were originally had certain deficits or certain methodological issues, however good you do your process, the final findings will be always flawed and will have certain biases because the original articles were erroneous, and that has nothing to do with your integrity. Now, there are certain checklists which are used to check the quality of the articles. Like for RCTs, we use the Cochrane Risk of Bias Assessment tool. Now there is a second version, ROB2 version. Like for observational studies, we have a Newcastle Otaya scale. Like for non-randomized intervention study, we have a Robinson tool. And there are several other types of tools also. People use the JBI index also for assessing the quality of the studies. And then after assessing the quality of the studies, when we are sure that these are the deficits which are reported or the studies are good, then it's time to synthesize the data in terms of both qualitative synthesis and quantitative synthesis. Qualitative synthesis means it's the summarization of the data in words in a structured approach. And quantitative synthesis is what is called as meta-analysis, that is pulling the results and giving a final estimates. One of the very commonest mistake which has been done is people mixes apples and oranges. In other way, what it means is we can't pull any data just like that unless there are some certain specific variables which should have been common, like the population or the intervention or the dose. Unless those things are common across the studies, we can't pull it. Otherwise, there will be a mixture of apples and oranges, and the final estimates what will be given will be erroneous. If there are so many heterogeneities in the original studies, that some study has given, suppose 4 weeks of intervention, other studies have given 12 weeks of intervention. There are ways to do an approximation. There are ways to do a meta regression to find the ways of how much the duration is having an effect. But otherwise, if you just simply pull it, it will be a mixture and the results will be erroneous. Then comes the interpretation of the results and the interpretation of the findings. And there are certain tools to actually interpret the findings. I will talk about those things in a brief. So now comes the, I have just told you about the brief of the systematic review and meta-analysis. Now coming to the crucial aspect of how to publish an SRMA in an index journal. We have to follow the reporting guideline, which is called a PRISMA, which is the preferred reporting items of SRMAs. It has a 27-item checklist and a flow diagram which needs to be followed, and it takes care of all the steps that I have mentioned so far, so that it becomes easy to report everything and be transparent. So good reporting of primary studies is crucial, but reviews are not immune to the problems of poor reporting. For example, this is just to give an example, chocolate and coronary artery disease are systematic review. Although we can understand what the authors mean, but nowhere in the paper there is any mention of the review methodology. A similar review was published, Does Chocolate Reduce Blood Pressure? A meta-analysis. So both actually looking into certain cardiovascular outcomes using chocolate as an intervention. But here the methodology is more robust and has been detailed, and which becomes easy for another person to replicate. And please remember, SRMA is something which depends on publicly available data. So if 2 persons follow the same methodology, they should get the exactly same results in terms of even the 4th place of decimal. So it is not like a clinical trial or an observational study that you can say that there are inter-individual variation, site-specific variation, etc., time trend analysis, etc. Here, it is based on publicly available data. It's simple, it's mathematics which is used. So 2 groups doing the same research question and following the same studies should get the exactly same results. So transparency is important, otherwise integrity is a question. So the PRISMA checklist has 27 items. I will just quickly go through it and just summarize it. So first, the title should say that this report as a systematic review or a meta-analysis. And it should have an abstract, which is also similar to the normal abstracts that we follow for all other types of articles that we use. Then the introduction, the rationale and objectives are also similar to what we do in our primary research, like why we are doing this SRMA. Is there any compelling reason to do? Are there any conflicting literature? Are there any difference in findings or a huge volume of data that needs to be combined together? Or are we doing it just for the sake of publication? Because that is also often a new trend. So next, when it comes to the methods, see, the first thing they are asking about the registration of the trial protocol. Was it registered? Like clinical trials are registered in databases like CTRI or clinicaltrial.gov. Even here, Prospero is the reporting registry. Then comes the eligibility criteria. Here I told that our unit of the study or the target unit of analysis is individual studies. So here our eligibility criteria is particular studies which have included certain kind of patients and interventions. The PICO statement is still valid, but here those particular studies which have used this PICO statement are to be included. So here the unit of the study is the unit of this review is the individual studies, but it should follow the same PICO format. Then the source of information, which databases have you looked for? Have you looked for PubMed, Embase, or any Cochrane library, or any preprint server like Matrix or BioRxV, etc. Then comes about what search strategy did you use? Did you use a particular search string? And did you make a particular search algorithm? And that has to be reported in a supplementary file. And if 2 groups use the same algorithm, let us suppose in PubMed, and that is a huge subtopic altogether, they would get the entirely same number of articles which you have got using the same strategy end to end. Then the study selection process, how actually you have used any technique to select your studies. If you use a search string and you found that there are 10,000 articles, it is giving a hit of 10,000 articles in the public domain, and you have screened your search finally to 10 articles. How have you done so, and why you have excluded the 9,990 studies? What are the reasons? You have to, you need not to give reasons for each and individual study, but an aggregate reason that 100 studies are excluded because of wrong population and so on. Then what was the data collection process? Did you use any software? Did you use any spreadsheet or any Excel sheet? And what were the data items? What variables did you use? And that has to be pre-specified. Did you plan for any subgroup analysis? That has to be also pre-specified. Then risk of bias in the individual studies. How have you assessed? What tool have you used? Like I told, did you use a Cochrane tool for an RCT or a Newcastle scale for an observational study, etc.? Then what summary measures did you use? That means how did you actually interpret your findings? Did you calculate the mean difference, or did you calculate the final odds ratio and the 95% confidence interval? So you have to report what exactly final summary estimates did you use. Then synthesis of the results. Then comes the results section. Describe the method of handling the data, and it also talks about the measures of heterogeneity. I will come to this after a little while later. Then the final findings of the risk of bias, and were there any additional analysis done, for example, in some form of subgroup analysis or meta regression analysis, finding like a logistic regression here also, effect of certain dose on the outcomes, effect of certain duration of treatment on the outcomes. Then the result section, as I mentioned, it includes a flow chart about the study selection process, and all SRMAs includes a summary table. A big table it includes, which is a comprehensive table enumerating and describing the characteristics of all individual studies that was used. And so that when a reader reads that table, he or she gets a hunch of what all articles were used and the description of those particular studies. Then the results of the risk of bias and results of individual studies, and any additional analysis were done or not, and was there any risk of bias in the across the studies. Finally comes the discussion part, which talks about the summary of the evidence, limitations and conclusions, and funding agency. So these are all the guidelines of a PRISMA checklist, which is mentioned in a systematic review and meta-analysis. But I would recommend not to end here, because if we end it here, this is a reporting guideline. It gives, if you follow this, the article will be complete and your reporting will be complete. But we can go one step further, and also this is a typical PRISMA flowchart that is used in all studies. So we can go one step further and also appraise the quality of an SRMA that we have done. This will give certain confidence to us that to what extent are we confident of the final results that we have summarized by a systematic review and meta-analysis. There are several ways to do so. I will just talk about one approach, that is a grade approach, and which is very appreciated if we do it and report it in the journal. So where from it comes from? Where does it come from? So there is certain checklist to answer the quality of a particular systematic review and meta-analysis. So it asks, are the results valid? So it means, did the review address a specific focused question, and did the authors actually looked and extracted information from the right number of papers, or have you missed out certain papers from the vast literature what is available? So once that is done, are you then convinced with this part? So is it worth continuing? Do you think all important relevant studies are included? Did the review authors do enough to assess the quality of the individual studies? Again, I'm reiterating about the risk of bias. And the results of the review, was it reasonable to do so? So like that, how was the results presented? And was it precise? How wide is the confidence interval, and what is the indirectness, what is the imprecision? So these are certain aspects which needs to be looked into before actually giving the quality of an SRMA. And final question, what is important after doing all these things? Is it going to change the treatment practice of the patient who is coming to us in our clinics? That means the generalizability of the findings in the real world setting, or is it just a hypothetical desk research? So that is also important. There are tools to do so, tools to assess the quality of an SRMA. That is one of the tool is an AMSTAT tool. There is a newer version, AMSTAT 2. It is an appraisal tool for randomized or non-randomized studies for healthcare interventions. We can actually appraise the quality of evidence which has been generated from an SRMA. There are certain questions which are there, and if we try to answer it during the process of doing, definitely our review will be of a better quality and will be more publishable. This is my last slide, and which actually, as I was mentioning about the grade of evidence. So grade is an objective way, although there are certain subjectivity. It is a freely accessible online tool where it gives an opportunity to grade one particular evidence at the end and to qualify it, whether the final evidence that is generated is of a high grade, moderate grade, low grade, or very low grade. Please note that it does not talk about the quality of the work you have done. You might have done an excellent work, but as I mentioned, the original studies were erroneous, and the original number of studies were less, or all the studies what you included were observational studies, because there are no RCTs available. In those cases, the grade will obviously come down, but it is nothing to do with the quality or integrity of your particular work. Rather, it gives an idea about the quality of the final evidence what is generated through this robust process. So the factors which are considered here, if the study is an RCT, the grade is automatically high, and it is automatically low if all observational studies are included in the SRMA. And if there is a higher risk of bias, and there is a higher inconsistency, indirectness, imprecision, or publication bias, then there is a chance that the quality will be lower than expected. By risk of bias, as I mentioned, that the individual studies have a higher risk as determined by the specific scales what I have told. Inconsistency here means the directionness of the findings, and it tells about whether the different studies that you have used, are they showing the trend of the results in the similar direction, or there is a complete mismatch, like 3 studies showing very good and the 2 studies showing very poor, and there is a inconsistent results across studies, then the quality will be low. Then imprecision, how wide is the confidence interval? Is it too wide? Is it crossing the line of no significance? That is important. Publication bias, whether the small studies are having any effects, because it is mostly that large studies having large effect size tend to get published, whereas studies with negative results do not get published, and we tend to include articles which are already published, and there is what is called publication bias. And inconsistent, finally, indirectness, it talks about whether the population and the intervention which you have already reported and which you actually wanted to report based on your protocol are same, or there is a difference in that. And the study is of a higher quality. On the other hand, if there is a large effect, if there is a dose response curve, there is something called a dose response meta-analysis, where like a dose response curve, it also there is a statistical way to see if on increasing the dose the effect gets multiplied or not, and the direction of residual and confounding biases. So this grade is an approach which is also recommended by Cochrane to grade and qualify your quality of the evidence, and be confident, and to ascertain how confident are you that is the certainty of evidence to use it for clinical practice. So if we do this and follow the PRISMA guideline, and we actually appraise the quality by our own using this checklist, there is always definitely a higher chance of publication. So with this, we end the presentation. These are some of the articles that we have, some of SRMAs we have worked recently. And with this, I would like to end the presentation. Thank you so much for your patient listening. And if you have any further ideas in the future about doing certain types of SRMS, please reach out to us. We'll be happy to collaborate if it falls within our scope. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank the organizers once again.
Thank you, Dr. Saibal, for this wonderful deliberation. We can take one quick question, anyone quick question. If you have anyone, as we are running short of time. Okay, any question specifically for this session, Rituparna ji?
Sir, just let me check. Give me 2 minutes. I'm checking. I just reconfirming you. So 2 minutes,
Okay.
please.
So may I request, because we have with us Dr. Amartya Mishra, long time. He is a very renowned clinician in our institute. May I request, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Saibal Das. Thank you, Dr. Saibal Das. So I think if we can get, you just, if
Sir,
yeah, please.
sir, shall I read out the questions
Yeah.
now or
Yeah.
later? Actually, sir, I
Question.
have already sent them in your WhatsApp. The same questions are there.
Thank you. Hey, সকাল থেকে চুজ করে রেখেছে এই জন্য।
Yeah.
Sir, shall I go ahead with the questions?
Yeah, please. Ask
Although
quick.
some questions are there which you have already discussed the points, but at that time they put forward these questions, so I'm reading it out for you, sir.
No,
So the
one question of this session only for this SRMA one. Otherwise, you can give it to my WhatsApp. We will answer that later. So we have to move
Okay.
towards the next session.
Actually,
next
sir,
session.
okay, sir. But as of now, particularly for this session, we have received no questions. All were for the previous sessions, previous presentations. sir.
Okay. Thank you. So yeah, now we are moving towards the next session, and that is very important. That when we are preparing manuscript, we need to take care of our citing references, and for that we have a very experienced researcher and scientific medical writer with us, Dr. Abhinav Ghosh. So may I invite Dr. Abhinav Ghosh here, and also may I request where is Shatabisha? Shatabisha is not there. Where is Sriyoshi? Yeah. So may I request our clinical pharmacologist and a very good researcher to please felicitate Dr. Abhinav Ghosh with a token of appreciation. And also a good news is that Dr. Sriyoshi Dasgupta is also doing now phase 1 clinical trial. So please. So now may I request Dr. Ghosh to please start. Can you see our screen? Rituparna ji? Hello, Rituparna ji, can you see our screen? No. Hello, can you hear us, Rituparna ji? Hello. Hello. Hello, Rituparna ji, can you hear us? Okay, you please start.
Okay, can you hear me from the end? Does anybody have any problem understanding Bengali if I switch time to time? No? All right. যারা পালিয়ে গেল খুব মিস করলো। Okay, I'm Dr. Abhinav Ghosh. I've been given the huge responsibility of discussing citation principles which comes, the end of the research work, but also it carries huge importance. It's kind of our way of saying from where the information is coming, and how legitimate that is. It is up to the reader to find out, right? So we do have some responsibilities to carry out as readers, as reviewers, when it comes to citation. Originally, me and Dr. Shomodip, he did his medicine from here. We are supposed to do it together, but unfortunately, he had a very pressing issue at the last moment. He couldn't come. So I'm a physician turned scientist and research consultant. And Dr. Shomodip, he is DM infectious disease consultant physician. We prepared this talk to basically tell you in 5-6 minutes what you should know about citation principles, real world examples, some horrible citation work and some good citation work, and some fun, crispy take-home messages that will come in the end. I'll start with these common patterns of error. Wrong reference. It's well understood. Wrong reference is just jumbled up. Like somebody wrote something, and in the middle, some other author said, "Hey, this is not good. Just throw it out." So the sentence, couple of sentences stay there, as the reference goes out, right? So this happens with all of us. I think some of my thesis or work, if you look hard enough, you'll see that. We should be careful not to make this kind of mistakes. Missing reference, that happens more commonly than you think. If you have a, let's make it very controversial, at the end of the day. If you have a guide or a supervisor, go back and look at his or her thesis. In the thesis, the part, what is mostly elaborated in the conclusion, mostly that's where people keep missing, because it's too elaborated. It's the last moment. Your guide told him or her to elaborate this part quickly. We have to submit in next 2 days or 3 days. That was the last moment. Those are the places where you will have some bunch of like wrong, missing references, and will be some good leverage points someday. Content inaccuracy. X leads to Y, Y leads to Z, hence X leads to Z. This kind of correlation, I'm just giving one quick, easy example. This kind of correlation or interpretation is not right. This is one of the examples where you interpret something from a published material and you just write it or report it that way without double checking the literature, whether somebody has really vouched for the accuracy of this kind of content. Invalid sources, predatory journals, retracted articles, unpublished materials. We do have a tendency, this was very common 10 years back. These days it's a little bit better. People don't cite their unpublished material. You don't say we have one project running in the lab where this kind of trend we are seeing, which is aligned with our current observation. No, that's wrong. That cannot be validated. That's not scientifically accurate to say things like this. We had a long discussion on the predatory journals, right? So try not to cite them. Sometimes it's hard to screen whether they're predatory or not. Check Bill's list, at the list, or other sources. Don't fall in the trap for citing retracted articles. Ghost citations. I have a little bit elaborated session on this. Basically, AI can fool you. I'll tell you the details. Biased citation, sometimes the journals or the reviewers, they kind of push for certain citations. They ask to cite some papers. Sometimes they're very legitimate in their claim that this article is very important, to be incorporated in a manuscript. Sometimes they're not. Some journals, they try to hack their impact factor by taking this method, and this has been heavily criticized. So keep an eye out for this. Do not be biased in citing only the papers that follow your school of thought or your observation, because we don't know. Time may actually wash out your finding, and maybe the opposing school of thought will actually, that's the truth that will stick in science. So try to be balanced when giving out your review of the literature. Try to touch all schools of thoughts, and do not oversight your own team or own colleagues. Relevant ones are okay, irrelevant ones are actually not okay. Self-citation, we all like to scratch our own back. I've done that. You should do it, but with a break. Not too much. Don't cite your public health paper with something you did in retina research. Don't try to, push it. That's all I'm trying to say. And this one is a bit controversial, outdated citations. What exactly is outdated? Raman Bhai Kahal had his publications in 1902 that still gets cited today in neuroanatomy. In my view, nothing is outdated per se, but the guidelines, always look for the latest guidelines. And if you're trying to, discuss some contemporary ideas, try to stick to articles that are like within 5 years, but it's not a hard rule. You may go beyond that if there is a need, if you're trying to discuss something that is pertinent. So can somebody tell me what is wrong? There is no internet in time of Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln would be happy to know that. Yes, you are right. But other than that, anything else? Something, some mistake I made? Anything you say, cite the source. That's the right thing to do. I did not have it cited before. So always put a citation, be it a cartoon, be it a flow chart, even a stupid meme. Give the credit where it is due. Okay, so internet is not always helpful. Let's see how. Who doesn't know Chat OpenAI? Other name is Chat GPT. Very popular, right? Everybody knows. Everybody tries to use it one way or the other. So I was trying to fool around with Chat GPT a little bit, considering this talk, citation principles, and I was trying to see what I can do. I was just playing with it and asked it to write a paper on breakthrough candida infection. It's a fungal infection. And ChatGPT told me that we identified a novel fungal species, which we named Candida breakthrough in several patients who developed this and that. And I think eventually it also said which kind of drugs would be helpful to treat Candida breakthrough. So what does it tell us? I guess you guys know that all the major AI platforms, they have come to a deal. I think for the next 6 months or something, they're putting a break on further AI development, just to understand the pros and cons of it. As you can see, this can go out of our hand very fast. Okay, if one stupid researcher sitting in Kolkata just play with this and make a new fungal strain, imagine what somebody diabolical can do, right? So be very careful when you use this kind of sources, especially where AI is involved. Another thing here, I was trying to see how accurate this ChatGPT or any kind of AI-based platforms are for finding citations. So for another topic, it gave me this particular citation. This Verbin et al. In Journal of Nuclear Medicine. I was very curious. I had a doubt whether this is right or not. So I double checked. Turns out it's a completely different article. But if you follow this Journal of Nuclear Medicine, 2003, volume 44, 1644 to 48, the same thing in this journal. So in this journal, 2003, 44 volume, from these page numbers, there is an article, just that there is no Verbin et al. It's this Sadek et al. Okay, so that tells us that there can be a lot of host citations coming from the AI platforms. Don't trust them, or at least you can use, but you should know how to check for it. If you don't aim for it. You're gonna land up in a hotter soup than you initially started with. I picked 2 papers, these 2, to give you some real world examples of some good citation work and some bad citation work. Can somebody tell me what is wrong with this slide? It's a tricky one. It will come at a cost of a coffee from my pocket. Okay, no one is taking the coffee. Whenever you mention any article in your talk or anything, the few things you at the least should mention is the title, the year, and at least one of the authors are first author. Okay, if we don't do that, it's not really like, you know, good enough identifier. Or you can put DOI, that is okay too. Normally, oftentimes the DOI itself contains the year information. So the time information is missing for this article. This one was, I think, 2018 or 19. That was just below it, which I kind of omitted to make the point. So time, title, and at least one of the authors, whenever you put them in a slide. These are like common practices. If you do it, nobody will give you a hard time. So some of the paragraphs of some of the sentences from here, which shows some good examples and bad examples, kind of culminates in our do's and don'ts. For example, you see here, AIDS-related opportunistic infections cause significant morbidity and mortality. This is such an important sentence where, you know, they are discussing the burden of the disease. They should give the burden information. How many people die? You know, what is the mortality? What is the morbidity? Some data for India, for world, and some reference. So they're kind of missing that part here. Okay. For the second sentence, you'll see a host of new opportunistic infections have been added to the existing list earlier dominated by tuberculosis. So you understand the extent of this statement. New opportunistic infection that was earlier dominated by tuberculosis. So we start with a long list of opportunistic infection that existed before, which was largely dominated by tuberculosis. And now it has changed to something else, something else. It's a big statement, right? It is very rich in information. You cannot possibly end it with just one citation. That's very wrong. So it's a heavy statement, but also a blanket statement. It's not giving me all the details, what kind of infections, you know, which strains and whatever. So those parts are missing. So a blanket statement, apparently heavy with single reference, is a clear no thing. It's a bad thing, okay? Ideally, they should have added a few more things here. On the contrary, good example, see how they mentioned the burden information, how many infections in the other article, and they also gave a reference for this, so kind of counterbalances for the first point I mentioned. So it's a good example of how to, you know, mention the burden with a reference. Another one is kind of repetitive, but the main point is like missing a reference for a heavy word statement. But on the other hand, you can see some other paper, like, you know, they actually gave multiple citations. So a significant statement was legitimately backed by multiple references. This one, the majority of the studies report younger age and male predominance in relation to new infections as observed in this study. Citation number 20, the 20 is this article. Can anybody tell me what is wrong with this? Yeah, that's well, some of the journals, like, you know, it depends on the journal. So but that's more like in the formatting side. I'm talking about citing principles and, you know, from these aspects. Anyone? Another coffee at stake? All right, I said my money. No, not four authors, thing, not that. There was half of a coffee. Okay. Very good, excellent, very nice. Actually, Gota coffee. Majority of the studies, they say majority of the studies, and then they cite one paper that was done in Pune. So that's completely unacceptable, okay? So if you say majority of the studies, at least give me 4 or 5 studies, right? Excellent. So there is an example of overgeneralization, not enough evidence cited, discussed. So take home messages. Every major statement must be backed up by appropriate citation. Okay, that message is very clear. Try to give credit to the original paper, not a follow-up review article. It is easy to do. Just find the most recent review article. Your bibliography will look very updated. That's a wrong way of doing it. Try to find out the original research article that had the original finding. That's the right way of doing it. It's very cumbersome, even for your own paper, to go through all the citation to check for accuracy. Try to give a hand. Ask a peer to specifically look at the quality and accuracy of the reference and return the paper when it is your turn. Otherwise, you cannot grow. This one, friends, give them treats, not citations, just because they're your friends. We do have this tendency, to solve any problem. The first thing is to acknowledge that there is a problem. This is a problem. It is an elephant in the room, and we should address it. Do not give friendly authorship or friendly citation. That's a bad practice. The last thing, whenever you are in confusion, always find your supervisor or senior colleague or guide who have been traveling so much for all these years to do all the legwork. Now it is your time to pay it back. Chase them to their bathroom, to their bedroom. Don't let them go until your scientific query, scientific publication, principles in scientific writing, those are cleared. As the beauty of scientific training, it goes from generations to generations. It is our responsibility to be trained by the senior ones and to train our junior ones. So it kind of goes as a cascade like that. But if you are a supervisor, guide, or senior colleague sitting in here, you must be like very mad at me. So I give you my email address. At any point of time, you have any question, queries regarding scientific writing, authorship, any sort of writing related issues, please reach out to me. I'll be very happy to discuss and find a solution. I do this kind of things. Science is very close to my heart. That's why I do it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abhinavo. And as your email ID is suggesting that Abhinavo here, and I also personally felt for my 2 articles, Abhinavo is there to support me. So thank you, Dr. Abhinavo, and for this wonderful deliberation. So it is our real honor to actually felicitate you with a token of memento, and may I request Dr. Shreyoshi Dasgupta to please felicitate Dr. Abhinavo Ghosh. Now, we are moving towards our last session, and I think this is the most important session of today's event, and that is the take-home message. We had learned today a lot of things, but what we should take, which message should we take today towards our home? So that is important. And for that, may I request Dr. Saibal Sarkar, who is the clinical pharmacologist, practicing clinical pharmacologist, and also is the senior resident in the Department of Clinical Pharmacology at School of Tropical Medicine, to kindly deliver the session. And may I request one of our very senior Dada, who is in our department, the senior resident clinical pharmacology, Dr. Tanmoy Bishwas, to please come and felicitate Dr. Saibal Sarkar. Now stage is yours, Dr. Saibal.
Sir, এক মিনিট এটাকে আপনার স্যার কোনটা এপিলগ প্রেজেন্টেশন এইটা আসুন এটা তোলার পর যে So all of you are exhausted. Actually, it was a very much extraordinary and exhaustive session that obviously enabled us to make a good manuscript, and our eminent and enlightened us in various aspects of this session. So today my job is only to summarize and what we should
just have one communication. So sorry for the Team Clarinet, is it visible? Would you please respond?
Yes.
Okay, good. And we are audible too.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Okay. So today my job is just to summarize the whole session, and just I will take 5 or 10 minutes maximum time because all of we are very much exhausted. So what is our take home message today? Before going to that, why we do this type of publication? We do research, we write manuscript, and then we publish. Why? What is the need of that? Sir Robert Hutchison tells very nicely, the amount of writing of a profession is a measure of its vitality and activity, while their quality is a rough indicator of intellectual state. And again, Sir Michael Faraday says, work, finish, and publish. So we should do research and then finish it. If we do not finish, then why we start? Why we use man, material, and money, this type of manpowers? And if we finish, why will not publish it? Because if we not publish this manuscript or this research part, we should always think that this research should be visible to same intellectual fraternity for a better visibility and patient care, and if possible, solve some unmet need. So for researcher or investigator, it is the evidence that we are doing the research, and for readers, it is that they can take a different type of knowledge from that part, and this type of research can give a cue for new research. This is already discussed part. All respected speakers have focused on this particular all part. It is only the summarized part. IMRAD, then consort, stove, Pisma, Stard, and Care. Why we look for this? When our research paper is like a specific part, say it is RCT, then to record this particular RCT, we must follow the consort to increase the chance of its publication and good visibility. Now, how we prepare the background of a research article? When we write a manuscript, first we need to gather background information by literature survey. Then we must look for target journal, in which journal we want to publish our article, and then read the author guideline that is given in the target journal. That is discussed earlier, how target journal is selected and what is the need of to read this author's guideline of that journal. Then clear about the authorship, will be the first author, primary author, secondary author, or corresponding author, etc. To clarify, and it is easier when we are making our manuscript and title page. Then different type of ethical issue. Our Tripathi sir extensively present on this topic, so I am not going in this part. So how to write a manuscript? Here we can take this as a step-by-step manner. This is not the final part, but it is a usual manner. If we write the manuscript by this step, will be commonly correct and it will be perfect. So first start with write materials and method. Then describe your result according to the materials method, and the sequence of the materials method and result should be equal or alike. Then discuss the finding and then write the introduction. if we write this 3 part, then the introduction will be most beautiful. And referencing, this is also go with this first 4. Then write the abstract. Then create the title page. Screen for rapid rejection criteria. I will show a slide after a couple of minutes. Then rewrite your manuscript. After primary manuscript writing, read it aloud and think if there is any mistake, then rewrite it. Then circulate among your co-authors, then modify according to your agreement, the co-author and author's agreement. And then it is ready to submit. So this is a checklist for assessing the perfection of our manuscript. I'm not just reading it. This checklist helps us to make a perfect manuscript that has a higher probability of acceptance and publications. Then what reviewer look at? These are the few salient points what the reviewer search for if this manuscript have or not. If there is some problem in these steps, then it can be rejected or revised, ask for revision. What are the different causes of rapid rejection of a manuscript? These are the some salient points where we make mistake, and this is the first point that it's just rejected in the first view. These are the 10 principles how we revising a manuscript. Here, we should take the reviewer as a consultant, not the adversary, and always deal with reviewer's comment with which one doesn't agree. And lastly, that I want to highlight, the disagree without being disagreeable. Don't be a rigid, you just discuss and think. These are the 10 principles to improve the likelihood of publication. Here, we make the manuscript as an organized manner. We should state clearly what are the study question, what are the study rationale. Then materials and method, it should be explained in the systematic method, and results should be structured according to that. Discussion should be concise. We must explain if and why, that is our study question in our manuscript. Avoid over-interpretation of the result. We must mention what are the limitations of the present study. And then, if it is asked for revision, we must follow the reviewer suggestion and make it accordingly. So, thank you. These are the some salient points we must know for increase the chance of publication of our articles.
Thank you, Shogotoda, for this wonderful deliberation. Now, may I request one of our senior resident, Dr. Shottobroto Sahu, to kindly felicitate Dr. Shogoto Sarkar. Investigator না চশমা না করলে চলবে মাস্ক দিতেই হবে স্যার সামনে এগিয়ে গেছে স্যার Thank you. So, as today we have a very good conference workshop on this manuscript writing. So also we need to congratulate today's comparer, that is Dr. Sreyoshi Dasgupta. So now may I request Tanushree to please kindly come up and felicitate Dr. Sreyoshi. And also requesting Anindoda. So please come and present a token of appreciation to Dr. Sreyoshi. Certificate, and all the participants will get the certificate maybe after 1 week time online over your registered mail ID. And I think all of you had submitted your mail ID. If not, please give the mail ID, official mail address, and so that we can give you the certificate. So with that, every good thing need to face ending. So I think this ending is very happy for all of us, and we should take one challenge that within maybe 6 months from this group, we can have at least one publication from every participant. So can we expect that? I am expecting this from our physical delegates and also the online delegates too. Is it right expectation? Though it is not good to expect, we need to do our work, but sometimes expectations also matters. So thank you all on behalf of Indian Pharmacological Society West Bengal chapter. I thank you all. And tomorrow is International Clinical Trial Day, and we are really thankful to some of our faculties. Tomorrow also we are organizing one workshop that is a completely virtual workshop on basics of clinical trials. And I think if you require that brochure, you just send me a WhatsApp message. I can share that brochure too. That is a complimentary registration. There is no fees for that particular SEMI. I'm requesting all the online participants who are there. You can send me one message. I shall share the link of registration. The registration is complimentary but mandatory. There is a lots of seminars tomorrow from 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. So both different national faculties will be there to take seminars on this International Clinical Trials Day. Thank you. Let's have a group photo to end today's event. Requesting all to please come over the dais. Thank you all the delegates. এটা বেরিয়ে গেছে নাকি মুন্সি স্যার, বাগচি স্যার? বেরিয়ে গেছেন? ঠিক আছে, প্লিজ কাম। থ্যাংক ইউ। তুমি এখন কোথায় আছো? রেজিস্টার্ড।
এটা শেয়ার করে দেব।
দুটো গ্রুপে ভাগ করে নাও। সামনে চলে এসো সবাই, এক এক করে রো সামনেটাও চলে এসো।
আমি কিছু না, আমি ফার্স্টের কিছু
তন্ময়ের সামনে যাও, তোমার কাছে যাও।
মাথাটা আসলেই আমার
Come, everyone come. চলে আসো, চলে আসো। Welcome.
দেখুন একদম লম্বা স্যার পাশে দাঁড়িয়ে।
Please come in front.
এটা বার করে নেবো?
হ্যাঁ, বার করে নাও, হয়ে গেছে। সামনের রুটটাতে একটু চলে আসো।
আমরা বসে কথা না,
সামনে লোকাল দাঁড়িয়ে যান, সামনে লোকাল দাঁড়িয়ে যান।
আমি বলি সামনে না বসবো সবচেয়ে ভালো নেই।
সামনেটাতে কয়েকজন দাঁড়িয়ে পড়ো, ওরকম দূরে না গিয়ে চলে এসো।
আমরা ঠিকঠাক পরিবারের পেছনে যান। এই অনুযায়ী
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Clarnet. Thank you, Team Clarnet, for your nice collaboration. So we can end here, and hopefully we'll get the link, today's link, the recording link.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll get the recording link when?
Allow me a moment, I'll just let you know.
And also, please ensure that all the participants should get the certificate. So we'll discuss about that, how we can prepare the certificate and can reach the online certificate to all the participants.
Okay, sure. Just allow me a moment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
এই রণদীপ এটা দাদা একটা ছবি তুলে দেন
এই ICTV